Good afternoon, everybody. I'm the Perchy, and this is the Perchy TV, and we are starting the Around the Grounds with Spurs versus Brentford. How is everybody doing in the chat? Big up Adita, big up first comment in. Big up Danny, big up mate. How are you doing? Hope you're well. And big up Clement, mate. Welcome to the show. And also big up Nathan, real one, mate. Big up my friend. How is everybody doing? Let's ask around if we can get up to. Let's put a like target of about 30 for now. If we get to 30, I'll drop the link into the chat, and then anyone can jump in if you want to. Rule 101 always is put your camera on, because I'm not having anything else other than that. Big up Jaminho, mate. How are you doing, my friend? How is everybody doing in the chat? Let's start this off now. Spurs Brentford is the early kickoff today. Spurs versus Brentford. There's no Højbjerg. There's no Eric Dyer. No Romero. Guys in the chat, all the Spurs fans and even the non-Spurs fans in the chat, what are your thoughts? We've got a front three. Also, no Richarlison. He's decided to go with Danjuma. So it looks very similar to like a 4-4-2. So what are people's thoughts at the moment on the starting lineup? And also, yeah, big up Philly. I'll star that. We'll talk about that shortly, my friend. I'll just star that. Big up Jaminho, mate. Yeah, I'm all good. Mate. Back to a bit of streaming. I've obviously there was no Around the Grounds last week because my mother was here in Barcelona coming to visit me, which was very kind of her. So I spent a bit of time with my mum and just enjoyed a bit of time with her. Went and watched Espanyol versus Barcelona, where Barcelona went and won the league. If you haven't seen that, crazy scenes after the game. The Espanyol Ultras absolutely stormed the pitch because Barcelona players decided to do Ring Around the Roses on the centre circle. Chaos it ensued in the stadium. It was chaotic. Just got the Fire Stick working again. It's finally don't have to go through tons of Jaminho, mate. I tell you what, the IPTVs are an absolute stormer, my friend. Exactly, mate. Exactly. Danjuma and Basuma starting finally. Yeah, I mean, Basuma's been out injured, so it's good to see him actually back into the team. With Danjuma starting finally. Listen, a lot of people sort of keep telling me he's not the answer, Danjuma. But it doesn't look like Kulusevski and Richarlison are the answer either, because they haven't done much. I mean, you know it's bad when Danjuma scored the same amount of league goals as Richarlison has this season. Says it all. So listen, I'm all for Danjuma getting an opportunity today. Big up Mark. The sheriff is here, mate. Mate, Mark, I've been like that since we got knocked out of Sheffield United in the cup. Who really cares? But listen, what I do want to see, last home game of the season, I just want to see a bit of fight and a bit of desire from these players. I don't want to see the same old rubbish. Just a bit of enjoyment, something to go, do you know what? Something to build on next season would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. And mate, Mark, obviously, I think you've already got the link. I think I sent it in the group chat. So, mate, if you want to come on, you're always welcome on the show. Jaminho, I was actually watching that. Absolutely crazy. What happened? I'm happy all the Barcelona players got away safely. Yeah, mate, I was there, mate. Listen, I think it was quite funny for me. I'm on the aspect of I think the Barcelona players went too far. Listen, I'm a bit of a supporter of the Espanyol, to be fair. Whilst I live out here, I go and watch them. I've watched about 4 or 5 of their games. I tell you what, really good. In a relegation scrap, it's good to watch a bit of football that you're not entirely emotionally tied into. But yeah, I think the Barcelona players for me, mate, went a bit too far. There's all for celebrating, but you've got to bear in mind you're basically rubbing your noses into your rivals. Let's be honest. If Spurs did that at the Emirates, I would expect Arsenal fans to be charging the pitch. If Spurs players started doing Ring Around the Roses around the centre circle at the Emirates because we won the league there, and vice versa, I would expect Spurs fans to do it if Arsenal players did that as well. So I get the rivalry there is very deep seated. It has a lot of history. I think not many people know about the history with Espanyol and Barcelona. And it's really good to understand. Once you understand the history of those two and the massive polarizations, not just as two clubs that are in Barcelona, two clubs with massively different ideologies in life. One historically very pro-independence. One is very much deep-rooted into the royal family of Spain. So there's a lot of reasons why there's a lot of hatred there. But I tell you what a game of football. I tell you what, Rafinha tore them apart. Tore us apart. Tore the Espanyol lot apart, really. And, I mean, when you've got Lewandowski up top, he's always going to go and score goals. So, yeah, for me, what a game of football. But we're here to talk about the Premier League. Nothing to lose. We might as well try new things. Basically, a pre-season. Agreed. I've been saying it since we got knocked out to Sheffield United. I've said, make this a glorified pre-season because do you know what? We've got a bit of opportunity. Try something a bit new at Tottenham. Try something a bit new. Why not? What have we got to lose is my theory. I was just going to go get the team up quickly and we'll have a little bit of talk about the team quickly before it kicks off. And obviously, classic me, not prepared, of course. It's good to see a bit of change at the moment. Once that's loaded, we can share my screen. Share my screen. Let's have a look. Tottenham, there we go. Let's do that and let's share it up. Okay, so team news. Can you all see that now, guys? We're in. So Fraser Forster in goal, Emerson Royale, Davinson Sanchez, Clement Longley, Ben Davies in a back four. Then it looks like a bit of an attacking 4-4-2. So you've got Bissouma, Skip, Kulusevski on one side, Danjuma on the other, Son and Kane up top. What are people's thoughts in the chat? What are people's thoughts in the chat about that team? Because for me, I look at it and go, do you know what? Can't really be that big of a problem with that team. Why not? Loads of Spurs fans overhype Kulusevski a lot. I'm not saying as an Arsenal fan, but don't do this. Arsenal fans don't do the same. But is Kulusevski even all this? I don't know what it is with Dejan Kulusevski. Came in like a house on fire. Started a bit slowly, but then he kicked in. Got a lot of goals, assisted a lot. Offered something a bit different. Since his injury, he hasn't looked the same. And now, there's even Spurs fans questioning, do we sign him in the summer? 30-odd million pounds for him, for a player that scored 2 league goals all season. It'll be interesting to see how he plays in a 4-4-2 today, by the way. Be really interested. He's a much more technical. So in the chat, guys, should Spurs sign Dejan Kulusevski in the summer? Let me know in the chat what you guys think. But for me, I'm on the basis of it. He's been poor, but I would sign him. I can see something in him. There is something in him, definitely. Yeah, 1-1 draw. I think I can see a draw. I thought we'd win 2-1 or maybe 2-2. Our fans would not do that. We are the most fun. Yeah, mate. I'm assuming you're talking about the ultras at Espanyol. I think it's not just Arsenal. I think it's English football nowadays. And there's nothing against English football, but I've noticed since going out to Spain here and watching football, much difference. There's a total difference in the way that everything is played out here. Massively different, but that's just how it is. So yeah, well, I'll get this off the screen now. We'll go back to work. Why is that playing? Sorry about that. Didn't mean to play that again. Yeah, so I think, as I said, mate, there's a big difference in the way that things are done in different countries and stuff. And in Spain, there's no missing about. Yeah, if you haven't, hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed as well, guys, we're 20 away from 600. And it would mean a lot. If I can get these 20 subscribers today, that would be the best thing ever. So please, if you haven't, please subscribe. And if you're in there, if Spurs finished 7th, qualified the Conference League, do you think you'd have a shot to winning it? Let's be honest, yeah, of course we do. We've got a good squad, few more players, and yeah, we've got a squad that can compete. West Ham have competed in it this season, and they've got to a final. So why can't Tottenham? My problem is what are we setting out to be our tasks at this club? Is getting into the Champions League more of a priority than winning the Conference League. For me, I would go all eggs into the Conference League and go, do you know what? It doesn't matter where we finish. If we win that trophy, it's a European trophy. Why not? And if West Ham win it in a couple of weeks, well, we've got egg on our faces. I've got Spurs fans that will mock West Ham for getting into that final. We couldn't get out of the group, regardless about that last game. We lost to a team that finished 4th in the Slovenian league. And for me, that under Conte's stewardship, that happened. So whatever people want to say about the players, what about that? Under Conte, we lost 2-1 to NS Miura. Unacceptable. But listen, it's not about that. For me, if we get to that final, if we get into that tournament, I expect us to play strong team after strong team. We're not good enough to win the league. Let's be honest. We haven't got a score good enough to win the league. If that is where we end up, then I want us to go all out and win it, because I think we have the rights to, and we should do. We're good enough to. We've got enough players. Look at the teams that are in it. No disrespect to Fiorentina, but West Ham should be beating them. No disrespect. Our defense is terrible. The fact we're going to be signing Longley on a permanent deal is mind-boggling. Yeah, the back line's right, agreed. Nothing really outstanding. It's not good enough. That back line is poor. I agree. But listen, I'm all for giving it an opportunity, giving it a try. Why not? My thought is, what have we got to lose? Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about Kulusevski. But his day hasn't happened all season, really. His last season, great. What a player. New, something different that we've got. Now, no, I don't know. I'm a bit sceptical with the likes of Dejan Kulusevski at the moment. Kulis had to prove when he first joined, warmed the bench. Juve at Spurs, he's lost his hunger. Most of ours are content to finish 4th rather than compete, mate. Biggest problem at our club, the culture at Tottenham is to get into the Champions League, and I don't believe that's what players want, because I genuinely do think players want to win stuff. But unfortunately, when you're at this football club, we've got players at this football club being here too long and understand the regime. They know at Tottenham, it's kind of been brainwashed into a lot of players at this football club that finishing 4th is some sort of achievement. Look over at Spain right now. Two players, one that's out on loan and one that was our ex-player in Eric Lamela and Brian Hill, are in a final against our old manager. Make that of what you will. Jose Mourinho, serial winner, wasn't a fan of him at Tottenham, couldn't stand because of his Chelsea links. He doesn't settle to get Roma into the Champions League. Roma haven't been in there for so long. No, what he goes and does, he goes and wins one European trophy last season, and he could go and win another one this season. Make that of what you will. That man wins trophies. There's no, we need to be in the Champions League at Roma. No, let's go and win stuff. Why can't we? Same with Sevilla. Kuva, he's probably not, he's not in the chat, but if he is in here and he hears it, and he'll know he's one that. Why can't Tottenham be the Sevilla of England? We win European trophies. They win European trophies. Yes, they don't win the Champions League, but I tell you, look how many times they've won the Europa League. And I think there's a lot of football clubs in this country that disrespect the Europa League. Arsenal fans are one of them. I know there's some of you in here. Load of them disrespect the Europa League. It's a trophy they've never won. Spurs have won it a couple of times. I'd love us to win it for a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th time. Look at what Sevilla do. Most decorated team to win the Europa League. Why can't we go out there and win that? What's the odds that Sanchez gives... mate, you could name about 5 or 6 players, to be fair, mate. Literally. We concede constantly. In fact, man, in Spain, Germany, Italy, you don't hear any of this top 4 race, phase 3 and all that waffle. Fans in foreign countries are ruthless. It is, and do you know what it is, Jaminho? And the reason why it's become like that is the money in England is skyrocketed. The money in this country has skyrocketed, and the fans have changed. I'm not blaming fans, by the way. I don't blame fans. However, there's no such thing as ultras in this country anymore because they've been priced out. Used to be. Listen, you had the casuals back in the 80s and stuff, and they were kicking lumps out of everyone. I'm not condoning violence. However, they made their club. They set how they felt about the club. But in the 90s and then in the noughties, prices of tickets went up to the point now you're paying. Some people are paying 90 quid to go and watch their team play. Season tickets that are over $2,000. The day-to-day fan is slowly wilting away. And unfortunately, I'm not condoning violence, but you don't get that elsewhere. You don't get that in Germany because the match-going fan is treated right. And the match-going fan is there every single week. You're seeing less and less people every season that go every year because they can't afford it. And that, for me, is the massive difference between other European countries and England. That, for me, is the reason. The culture has changed in football in this country. And that, for me, is what it is. What do you make of Kochu Lings? You need a cam. It would also stop Kane having to drop back in the ball. Mate, if we get in Arne Slot and he's the player that we want, it makes sense, by the way. He's at Feyenoord. He's just won the league at Feyenoord with Arne Slot. These links that he's coming and this lad, Kochu lad, is coming in. For me, it kind of makes sense. It makes sense that sort of link up is happening. Then you can't tell me there's a coincidence that his man's captain is also linked to Tottenham as he's linked to Tottenham. So for me, I have no problems as long as it's the manager. For me now, whoever the manager is, it doesn't have to be Arne Slot. It could be whoever really at the moment. They need time at Tottenham. They need time to get rid of dead wood. They need time to start building massively. I expect to finish next season. I'm sorry, but it's the history of the Tottenham. Well, Genino, the history of the Arsenal is to throw it away when they need to. I'll put it back on you. Listen, we've been terrible this season. You don't need me to sort of pretend and do some sort of fake positivity crap. Not who I am. I think we've been absolute god-awful, and we don't deserve to be in Europe next season. Honestly, we don't deserve it. If we do, we do. But I think we'll finish 7th and be in the Europa Conference League. Big up, mate. Big up. How's it going? And big up to everyone in the chat, all 18 of you. If you haven't, please like the stream. It'd be amazing if you could do so. How many people have liked it right now? Let's have a look at this. Who's liked it? We've got, 19 is it? 19 on the old like counter? If you haven't, go and like the stream, guys. Yeah, 19 of you. Get that to over 30. Come on, guys. Come on, let's do this. Mourinho probably would have won the League Cup. For me, I've always been on this sort of balance. I thought Jose should have gone a long time ago with Spurs. I thought he was past his sell-by date. However, what I did say was sacking him before a cup final was just made no sense. It literally made no sense. Because we might as well have given him a go to try and win that final. If he didn't, because I don't think we'd have beaten Man City anyway, personally. I genuinely don't think we'd have beaten Man City whatsoever. We were gone way for me, we should have sacked him after getting battered by Zagreb at their place. But for me, it's all about you should have sacked him because it would have just made no sense. It just made no sense. Sanchez about as a chocolate teapot. Mate, listen, I don't think we've got one good defender at the moment at this football club. People hype about Christian Romero. I think he's absolutely the most overrated player at this football club. Overrated. I think fans love him because he's better than what we've got. And I mean, that's mad, isn't it? Like, let's be honest. It's a terrible, terrible state of affairs that he gets rated. I think he's average. I think he's made good when good defenders are around him. And you could tell that when you were in when he was at Argentina. You put a good player like Otamendi next to him and he's decent. What do you think of Tanganga has potential? I think the only reason Japhet Tanganga is only here because he's a Spurs player. He's a Spurs Academy player and we need him for registration purposes. I'll be honest, had a lot of time for him. But he can't stay fit and I don't think he's good enough. I'll be honest, I don't think he's good enough. Romero's awful. He's the best of a bad... Yeah, mate, exactly. I think he's bang average. Spurs fans absolutely love Romero. And Do you know what it makes me laugh? Romero gives me the same vibes as Eric Lamela, because I thought Eric Lamela was terrible at Tottenham. But because he can go in for a challenge, he's a bit of a shithouse, as they all like to say. I want good defenders. I want good players. I thought Eric Lamela's a crap player. But we need to work a lot harder in getting it. I think we've just kicked off as well. My stream is way delayed. So if you're in the chat, guys, let me know if you know the scores and we can give them. What do you think Kane's going to do in the summer? I actually think he'll sign a new contract once the manager and director of football situation is sorted. Seems like a one-club man. Oh, the Harry Kane saga. You might as well call me Captain Javiana. I'll take Sean's position on this. Harry Kane at Spurs. What do I think of Harry Kane at Spurs? I love him. I love him. I think he's the only player that deserves any respect and credit at this football club at the moment. Genuinely, the only one, because he's dragged us over the line. However, with Harry Kane, where do we go further with him? I think he's elite. The question's got to be asked with Harry Kane. If he doesn't sign a contract, what do you do? I think that's the key part. If he doesn't sign a contract, what do you do? If let's just say Chelsea or Man United put £100 million down on the table for a player with 1 year left on his contract, also a player that hasn't signed a new deal, where do you go with that? Honestly, where do you go with that? Let me know in the chat, guys. If £100 million was put on the table tomorrow for Harry Kane from Chelsea, Man United, Newcastle, whoever, it doesn't really matter who, do you accept or do not reject it? Genuinely. Player that's not signed a new deal, £100 million for a 30-year-old with 1 year left on his contract, and you got £100 million for. Do you take the money, or go, do you know what? We're going to keep him for 1 more year and hope he signs a new deal. Because this is such a hard point, by the way. Because if it was any other player, I'd say take the money. If it was Heung-min Son, take the money. Kane, I mean, there's a reason why I've got his picture up all in my flat here. He's everywhere. Club legend, what a player. It's a tough one. We have kicked off. My stream is about 10 minutes behind. I don't know how. I'm going to try and find a new one that is better. So, I am worried today. What do I think? I think we'll win 2-1, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near pretty. I'm trying to find a better stream. No, it's decided. My stream has decided to crash. Absolutely brilliant. What a start to the stream, guys. What a start. Right, let me find this. We will be going also on to the games later on, and maybe even the Arsenal game later on as well. Looks like my stream is completely crashed, by the way. My whole thing is gone. Oh, brilliant. What a start. What's the chances we're 1-0 down before my stream decides to load back up? Oh, we're back up. Here we go. Okay, guys. We've got 11 of you in here. If you haven't, please like the stream. If anyone wants to come and join, by the way, you're more than welcome. I will pop the link in once we get to 30 likes. We get to 30 likes, we will definitely throw a link into the description. And you can all welcome to join the stream. So we've kicked off now here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I believe, let me just see how far behind I am. I'm a few minutes behind, so I'm going to try and find a stream that is a bit quicker. Okay, that's better. I think I've got one that's at 3 minutes, so I think I'm about a minute behind. So, guys, let's talk about it. Jaminho's been put in the chat. Thinks Spurs will finish 7th into the Conference League. What does anyone else is in the chat think, though? Do people think that we're going to finish in that position? Do you think we're going to finish further up the table? I'm worried at the moment at Spurs. I'm genuinely worried about where we finish. Because I'm worried. I would happily take 8th place and not be in Europe next season and go, do you know what? We've got a year out and stuff. But I also think that the Conference League is a real opportunity just to win us something. And I think we need to be understanding of ourselves. We're about Conference League level at the moment. We're not a good team to be in Europe. And we also need to keep the coefficient up. The further time outside of Europe, the lower the coefficient. Look at Arsenal. Haven't been in Europe for a while, or haven't been in the top tier of European football. They're now down in the pot 3. They have an opportunity that they could end up getting what the likes of Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Arsenal in a group. Arsenal lot, let me know what your thoughts are being in pot 3, because I would be worried if I was you guys. It's still 0-0 at the stadium. Long ball coming. Suns are good defending. So guys in the chat, we're going. Oh, Kane's in. Oh, easy for David Raya. Talking of David Raya, there is obviously he's leaving Brentford at the end of the season. It looks like. Anyone in the chat think that Spurs could be nabbing him, bringing him to Tottenham? Would you have a David Raya? If you're in the chat and you think that, what do you think? Do you think we'll be signing David Raya? And if you can, guys, please sub to the channel if you haven't, and also hit the like button. It means the world. Zinchenko against Coman would be. There's a lot of things about Zinchenko, Nathan. It'd be nice to hear your thoughts on it. What are your thoughts on Zinchenko? Because I hear a lot of negativity about him. He's a good player, but where do you see him fitting next season? Because he does tend to be more inverted, so he drifts into midfield a lot. Does that leave a lot of problems out on that left-hand side defensively if he is drifting inside? Because for me, that is a key problem. You don't really need... Sometimes you need a left-back to be your left-back. So let me know your thoughts on that, mate. Let me know. Because I don't know with him. I really don't know. And if anyone wants to come on, by the way, please hit the like button, guys. If you're here and you haven't, hit that like button. And also, sub to the channels below. Sub to these channels. If you're on Twitch, sub to the Twitch. If you're not subbed to me on Twitter as well, do that. And obviously, here on YouTube, we need to. I believe Tottenham have gone 1-0 up, by the way. We'll just answer this one. I haven't seen it yet, but let me just watch this. Can't defend, but we're dominating the game. Brilliant, blah, blah, blah. Hey, you lot have jumped in. So there has been... Harry Kane has scored. I haven't seen it yet, so bear with me and let me watch this. Because you lot have jumped ahead of me. Let's watch this. Okay. Free kick, edge of the box. Harry Kane steps up. You're not joking me. He's not going to hit this and bury this. Sorry, guys. I am watching. Harry Kane steps up. Kane. Here we go. Oh, okay. Free kick, edge of the box from Spurs. Harry Kane steps up. Oh, the anticipation. Oh, what a goal! Oh, it's unbelievable! Harry Kane has actually scored a free kick. Oh, it's magical. You've jumped in and beat me to it, but what a free kick that is. Finally, he's broken his free kick up. I can't believe it. Imagine being in that stadium. I was there when Harry Kane finally scored a free kick. I mean, there must be relief because everyone kept telling me he can't score them. What a free kick. Wow. Wow, guys. Wow. That is unbelievable, by the way. That is unbelievable. Oh, I'm watching it now. Oh, it's magic. You don't save him. And you know what's amazing? He puts it into the same corner as the keeper. The fact he's bent that, oh, it's amazing. Kulusevski take a bow for the assist, by the way. The little back heel, just enough bend on it. Oh, what a goal. Oh, that's wonderful. Come on, you Spurs. You must be you lucky people that are at the game. I was there when Harry Kane scored the worldie of a free kick. He's magic, isn't he? He's he's a magician. He is a magician. That is special, special goal. Amazing. Guys. Let me know your thoughts on that. What a goal, by the way. Yeah, no, my stream is about a couple minutes behind. I'm trying to find a better one that's a bit earlier. But what a goal, by the way. What a free kick from Harry Kane. What a free kick. Let me go and find another one. I'm going to try and find a new stream that's not about a mile behind everyone. Let's have a look. Let me know, guys. If you haven't, please subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, it would be amazing if you could do so. That would mean the world to me if you can. I'm going to go and try and find a new stream that's not about 10 minutes behind. I mean, I found a stream that's not even at 1-0 yet. Wow, that's incredible. We're going to go and dig out and try and find a new stream that is not so far behind. Let's keep going. So, let me find a new stream, guys. 1-0 Tottenham. Harry Kane with an absolute worldie, by the way. It was an absolute beautiful goal. I think we've got a chance in here. He's a weird one. I think I found one that's not too far behind now. I think one here. This one's about a minute behind, so it might be about 60 seconds behind the live stream. Son's in. Oh, his touch, Son! His first touch isn't good enough. What have we seen here? How's he not scored? Exactly, how's he not scored? His confidence is in front of goal, is plummeted. Do you know what it is? It's not his finishing. It's his first touch is terrible. So look, here he goes. He's in on goal. I'm watching the replay. First touch is poor, and the ball, he doesn't get contact on the ball, and it just gives the defender enough chance to get back in on goal. That's just frustrating. What an opportunity. What an opportunity there to go 2-0 up. Tell you what, here we've got these are on the beach, by the way. Brentford are on the beach. We need to be hammering them now. Really, guys, come on. We can feel this kid really build some confidence in the last game of the season. We look at I'm just going to go and have a look at the Premier League the league table, because does anyone think Spurs could finish in the Europa League, by the way? Or am I jumping the gun just a bit? Let's have a little look. Currently, if it stays like it is, Spurs are 6th in. Mason in. Mate, listen, Ryan Mason's 4-4-2. Here we go. But listen, in all seriousness, I love the guy, but he can't be our manager. But fair play to him. He's done all right, hasn't he? If it stays like this, Spurs are in 6th place, above Villa, above Brighton. Brighton still have 2 games in hand. Villa have a game in hand. So if it stays like this, Spurs could. If it stays like this, and Brighton, who have to go and play Southampton tomorrow, Man City, and then Villa. If they don't win at Southampton, there is a real opportunity. Spurs could sneak in and sneak 6th place. Would people want to be in the Europa League or the Conference League? I think I'd rather be in the Europa League, of course. It's a better competition. But, so I'll be interested to see where we do finish now. I saw Mason the other day in the barber shop. He's a nice bloke and had a good chat. Yeah, mate, I think Ryan Mason's such a nice bloke. But listen, does that mean I want him to be our manager next season? Of course it doesn't. I look at it and go, for me, there's a meritocracy. There's a meritocracy when it comes to managerial thing. It's also why I use Arteta as a great example. Did Arteta earn the right to be Arsenal manager? Being Arsenal manager, you should earn the right to be it. I had the same conversation with a few people. I said, if I was Mason now, I'd leave Tottenham at the end of the season. Not in a bad way. I think you should leave and go and get a job in League One, League Two, or whatever, and manage in League One, League Two for next season. Work forward and build your Get your credit. Get credit in the bank. Maybe in the championship. Go and find a championship team that you can identify with. Even if there's an opportunity, go back to Hull. They did a massive job for him there. And I think about it all the time. I think he's a good bloke, and I think not in a bad way. I think staying at Tottenham hinders his progression as a manager, because I think he'll be a good manager. And I could even see him managing Tottenham in the future. But now, no way, not now. Spurs will finish in the Europa League, ironically, the same as West Ham for winning the Conference League. Who's had the better season? Philly, West Ham. They've lifted silverware. Here's another question. There's the Arsenal lads in the chat. Who's had a better season this season? Man United or Arsenal? Genuinely, who's had the better season? Man United or Arsenal? Because I sit back and think I can understand both points arguments, and I like to see people's comments in there. Man United potentially could do a domestic double this season. Arsenal basically fought to the last few games in competing for the title, but will finish second without a trophy. Who's had the better season? Who would you have rather been this season? Would you rather been under Ten Hag with Man United or under Arteta or at Arsenal? Nathan said, Man United, we've done no different to Newcastle. Yeah, that's what I mean, though. Man United realistically might go and finish in the Champions League. They may not. But they'll also finish in the Champions League with a trophy and potentially a second trophy. And I think, do you know what we have in this country? And it's very similar to what I was talking about earlier, about what is success. And I had this debate with a friend of mine in the week. Really big debate. They were on more about, was Pochettino a success at Tottenham? Could you account his tenure at Tottenham as successful? For me, I can't consider him being successful. I can say him being progressive. He progressed at Tottenham massively. He progressed and he improved us. But was he successful? For me, no. He didn't win anything. And the argument is winning a domestic trophy better than raising a culture and an ethos at the club? Is finishing 10th in the league with an FA Cup better than finishing third in the league and not winning a cup? I think we have very much an attitude of this in this country where, because the money is in the Champions League, everyone all of a sudden, and this wave of new fan now thinks that because you've qualified for the Champions League, it's considered success. How? You never had this in the 90s, in the 80s and stuff. Success was all about winning trophies. We haven't won anything. We haven't won anything since 2008. It's mad, isn't it? Because you could argue one day Ramos was more successful at Tottenham than any manager since. And he was god-awful, by the way. One day Ramos was awful. But he was more successful. Ten Hag, even though I don't think he's as good as everyone makes out to me, have a feeling that Arteta is our Brendan Rodgers. He'll just never get us over the line. I can see that. And do you know what it is with Ten Hag? I actually rate Ten Hag. I genuinely rate Ten Hag. He came in with a lot of balls. And hear me out. What did Ten Hag do straight away when he came to Man United? He axed the captain and he axed the superstar. Harry Maguire was dropped. Didn't play him again unless he had to. And dropped Cristiano Ronaldo. He could have easily gone in and gone, do you know what? He's the captain and he's Ronaldo. I have to play these two. He went, nah, screw that. I want my guy in. So he brought in Lisandro Martinez and went, I want my guy in here and I'll bring him into the fourfold. And then what I'll do is I'll change the system and make it so Marcus Rashford plays up top, or we change the system to base it around without Ronaldo. Axed Ronaldo, ripped his contract up. He went off to Al Nassr. And Harry Maguire is probably going to get released or sold at the end of the season. It takes balls to do that, and I rate that for him. I'm bored of and I use it into conjunction, and it's definitely not the same thing. So people don't quote me in saying this is what I'm saying. It's the same what Ten Hag did to what happened at Tottenham. Conte came in and went, do you know what? I like Eric Dyer. He could be a top player under me. Really? Based on what? Based on what? Eric Dyer has been terrible for a very long time. So how is he somehow managing? How can he be the one that everyone really rates and craves over? And that for me is where the difference in managers are. Was Conte just playing Eric Dyer and saying all the stuff about Eric Dyer because he felt he had no one better? Oh, I started earlier and I forgot to do it, Philly. So if you're still in the chat, Philly, mate, this is for you. So I started from earlier. Do you believe we need to sell to buy in the summer? I saved it from earlier, way before, and I completely forgot because the game started. I think we need to do both, if I'm honest. We should be doing both. We should be selling and buying. And not just the proceeds from what we sell, we buy. We need to input a lot of money into this club now, improve what we've got, but sell a lot of dross. And listen, I'm not one of these that thinks, all of a sudden we're going to go and sell 20 players and then bring in 20. I'm not delusional. I'm happy for us to do it over 2-3 windows. Don't mind. But I want to see us actually going out there and going, do you know what? If I have to, I'm ripping up Ndombele's contract. I'm ripping up Lo Celso's contract if I can't sell him. I'm ripping up Eric Dyer's. I'm ripping up this person's. The fact that we have a chance to potentially offering Eric Dyer a new contract, for me, is absolutely laughable. And if Eric Dyer gets a new contract before the manager is announced, how can anyone not be ENIC and Levy out? Because there's no shadows or cast around now. There's only one man that would be offering him a new contract. One person. And that is Mr. Levy. I wanted to talk about Daniel Levy. I didn't think I was going to go into it right now, but I wanted to talk. Let's talk about it now whilst we're sort of 20 odd minutes into the game. 23 minutes into the game. So let's talk about it. That statement. That's the statement. If people can bear with me for two moments, I'm just going to go and get the I'm just going to go get it up. I'm going to go get that I'm going to go and get the into the statement that he put out. So just bear with me because I want to read it out and I want to gauge people's opinion on it. Let me just find it. Hang on a second. I'm so sorry, guys. Just bear with me. Yeah, big up Terry, by the way. Big up, mate. Welcome to the channel. Conte was compromised with Spurs, but most managers were forced to work with the players they had, don't. Mourinho and Ali. Do you know what? You're right. But I think we have to remember as well, guys. We genuinely have to remember that I think Jose had a worse squad than Conte did. I think Conte, and before anyone quotes me, I thought Conte got backed. I don't like using the word, but got backed more than Jose did. Jose got more out of this team than Conte got out of Spurs. If I'm honest, I'm just trying to find the interview, the statement. Where is it? It's on here somewhere. I might have to go onto the website then, I think. Let me have a look. I'm not sure where it's gone. I'm just going to go and try and find the comments on it. So for me on that side of things, I thought Conte was... didn't get the best out of what he had there. We bought in players for him, and realistically, the players he got in haven't been great. And that could be down to a lot of things. That's not me blaming Antonio Conte, because I think he had to do a lot of it with one arm tied behind his back. And fair play to the comments that he did say. I think people always jump to the sort of side of that I don't like Conte, X, Y, and Z. But let's be honest, I'm not one of these people. I actually think fair play to what he said. I agreed with everything that he said, by the way. But I also felt that he wasn't the answer. He wasn't the answer as well. But That's the side of it. I'm just trying to find this thing. It must be on the it must be on the website then. So I'm just going to go and have a look on the website. If anyone's got it, by the way, send it the link in because I can't find it. But I do want to go through it. Let's have a look. I'm assuming it is on the website. So let's have a look. We've got about 20 minutes left of the game at the moment. It's still Tottenham 1, Brentford 0. An absolute worldie from Harry Kane if you haven't seen it. Absolute beauty. I'm just trying to find... Oh, there we go. Chairman's message. I found it. I have found it. Let's have a read of the chairman's message. The chairman's message. So I'm going to put it up on screen for everyone to read. And we can all read it as a collective. I'm just going to give it a bit of a zoom in. Okay, let me share my screen and show you guys. And we're going to talk about it together. And I want to dissect it because I've read it fully. I've read parts of it. Okay, here we go. Chairman Daniel Levy provides a message for supporters in our official match day program for today's final home match against Brentford. Dear supporters, it's been an immensely difficult season. We made footballing decisions over recent based on ambition and desire to the success of our football club, and they've not delivered what we had hoped. Your frustrations has been understandable, and for all of us at the club has shared. We've undertaken a thorough and rigorous review of our footballing operations. Scott Munn will join us in the summer as our new Chief Footballing Officer, and we're looking forward to share further news with us post-season. Today, we need to focus on finishing the season as strongly as we can and get behind Ryan Mason and Vicky Epson as their respective teams want to and I want to specifically thank Ryan, not for the first time, Ryan, who has been with us since age of 7, who has Spurs in his blood and has taken the reins and led a team supported by Matt Wells, Nigel Gibbs, Perry Suckling and Gianni Rio through the last few fixtures. Thanks also to Vicky, supported by Anton Blackwood and Ryan Hudson, who have led the women's team for their latter part of the season. Our women's team will be taking on Reading in the historic double-header today. This was the season where Harry Kane made a club history, breaking Jimmy Green's long-standing record and becoming the club's all-time leading goal scorer with a number 267 in our game against Manchester City. He then went on to become England's top goal scorer. Congratulations to Harry. These are amazing achievements and no doubt more come, made even more special by the fact that Harry is a graduate of our academy. And in regards to the academy this season, I also want to congratulate the under-17s, under-18s who have won their respective League Cups with their coaches, Stuart Lewis and Bradley Allen. It speaks volumes about our player development at this level. They will take to the field at half-time to enjoy a lap of honour. Today, we say a fond farewell to Lucas Moura. Lucas, we wish you well, and we forgive you a place in our history of a remarkable hat-trick against Ajax in the Champions League semi-final 2019. I should like to thank everyone at the club, all the staff across our locations and our players from their dedication, hard work during what has been a busy and often challenging season. The men and women's players will take to the pitch after their matches to show appreciation for your support. And I thank you too. We shall spend this period ahead of next season working relentlessly to the position of our club on the pitch, blah, 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 blah. I wish you all and your families well, good health in the summer. Okay. Let's dissect that, guys. Let's dissect it. What a load of waffle just to say I got it wrong. Now, Philly, you're right. What a load of waffle to basically say I got it wrong. And listen, I'm going to be devil's advocate here. Devil's advocate for 1 second here. What is he right in what he said? Should he have said what he said? Or has Mr. Levy admitted to what he's done wrong here? What's your thoughts? Yeah, how about no? We do not want Daniel Levy at this football club anymore. I've had enough of him. has he got any credit left? I don't think he's had any for a long time, but Mr. Levy has made mistakes this season. He admitted to it. But he's also made to the fact that it's been a challenging season. Is it been a challenging season? Or have we completely underestimated how poor we actually are? Can we improve? Because for me, guys, I'm worried. Was this the last plea to keep that Harry Kane at the football club? Because we need to keep a hold of Harry Kane as quick as we can. What are people's thoughts in the chat about Harry Kane? Can we retain Harry Kane? Do people think that Harry Kane will be still at this football club next season? Let me know. We're half an hour into the game on mine at the stream. Let me just see something here. How are we getting on? 1-0, 20 minutes in, half an hour in. We've got 19 now. So whoever's just subscribed, by the way, massive thank you to who's just subscribed. We are 19 away from the magic 600. So if you could, please subscribe. It would mean the world. Where are we at now? Come on, Tottenham. Good ball in. Oh, it's a good little return. Make that run. Give it back to him. Oh, come on. Good run, that is. I think that was I want to say it was Dan Juma. Good run from him. So I am worried about where we're gonna finish off in the season. So we go in. It's been a good half. I think we've slowed off again. Why have we tailed off again? What's going on? Oh, we do this every time. We get a lead and we just tail off a bit. I said we'd win 2-1, so I guess it's not been too bad. Big up Philly. If we need to sell to buy, then we might as well sell Kane, and then we can buy it as we have no excuses. Philly, mate, I think we're in a catch-22, really, aren't we? You lose Harry Kane. Let's just say again, keep the around 100 million quid. Does anyone think we're going to go and put that money back in? And when I say put it back in, I mean correctly. Because for me, I think we've already got our striker post Harry Kane. I think Richarlison is that person. I genuinely think Richarlison is that player that we're going to be employing post Harry Kane, if I'm honest. I can't see it anyone else. Does anyone else? Does anyone else think that we're going to employ anyone else post Harry Kane? Because I don't. I think Harry Kane will be Richarlison. And then for me, it's who do you then bring in as a number 10 that can offer a bit more creativity? The lad from Feyenoord, well, it makes sense if Arne Slot's coming in. They'll want to bring his captain along. Let's just put my chair back up. So it would make sense if we bring him in. But I'm genuinely worried, guys. I'll be honest, I am genuinely worried. Well, Tony's a great example because me and my friend Nick, who's at the game, so big up to, by the way, Kenzie Min. If you haven't, go and watch the live stream I had with him on Thursday. We had a good chat and a bit of a chat about Brentford, a bit of chat about Tottenham. And we said, could signing Ivan Toney in the summer, could that be a blessing in disguise? Hear me out. You could get him a lot cheaper. So you could get him maybe 20 million quid cheaper. So you could sign him for 30 million quid maybe. Bargain if he's as good as he is. And then you could loan him out because at the moment he can play abroad. Loan him out for 6 months abroad. So anywhere else would be good. So you could loan him out to somewhere in Spain, Italy, Germany, France, whoever, for 6 months. Allow him to be match fit because at the moment the Premier League are trying to get him banned in Europe and across the board. But here's my thoughts. Imagine we signed him for 6 months. We signed him on a permanent deal for 30 million quid. I'm not saying that's the price, but just as hypothetically, loaned him out to somewhere in Germany or Holland or wherever, it doesn't really matter. Someone that needs a striker for 6 months. He either gets him game time, gets him to play, and then we bring him back when his back in January when his ban is over. Boom, you've got a ready-made player that's been doing this, that, and the other across the board. That could be pragmatic, and obviously that would all be dependent if you can, as long as he can get game time elsewhere. Can Spurs be that proactive? Can Spurs be that proactive? No, but the money from Kane is spent onwards, not the fans, because we are scared. That's irresponsible, and that's not no. Agreed, Philly, mate. It's not on the fans. Whoever we sign has got nothing to do with fans. I keep hearing this notion about fans. By the way, there was a fella. I'm not going to mention his name for obvious reasons, but there was a fella that was tweeting me throughout the week. And if you're here, by the way, big up, by the way, mate. But you were completely wrong. Basically said, fans like me that didn't want Conte are the reason this club is in a mess. Why? And I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant right now. How? Because fans like me that didn't like Conte, what's that got to do with the price of eggs? What has that got to do with the price of eggs? Me not liking Antonio Conte has no bearing on if we keep a manager or not. The owners made that problem. They didn't fully back him. And listen, I wasn't one of these that didn't like Conte. I actually liked Conte. I just didn't like the style of football. I thought we were boring. We were negative. I'm just seeing that replay of that free kick, by the way. What a goal. Oh, it's magical. You can watch that. That could be goal. That could be what goal of the season, by the way. That's an absolute worldie of a free kick, by the way. So I'm kind of in that sort of notion at the moment. You can't blame fans. Fans have an opinion. Fans have a right to an opinion. We should all be allowed that. Me not wanting Antonio Conte at Tottenham long term doesn't have no bearings if I want Daniel Levy gone. I want Daniel Levy gone if we had Pep Guardiola in charge, by the way. My bearings on anything, my bearings on this owner is that I've wanted him gone for years. And fans that were so pro Antonio Conte thought that fans that didn't want Conte were Levy in. How? Both are they're not mutually exclusive. You can absolutely despise Antonio Conte and also despise the owner. You can also not like Conte and despise the owner. But you could also love Antonio Conte and love the owner. Both could be all valid and stuff. So for me, it was all bearings, by the way. It's all about the bearings of it all. I want the best for this football club. However, whatever that is, I want that. So yeah. I want success at this football club. I want success. Heck, I've said to people all along, I was saying this, I want to be standing next to a random bloke in the stadium and Harry Kane goes and puts a worldie in and it's won us the league. I want to be kissing random people in the stadium because we've won the league. Kissing blokes on the head because we just won the league, going berserk. I'd love all that. Heck, I want all of it. I was really upset the other day because I went down to the Arc de Triomphe in Barcelona. Yes, not the French one, the Spanish one in Barcelona, the Arc de Triomphe. And they had the parade, the bus parade from Barcelona. They just won the league. Waves and waves of fans congregating, flares going off, fireworks going off. Flashbangs going off. The place was crazy. People climbing up on traffic lights just to see the players that had just won in the league at Espanyol. I sat there and went, I haven't experienced that in my life. I haven't experienced that collective joy from thousands, not from absolute masses on a bus tour. I would do anything for it. Genuinely would do absolutely anything for Spurs to be lifting the Premier League trophy and going around North London berserk because we've just won the league. And for me, that's the hardest part. Singing glory, glory, Tottenham Hotspur, losing my voice. But I'm worried that we won't get there. I'm genuinely worried we won't get there. Does anyone genuinely see us getting there? Because I'd love us to. I'd absolutely love it. You know the saying, I'd love it if we could just win it. The Champions League, the Premier League. Heck, I'd do it if we won the Europa League, you know. Why not? A trophy. Heck, at the moment, I'd celebrate an egg and spoon race with that. It's that painful at the moment. Oh, so we've got 5 minutes till half time. How is everybody in the chat, by the way? There's 10 of you in here. So big up to everyone in the chat. So let me know how you are doing. I just want us to actually be inspired at this club at the moment. I'm so tired at the moment. Yep. Get Levy out. I'm assuming it's get Levy out, of course. Oh dear. So what are people's thoughts? Because everyone told me that we couldn't play 4-4-2, by the way. We've looked good today. Nothing exciting, but we have looked good. So 4-4-2, we've looked comfortable. Oh dear. How are we? Got 11 of you in the stream. So if you're in the stream, big up everybody. Let me see, because how many have we got? We've got, what, 22 likes. Do you know what? Shall I put the link into the chat? Let me know in the chat, guys, if anyone wants to jump on and join me. Go on, screw it. Here we go. Come on. Spread the love. If you want to jump on, let me know. I'll put it on Twitch as well. If any of you are on Twitch and want to come on as well, go on. As long as rule 101 is you have to have your camera up. So if you want to jump on, Pamel, mate, if you want to come on, mate, you're welcome as well, by the way. Just come on and we have a little chinwag. Oh, it's a good run. Son. So Emerson, give it him back. Oh, it's so close, Danjuma. What an opportunity that is. What a chance. Mate, Philly, I'm in that. I'll take anything in Spurs right now. Conference, yes, I'm tired. Oh, we were close. Mate, do you know what it is, Philly, mate? I see a lot of it now, and I think, do you know what it is? It's now people kind of use the sort of Conte, not Conte, sorry, the Pochettino side of things, and going, he never won anything. Listen, I think Pochettino had a lot more positives and negatives at Tottenham. Yes, he didn't win anything, but it elevated the level. However, I think he will sit back and regret not winning stuff at Tottenham, genuinely, because I think we had such a good squad. He built such a good squad at Spurs that we didn't get over the line. And I had this discussion with a friend of mine. I mentioned earlier. I had this discussion. I said we needed to go and win. Doha free kick. Yeah, mate. Yeah, we've not been. We've not. It's one of those. Do you know what? It's been controlled and concise, really, mate. So as I was saying, that, do you know what? Actually, we needed to win a League Cup or an FA Cup, and it would have. I genuinely think, and hear me out. This is my hypothetical. If Spurs had won an FA Cup or a League Cup early on in the Pochettino era, does anyone think that we'd have gone and won that Champions League final? Personally, I do. I honestly have a feeling that actually if we'd have won that, we could have bounced on and won a bit more. We'd have had the energy to go and win more. Big up Philly, mate. That was the unfinished that Pochettino didn't win. Exactly. And for me, the chance was the season after, not the Leicester one, when Leicester won the league, the year after, we improved points-wise. So we did improve. I always rate stuff on points. So you can't judge it on position because positions change and stuff. Judge it on points. It's easy. It's an easy scope to judge seasons on. Have you got more points than the season before? Yes. We finished second to Chelsea when they had that mad season under Conte where he seemed to just win everything. And I kind of sat back and I thought, that was the year after that, not winning the league then, was, do you know what? Let's go and buy 2 superstars. Let's go and sign 2 £50 million superstars for this team. And improved it. Maybe another defender, midfielder, it doesn't really matter. And so I sit back and I think, that's where we needed to improve. And we didn't. We stagnated horribly. Oh, he's in it. Oh, come on, Kulu. Oh, good ball. Keep it in. Well done. Son. Kulusevski. Oh, good ball, son. Oh, come on. Shoot. Go on, get in there. Oh, what a chance. Mason Ball. The Mason Ball. Oh, that was a good chance. We're playing a lot better on the counter, to be honest. We are playing a lot better. But he's in it. Go on. Come on, son. Come on, do something with it. You've got to be quicker. I think it's hard to judge it though, because realistically, Brentford are on the beach now, aren't they? They thought that there was an opportunity for them if they could have jumped above us. Maybe, but I think it's realistic on where we are at the moment. Listen, as I said, I don't want Ryan Mason here long term because of how much I like the guy. I think he's a lovely bloke, but we can't have him here. No disrespect to Ryan Mason, as I said, absolute lovely fella, but we can't progress with him in charge. No disrespect to the guy. I think we're playing well though, but we're playing against a Brentford side that realistically are on the beach, aren't they? Realistically, they are sat on the beach. They don't want to. They're more than happy to just sit on the beach and chill, really. I'm just trying to find something, guys. If you want to jump in the chat, guys, the link is in the description. The link is in the chat now. So if you want to jump on, you're welcome over to Around the Grounds. We're going to stay on also, guys, after the Spurs game. So I want Philly, if you're in the chat as well, mate. If anyone wants to come on after the game and have their word and stuff, and I want to do a bit of a call-in show on people's thoughts on the game and what they thought about it. So let me know if you guys want to come in as well. Big up, Max. Big up, mate. Welcome to the chat. If you haven't, please subscribe to the channel, guys. If you haven't, please subscribe. I think we're 19 away. If you haven't subscribed, guys, that would be amazing. It would mean the world to me. So here we go. Who's this? It's Son on the ball. Yeah. So if you guys, I want to get people's thoughts and things, and we'll have a just quick on and off with people's thoughts on the game and what they thought. So I'm just trying to find something. I'm getting a bit distracted, and I need to stop getting distracted and try and find what I was actually doing for you guys. Yeah, because I was just going to have a look at something quickly. So guys, if you haven't, please like the stream. I think we're on. What are we on now on the stream now? We're at 22. So no, 23, I believe we're on now. So please like the stream. We should be 3-0 up. Listen, as I said, Brentford have been poor today. We've been in cruise control, but David Raya's done well. So I'll tell you what, that's good signs, by the way. It's half time. So if anyone wants to come on, by the way, for a half time chinwag, I love a half time chinwag with what people's thoughts are. But yeah, we've been comfortable today. Nothing. It's one of those games really. Nothing's been massively exciting, but yeah, it's been a bit of a massive shout for subbing, by the way. Yeah, by 6 balloons on the pitch, Daryl, mate. I think. Do you know what it is? Is it needs to be hit on TV. If it gets on TV, Max, massive thank you to you, my friend. Absolute legend for subbing. That's 18 away, guys. 18 away. Just so we're at half time. I'm just going to ask around if anyone wants to come on for a bit of a. So I'm just asking about maybe might get Jacob on. I'm going to ask him. So yeah, so we're just. So yeah, so so at the moment, guys, it's Tottenham 1, Brentford 0, half time at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. A game which really we've been cruising. It's been simple, it's been easy. It moves Spurs up to 6th place. Brighton still have 2 games in hand on us, but they have to play Man City. They have to play Man City. So 6th place is realistically where we should be looking at now. We can't finish above Liverpool. Really? Oh well, we can. I think no, we can't now. No, we can't. So realistically, guys, let's keep it up, guys. If we can win the last 2 games of the season, it's a good end to the season, isn't it? We should be beating Brentford and Leeds. We look like a game that we've been comfortable in. Really, realistically, we've been comfortable. I'm just asking around quickly, guys, if anyone wants to join. I'm just asking about people if they fancy coming on for just a chat about halftime. Yeah, so guys, we're trying to which, as I said, we're gonna have a little talk about it. So, what are people's thoughts about that at halftime? I thought we were comfortable. We looked like there was nothing really worrying us, but we're against a team that are realistically on the beach, aren't they? Let's be frank and honest. They're on the beach. We could have easily, comfortably led this game. So let me know. So it's Tottenham 1, Brentford 0. So we're at half time. So big up Philly. It is what it is with the protest. I pray they receive good numbers, but until values change within the fan base and they stand up and say enough is enough, they raise their standards. I'm assuming there's we will remain here. Philly, for me with these owners, and I get, by the way, this is not me having a go at anybody, because people always clip what I say and they take it way out of context. I get it. But the only way for me that solves this is people stop going to games. And I mean, I don't mean 5 or 6 people not going to games. I mean collectively, people stop going to games. Because what do these owners want? Money. They love the money. It's all about the money, money, money. We don't need your money, money, money. All that Jesse J stuff. But with that, we're not going anywhere, are we? We're not going anywhere because the club shop's packed out with people. Stadium's packed out. And for me, my notion would be, I get people's narrative on the, I do understand people's narrative about, oh, well, if I don't go, someone else is going to go. I get that. Stand in your beliefs. And when I say stand in it, nothing against nothing against these people, because I get why football's an emotive sport. Football's an emotive sport. So I get it. We love our club. Nobody should stop me from going to watch my team play. Get it. Completely and utterly get it. But look at other clubs across Europe. They do it. Who watched the Valencia game earlier on in the season? Who watched that? Because I genuinely think now, guys, that just hear me out. Imagine if next season, the opening game of the season, the whole ENIC out, all the protesters, all the people on social media who go, ENIC, Levy out. We want change. Imagining opening day of the season, football's back, guys. Everyone doesn't go one game on their season ticket. Doesn't sell it back. Yes, hits the pocket. But hear me out. Live on Sky Sports, Tottenham play Wolves. Live on Talk Sport. And they pan the camera. And there's 10,000 Spurs fans not going into the stadium. Not going in. All standing opposite the club shop, collectively on the high road. We're not going in. That's the message we need to. Yes, it doesn't financially hit their pocket. But I tell you what, it would get everyone talking, wouldn't it? So it looks like the Spurs fans are demonstrating outside the stadium. They're not going in. Blah, 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 blah. They're all sat there watching it on their phones or whatever to watch the game. What a moment. But will we get to that moment? Genuinely, will we get to that moment? How far does it take for people to do it? And listen, this isn't having a go at anybody. I don't go to games anymore. I said I haven't put a penny into the system for a while now. Into the Spurs ecosystem. But I get it with some people. They love the club. I will not lose my season ticket because of Daniel Levy. Get it. Completely and totally get it. What's the next step? We have got a guest on. And I want you to welcome her. Welcome, Mia. How are you doing,
Hello.
mate?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. How are you?
Let me go and put my headphones in now because I don't want the echo to sort of start peeling through. How are you doing? Talk to me.
Yes, I'm not too bad. Not too bad. On a sunny day. It's a lovely day here. So, yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Thoughts on it? What were you thinking on the first half performance?
Know what? It just looked, I feel like we were very controlled, Perchy, in that first half, you know. It just looked like we just had that real control. We looked actually quite confident because I know a lot of people, I was on the Irish Hotspur and everyone was being really negative about the lineup. And I said, listen, it looks like quite an attacking lineup to me because you've got Danjuma, you've got Kulusevski, Kane and Sonny on the pitch. So to me, it looked quite an attacking kind of way of playing. But everyone was quite negative about it, if I'm honest. Everyone was saying, oh no, we're playing Sanchez, and I can understand it, but I think actually
defensively we set up weak defensively. I mean, but then let's be frank and honest, we've been crap defensively all season. That's my thoughts on it. We've been terrible all season defensively.
Yeah,
so
Joe,
I think realistically it doesn't matter. Who do you pick over him? Eric Dyer? No, I'm all right. So it's like So I think today's a really hard barometer to judge it on, by the way, because I think Brentford look like they're on the beach. I think they're kind of seeing out the end of the season. They've got, realistically, they would have needed to go and have a big shift and go and beat Man City on the final day of the season for them to finish above us and get into Europe. So I think we've looked comfortable, but yeah, like listen, we've looked relatively comfortable, but it's one of those games of football, really. It's a very much a typical end of the season game.
Yeah.
Not much intensity. By the way, what a goal by Harry Kane, by the way. What
My
a
God,
goal.
phenomenal.
He's actually finding it a free kick. I mean, we've waited all
I
season for
know.
him to score a free kick. It feels like it's last time, it was ages for him to score a free kick. So, but what a goal. I
Yeah, it
think
was beautiful.
Son's been okay at patches. I just want to say, so Jack, just as the black balloons just have ENIC out on them, so they're throwing the ENIC out balloons onto the pitch. Basically, that's what the balloons are. So they're trying to get them onto the pitch. They get picked up by the cameras. That's basically just a bit of context. And I feel Brentford know their season's over. Tony's suspended, so today's result is irrelevant. Agreed. I'm in that same boat, really. I think it's one of those. I think it's easy to judge our performance, but you have to judge it subjectively. Subjectively, they've been there. They don't look like the Brentford they have been all season. But then, yeah, they've lost their talisman. So you could argue there's a lot of understanding when it comes to that side of things. But yeah, we've been very comfortable. But it's one of those now. This is the sort of games though we need to make a statement. Go into this second half now and get the second, the third, and maybe even the fourth goal. Just make a real statement about it. It's all good. This game might end up just finishing 1-0. Great, okay. It's a good performance. I think it's not been massively amazing. I think it's been better than we have been for a lot of the season. But I mean, the yardstick is so low for us at the moment that making 3 or 4 passes is considered a great game at the moment. That's how it feels like at the moment. Kane has insane technique. Would love him at United. Max, I'm worried if he does go to Man United because he can win the league at Man United. Honestly, I think Harry Kane's that good. He could be the difference maker. He's a bit like the Haaland coming to Man City at the moment. He will guarantee you 25 league goals, and he's the sort of player that will guarantee winning. And do you know what the one thing is Amir, this will be a good one for you to jump in on as well, by the way, is that if Kane goes to Man United, do we see a better Harry Kane?
Do you know, it's just really difficult to judge because he'll have probably better players around. Well, yeah, better players around him. So people could say that a better player comes with better players around them. So he's not always being the one that provides. He's the one who could be in the box and scoring the goals. So I think it's really hard to judge whether he will be a better Harry Kane or not. But I think that he could definitely win something.
Mia, do you know what it is with Harry Kane? There's one massive difference for me that Harry Kane will have being at Man United. He won't have the burden at Man United. He won't have the burden of going, basically, unless I do something absolutely incredible, we will win a game.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that. He wouldn't have that at Man United. He could drop a 2 out of 10 performance, but they could still win the game of football because they've got better players around him.
Yeah, that's what I said, because the better players,
yeah, exactly. There are better players around him. So even if he doesn't have a great game, they'll still win games of football. But when he does have an amazing game of football, they'll batter teams because he'll go and score hat tricks here and there. And I think that's the key. But I've just started a couple of things. I just want to let you know, it wasn't technically a free kick as Kulu took it. Probably why he scored it. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Yeah, he didn't actually score the free kick. But yeah, I mean, technically it was amazing, by the way. The technique was amazing. I've just started a couple of things. And Mia, we can discuss this together, my friend. It's always a pleasure to have you on. Tom's just got big up Herchie. Basuma feels like a new side and great to see our attacking players with freedom. Amazing what happens when you give Basuma a bit of chance and a bit of a game, to be fair, and gone, do you know what? Just do what you're good at. It's quite nice to see that, isn't it?
Yeah, do you know what? I never understood the slander for Basuma. We saw what he could do at Brighton, so I don't know where everybody was slandering him. It was mad. And we all rate Brighton and all their players that they get. We always say how good they are at recruitment. Why did we doubt Basuma? It's a madness to doubt him. I
haven't doubted Basuma. He was the player at the start of the season that I was so excited about.
I
wanted Basuma the year before. He's come in and I think the injury hasn't helped him. I do genuinely think, though, the Basuma next year, I genuinely think, and I don't like the saying about new signing, but I tell you what, Basuma next season could be the new signing. Not saying that we need a lot more players, but Our midfield has to be centered around him. We need to find players around him to go, do you know what? You can complement him. I don't know if
I agree with that.
I don't think what was that?
So I do agree with that. I wasn't saying that I'm not saying that you were slating him, but I'm just saying in general, our fans.
I've seen people have slated Bissouma, and I sit and go, but you have to play him correctly. And Philly, Max made a great point. Bissouma was phenomenal in a 3 in midfield. Agreed. That's what our core needs to be next season. Bissouma next to somebody else, If that player is, I'm not saying it has to be, but if it's Skip maybe, or someone, I'm not saying it should be, by the way, but I'm saying we have to be a bit more relevant when we talk about it. But I do genuinely see us now having to build around Yves Bissouma. We have to. He's the man in midfield that we have to build around. And another one I've just starred, by the way, and I did just star it, was from Norman Jack. Big up, mate. Welcome to the chat. I haven't seen you in here before, so welcome. Thoughts on Arsenal signing Declan Rice? Is that happening? I've seen reports. But if they sign Declan Rice, fair play. Because I tell you what, he's a massive improvement on Xhaka. And that if they get that midfield right, that three-man midfield, Declan Rice, Partey, and Odegaard, it's not a bad 3. That's the problem. I think Partey's not been very good from recently. I mean, can't stand, but it's one of those. I tell you what, Declan Rice absolutely elevates Arsenal. It's kicked off, by the way. So we've just kicked off into the second half.
Okay, well, I'm going to jump off there so I can go and watch it. But
yeah, go on, me. If you want to come back on after, by the way, you'll love you on after the show. Will be lovely, and we can have a bit of a chinwag about the full time if you want.
No worries. All right, and well, I'll chat to you soon, yeah, Perch.
Always a pleasure. Take care, Mia.
No worries. Take care. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mia, by the way. Absolutely lovely to have a bit of a halftime chat with someone. So let's just go through some of the chats. We'll catch up. Yeah, so big up Norman and big up Tom. Guys, if you haven't, please subscribe, by the way. If you haven't, it would mean the world if you could subscribe to the channel. Would mean the world to me. Big up Jack as well. Oh no, we've done that one. Bissouma's been phenomenal. Agreed. I think we were robbed. I would have loved to see that. See what Pep would have done with Kane. What did he do to Jack Grealish is phenomenal. Kane could have easily been in trouble. Philly, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this now. I honestly think Kane would get Haaland numbers this season, maybe even more, at Man City. I think we would have seen if... And listen, I'm not sitting there saying that I want Harry Kane going anywhere else but Tottenham. But if he went to Manchester City this season, I would have I could hypothetically think he would have scored more goals. Because I tell you what, Harry Kane, let's get it up. I'm going to try and find it. So I want to see the goal scorer. I'm just going to have a look at it quickly now. Because Harry Kane, I think, is 10 goals behind Erling Haaland, by the way. He's 10 goals. I could be wrong. Let me just check on it. Premier League stats. So, yeah, Haaland's on 36. Kane's on 28. So it's 8 goals, sorry. So Kane is 8 goals behind Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland has Jack Grealish, Bernardo Silva, Kevin De Bruyne, Ilkay Gundogan, Rodri, Riyad Mahrez, Julian Alvarez. I could list more. Kane has scored 28 Premier League goals without a number 10, by the way. Sorry, that's phenomenal. Kane has scored 28 league goals this season without a number 10. Does anyone else sit back and think that is absolutely phenomenal? And yeah, I think sorry, Philly, I was just going to say, I honestly think he would have scored more goals than... I genuinely think he'd have scored more goals than Erling Haaland this season. That's my theory. If he went to Man City this season, honestly. What Haaland's done is absolutely phenomenal. But does Haaland score 36 goals at Tottenham? No. Does he score 28 goals at Tottenham? I don't think so. Fabrizio Romano, Arsenal have done a lot of groundwork and is convinced that Rice about the project. 100% he is keen on the move. Here's a question for you, Norman. I have no doubt that Arsenal could get Declan Rice. But would you not be worried that Man City are knocking on the door? They're losing Ilkay Gundogan. Imagine they go and nab Declan Rice. Because I could see that happening. It depends how much, though, by the way. How much does people in the chat go, they think about Declan Rice? Because the fee's £120 million, I've heard. He's not £120 million player. If Arsenal go and if Arsenal get him for about 70, I think that's about right. With Arnie Slot in charge, would you give up thoughts on Maddison and spend less on Kudos, improve this position? I'm not one of those with James Maddison. I think he's a good player, but I think he's a good player. But there's a chance here. 1-1. Oh my god. Oh my god. And Burmo as well. Oh, what a goal. We dominated the first half and now it's 1-1. What is going on at this football club? Oh, see? Tottenham are back. We're back, baby. 45 minutes of domination in a game of football. 1-1. Brian and Burmo. Good goal, to be fair. But you can't be allowing him to shoot from there. What is going on? But yeah, no. So yeah, as I was saying, Philly. Ben Davies, you can't let him on. What are you doing? Lets him onto his right foot and then bang. That's poor. That's poor. But anyway, it's a good goal. Yeah, would you give up thoughts on that? I'll be honest, Philly, I could see Maddison going to Arsenal. Actually, no, not Arsenal, sorry. Newcastle, sorry. I could see him going to Newcastle. I think he would be a great fit for Newcastle. And they'd probably get him for about 40 million quid. I don't see him coming to Tottenham, if I'm honest. But I would like the lad from Feyenoord. If Arnie Slot comes in, I'd rather him go and sign players from his old club that he can bring into us. Would be better. Would you sack Arteta for 2 bottle jobs in 2 years? Perchy. It's a tough one with Arteta. I think if he doesn't win anything next season, I think you've got question marks. I know a lot of fans want him gone, and so I can see why Arsenal fans would get like that. And there is obviously better managers about, but I don't think sacking him is the right thing for you. I think maybe next season, if you don't win anything next season, then there's maybe a chance. Maybe. Yeah, Patmore 1-1. I would rather have Caicedo for £80 million. What a player, by the way. I think Caicedo's an absolute brilliant player. You'd do wonders with a lad like him in your team. This is because no one except Kane actually finishes. Yeah, well, I mean, that's literally the problem. We struggle for it. Our goals are drying up. It's a chance for Tottenham. Play him in. Oh, oh God, that's a terrible pass. Is that Kulusevski? Oh, Kulusevski, that's terrible. Perchy, these players are embarrassing. They don't even have Tony. Brentford are a good team, mate. Brentford are a good side. Well organised, a really good organised side. But yeah, listen, I didn't think it would be a good one. Yeah, so I'm not shocked by it, but I was shocked how poor they were in the first half. Very poor. We're battling, though. We look like we're battling. And then big up, Mark. I blame Sava or Levy. Take your pick. It's always Sava's fault. Hashtag Sava out. I hope we get that trending. Big up to Sava, by the way. He's got a lot of things coming soon, by the way. That big things coming up. So I don't want to spoil this under, but big up to you, mate, and good luck later. Good luck in the week. When you find out, guys, it's big that's coming from his side of the camp. Got a lot of support for Football Heritage TV and Sava himself. top guy, really, really nice bloke. Has helped me massively with this whole streaming business. Big up, Max. I'm United. I can't stand Arsenal, but fair play this year. Fair play to this year till the business end. Yeah, no, agreed. I think Arsenal done well. I think the thing is the term bottle, as I pick up my bottle. As a Spurs fan, I like the joke. I like the bottle win joke. I do it to wind them up because they did it to us. But I think this year was more the sense that they. The one thing for me at the moment was they just didn't have it at the end of the season. I think a lot of their fans got really, really happy and excited. And listen, we would as well, by the way. If we were in that title race and we were that far ahead, our chests would be out going, we're going to win it all. But they tailed off. I think that Southampton game was the killer, wasn't it? You kind of thought that Southampton game when they threw away, when they were 2-0 down, and yeah, they clawed it back. But that felt to me like that. This is a team that can't dig out of it. They were 2-0 down. They pulled it back. And listen, I think if they'd have gone and won that game, which they probably could have done in the end, that could have changed the tide. But the draw at Anfield isn't a bad draw. The West Ham, the throwing away 2-0 against West Ham was a big one. Big up Bobby. Percy, the thing with Slot is that that he plays 2 centre-backs on the halfway line and attack 8 players. We don't have the players or the defenders to play that way, and I'm Dutch. Bobby, mate, I think, do you know what it is? I think he needs to adapt to us at the moment. Listen, I want him to play his way of football, definitely. But I think at the moment, he would need to adapt to what we've got. We haven't got defenders that can defend from the halfway line back and play drop back and all that lot. But, the big but, I expect him to get the players in. We need to. Whatever the manager is and whoever the manager is, we need to support that person. We have to. It's the only way forward for us as a football club is to support the next manager. The next manager needs as much, all the backing in the world. And when I say backing, I don't just mean throw a load of players that he wants. Because I'm realistic. It doesn't work like that in football. We're not a football club that you can go, oh, do you know what? We can go and get a load of players. Because we're not. Let's be realistic. We're not. We might have to take option number 2, option number 3. I just want a plan. We're going to offload these this season. Can you work with these ones short term? Yes or no? Yes with these ones. No with these. Okay, cool. We're going to get rid of them. I want the next manager now to be the most important appointment at this football club. The most important, in my opinion. And that's not just the manager. That's the director of football. That's the chief football officer, Scott Munn, who's already been appointed, but not starting until the end of the month or end of June, I believe, whatever it is. For me, I just want to be in love with this club again. Oh, God, oh dear, that's poor. That's poor from Kane. That's not like him. Big up, Philly. That Liverpool game was a version of our battle at the bridge. Once they didn't get the result, it gave City the momentum. Yeah, listen, mate. I think the Liverpool one was symbolic for Arsenal, but I don't think it was the reason because I think it was still in their hands. By the way, after that Liverpool game, it was the West Ham one for me. That's the one that killed them because you went, you know what? We haven't got it. The Liverpool one, you go, oh, point at the Anfield is not the end of the world, but yeah, you're right. The momentum went to Man City and they don't not win now. Perchy. He's super aggressive in attacking, makes them so exposed in transition. They will score loads of goals and concede a lot. They've been involved a lot of 5-2s, 4-2, 3-2, 6-3s. Listen, I'm all for that. I'm all for it for now. Free-flowing attacking football. Yeah, we're going to concede a load of goals with our defenders because we're crap defensively. But let's be honest, Bobby. Hear me out. We're like that anyway now. But we play crap football. We play crap football and we concede loads of goals. Look how many times we've conceded more than 4 goals this season. It's quite a lot, isn't it? So I sit back and I think about it in that perspective. We can move forward at this club. And I just want to big up, by the way, we're now 18 away, guys. 18 subs away from 600. Can we get there, please? If you're in the chat, do the needful. It means the world to me. A good manager adapts to what he has, and Slot seems to be very flexible at times, like Ten Hag. Max, that's what I want. I'll be honest, I want a manager that can ask what he wants, but also give what he wants. I don't want managers that sort of go, oh, do you know what? Well, if I'm going to play my way of football regardless of who I've got. And that's one of the biggest gripes I had with Antonio Conte. And everyone went and told me, you have to just support Conte. He's doing it his way. But a good manager adapts. Oh, we're not good defensively. Let's not play a defensive system. Let's change it up a bit. Tweak it to find a way to benefit. And that for me, what the difference what Jose was at Spurs and what Conte was at Spurs. I mentioned on this stream, I wasn't a big fan of Jose Mourinho. However, Jose Mourinho adapted at Tottenham. He went, do you know what? We may not be best at this place, and it may not be the right way I want to play, but I will find a way so Kane and Son score bucket loads. And he did. He found a way for Kane and Son collectively together to partner up and find a way. And he found a way for them two to really go and win games of football convincingly. Big up, Philly. Then we need to give all the authority to the manager and not have players going above him when decisions not go their way. Keeping unhappy players undermines the managers. Agreed. For me, at the moment, it's not just keeping players. Unhappy players. We need to offload a lot of players. For me, it's all about hierarchical. The players report to the manager reports to the director of football, and the director of football reports to Scott Munn, and Scott Munn passes that through to Daniel Levy. Pyramid. And that's how it goes. No one goes to anybody else and all that lot. And if that carries on happening, we're doomed. We are doomed. It can't happen that way. Things have got to happen. Oh, my God. Here we go. I think we're in trouble, guys. But, yeah, so that's how it's got to work next season. And that, for me, is the only way that we solve stuff. Oh, what a ball. Oh, he's in. Oh, dear, he can't get beaten there. Oh, no. Bryan Mbeumo, 2-1 Brentford. Oh, dear. Oh, no. We got our Tottenham back, ladies and gentlemen. We got our Tottenham back, haven't we? Bryan Mbeumo has put Brentford 2-1 up from 1-0 down. 12 minutes between them. No, lovely. Oh, dear. Let's just watch this back again. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to watch this back because this is disastrous. What are you doing? So the ball's out on the right-hand side for him. He's onside. He's just beating him on pace. And then when he's get beaten on pace, oh, dear. Longley can't get there. Yeah, he got absolutely ripped apart on pace. Oh, it's a good goal, but I'm sorry. Fraser Forster's got to do better there, I think. People might say that's a bit harsh. But, yeah, I think Fraser Forster's got to get there. That's not good enough in my eyes. That's not good enough. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I think Fraser Forster's got to do a lot better there. So Tottenham are 2-1 down. Who wants to come on now? I love watching Tottenham play because we're so bad. It's fucking game. We could have been 3 or 4-0 up at halftime. By the way, easy. We were so comfortable, and once again, we can't. We fall asleep. Not good enough. Unacceptable. He's in again, here, Mbeumo. I tell you what, he's torn us apart. By the way, Bryan Mbeumo has absolutely torn us a new one today. Second half, he's looked so good. Well, Philly, exactly. Plan B. They've come out and gone, do you know what? We press higher on these defenders. You can see Thomas Frank has said at halftime, push higher up the pitch, press on those fullbacks because you'll get round them. And then Mbeumo has absolutely torn Ben Davies apart on both goals, by the way. On both goals. Not good enough for Tottenham. Mate, Max, I've been saying that as well. A season without European football might do us an absolute favour. Oh, here we go. Oh, the pity sub on Lucas Moura is coming on now. Honestly, I'm nothing surprises me anymore. What does Lucas Moura? What? Oh, yeah, Lucas. What's the chance Lucas Moura bows out with another mistake? By the way, yeah, here he comes. Lucas Moura's coming on, guys. Listen, he did something special in Amsterdam. He hasn't done much now. Yeah, literally the pity sub. Oh, you're leaving. Last game at home. Go and have your chance. We're 2-1 down at Brentford, by the way. We're not 3-1 up with 10 minutes to go and you bring him on for a standing ovation. Sorry, what are you doing? Ugh, I hate this club sometimes. This club triggers me. What are we doing? Steve Kelvin, Perchu, why can't Spurs be in a race with Declan Rice? We're a more attractive and big club than Arsenal. No, we're not. We're not, Steve. I don't know if you're living in dreamland, my friend. No disrespect to you. Welcome to the stream. You're the man. If you haven't, please subscribe. We're nowhere near Arsenal at the moment. We're nowhere near them. And no, we're not going to be getting Declan Rice because Declan Rice is going to be going to a bigger football club. The game is over, Perchy. They know our fate. Philly, you could argue. I'm not saying that we are the season because I think the season's been over for a long time. You know that, and we've had conversations about it. But there's got to be some personal pride on the case here. We shouldn't be getting beaten here. Oh, I'm not even shocked, by the way. I'm not even shocked anymore. This football club is an absolute disgrace from top down. Oh, we are an absolute footballing disgrace. Absolutely disgraceful. I can't wait to talk about other teams, by the way, after this. So if you guys are all here, stick around. We're gonna do a bit of a watch along on other games. We're gonna just go as it's called around the grounds. We're gonna go around the grounds with everything else. Bobby, mate, we were dominant first half, and now second half, a little change of form, a change of setup by Thomas Frank, and all of a sudden they're just absolutely battering us here. It's embarrassing. Oh, I do hate this football club sometimes. This football club knows how to really get under my skin. Not good enough, guys. What is happening at fucking Tottenham all the time? Can't we have one day where we're not looking like an absolute mess? Oh, I hate us sometimes. I love us, but I hate us. I can't wait for the season to be over, that my weekends can consist of sunbathing on the beach in Barcelona. Oh, dear. Kulu might be sent off if he lost his head. Oh, mate, honestly, what is he doing? Oh, honestly, we're just all over the shop. It's not good enough again from this football club. Oh, guys, if anyone wants to come on, by the way, again. Kulu cares. You can tell always tell after the game. Max, the thing is for me though, I want to see it on the pitch. I want to see him busting a gut because I don't think he's been good enough. But I like him. I think he comes across like a nice fella. I don't mind him, but we need more. This is the moment we need the Kulizeskis, the Suns to start stepping up. Yeah, at least he cares, but I want a bit more than caring. Mark, mate, I might have a beer at home. I might have a beer after this, mate. This is madness. Honestly. Second half. Brentford have dominated our second half. And once again, we have opportunities in the first half and we just don't take them, do we? We just don't take our chances, ever. And it winds me up. Winds me up. Does anyone think we can go and salvage something from this game? And by the way, that means Europa League is written off for us now. And it also now means that we may not be in Europe next season. So some people might be going, losing here might be a blessing in disguise and not having Europe next season. But I can't see it. I think 8th now is doable. I think we'll be in 8th. Rather spend money on Enzo Lefebvre than Kulu. I haven't seen Enzo Lefebvre play, but listen, I'm at that point now. I think we need a lot of open heart surgery at this football club. Nothing changes. Nothing changes at this football club, does it? I might see if I can get Nick on after the game and see if I can get his thoughts on it. I'm gonna message Nick, the Brentford fan, and see if we can get him on after the game. Yeah, Frank's very good. But what the thing is, Max, they have a philosophy at Brentford. There's a philosophy, an ideology, and they know what they're going to do. They know, every player knows this is how we're going to play it, and we're going to play it this way. Oh, I'm just so frustrated. I'm just going to message Nick, the Brentford fan, and get him on. I'm just going to send him the link quickly. But yeah, I'm going to try and see if I can get Nick, the Brentford fan, on and chat to him because his team are winning at the moment. And we look all over the place. Kulu has given up on the club. I would be surprised if he signs a contract. He has higher expectation than Spurs. But Philly, my argument would be, if he's got higher expectation, I expect him to play at that level as well, by the way. For me, I'm always one of those players that everyone says have got high ambition. I don't see him at Spurs. I don't see it, but there's a lot of problems at Tottenham and he's not it. But yeah, Perchy, we need Declan Rice to set our midfield. Mate, Declan Rice is not going to go anywhere near Tottenham Hotspur, by the way. By the way, he could have European football with West Ham next season if they win the Conference League. They'll be in Europa League. You think he'll come to Tottenham? No. No chance. No chance. We're living in a crazy world if we think that's the case. Big up Max again. Kulu needs to step up when the chips are down, just like Sancho. The great players always do exactly, and that's the thing. I'm not blaming Kulusevski, but my point being is, if he's this great player, he needs to step up when it matters. Every club has a plan B. Spurs, we rely on him too much. On Kane, we do. I've said this all season, Philly, and you probably know because you've been on loads of streams that I've been on. I've said unless Harry Kane does magic, we don't win games of football anymore. We don't win games of football unless Harry Kane basically does it all himself. So, yeah, that's the worry for me. Big up Bobby again. Perchy, do you think Kulu chooses Madrid over us? If they come for him, if he does, then he has massively betrayed us. I don't think he's betrayed us. Not at all. He's got no allegiance to Tottenham. He's got no allegiance to us. Why would he have betrayed us? That's if Real Madrid go for him. I think we have first dibs on Kulusevski. As I said, he might turn down the contract, by the way, and say, I'm not committing to Tottenham. I think he does stay, by the way. But yeah. Oh God, apologies for that. Apologies. That was very rude of me. Yeah, no, look, I'm just so tired at the moment of Tottenham. We never seem to nothing fails us. Who's coming on? It looks like Richarlison's coming on. And is that Eric? Tell me that's not Eric Dyer, is it? Wow. Okay. That's a sensible sub. Not. This game of football is killing me. Like, actually painfully killing me. I am struggling to even understand this football team. Whoa, my computer's frozen. Hello? Am I still here? If you can hear me, I don't know what's happened, but the stream's frozen. Oh, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. The stream completely froze on me there. Everything seemed to just cut out. I'm trying to get it back. I think I'm back. If I'm back, can you let me know if you can hear me in the chat? Am I back? Is that a yeah that I'm back? Thumbs up if say I'm back if I am. If you draw this game and then beat Leeds, we could. No, we're not. We're out. We can't get in the top 4 now, mate. Can't get in the top 4 now. We're way past that. So Richarlison's coming on the pitch. Lovely jubbly. Who's he replacing? Because I mean, there's a number of names I'd bring off, but let's see who he goes with. It'd be nice to see Kane right up top with Richarlison for a run of games. Yeah, listen. Pedro Porro's coming on. It's Pedro Porro and Richarlison. So I'm assuming Emerson Royale is coming off the pitch. Yeah, massive thanks, guys. I don't know what happened there. The whole stream just completely froze. So Pedro Porro's come on for Kulusevski, who I think that's not a bad chat. And Richarlison's replaced. Who did Richarlison replace? Who did Richarlison replace? Did anyone see that? I missed that. Let me know, guys, if you saw who Richarlison. Oh, I'll have a look at my phone quickly. But yeah, Richarlison's come on with Pedro Porro, and they've replaced Emerson Royale and Dejan Kulusevski. Sorry, yeah. So it looks like Richarlison's going up in an attacking 3 now with Kane and Son, with Danjuma in an attacking 4. Sorry. And then they brought on Pedro Porro. I think it is Bobby, by the way. Let me just double check that. It is. Top 4's done for us. We're done, mate. Yeah, cheers, Mark. Yeah, mate. Man United have 66 points, mate. And they're in 4th place. So we can't get 4th place. Even if we win the game, I think. Yeah, because if we win the game, we'll be on 59 with 1 game left. So we are out. We can't. Yeah, I was going to say only in your head, Bobby, that I think we can. We're not. We've got enough. We haven't accrued enough points, mate. Yeah, how many points behind it? If it stays like this, by the way, we're 9 points behind. If we win the game, we're 6 points behind with 1 game left, so we can't. Champions League's done, mate. Done. Finito. Yeah, we're done with Champions League football, by the way. Absolutely done for. Yeah, no, sorry. So I'm now at that point now, guys. I'm so tired talking about Tottenham. Does anyone want to come on, by the way, after the game? After the game, I want to do a bit of a talk, a phone in. So if people want to come in, I'll put the chat in there. And whilst we're watching the other games, we'll have a bit of a talk. Oh, guess who's here? We've got Mr. Luscious Hair himself. We are going to bring on my friend Jacob. How's it going, my friend?
What's going on? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, good morning, my friend.
Good morning. Sorry,
Good morning to you.
When you had texted me, I was literally just rolling around in bed. So
you should have stayed in bed if I were you. I would have stayed in bed.
The first half was so exciting, I had to get up.
We actually looked all right first half.
Yeah, and then
I thought Brentford was below par massively, but this second half, Thomas Frank has just shown exactly why. By the way, why he's a manager that we need to be looking at. I know we're looking at Arne Slot, but look at what Thomas Frank has done. He's just changed the game.
Absolutely.
We need managers that actually change the game.
We're being reactive right now. But we brought on Lucas for the vibes.
We brought Lucas Moore on. So, yeah, he was one that came in earlier. Yeah, Jacob, have you liked the stream?
Have I? Of course.
My Cousins is calling you out. Have you liked the stream, my friend?
I have. I got egg on my fingers and I still...
But yeah, no, so I think I'm just a bit disappointed, by the way. Do you know what? Because I saw something in that first half that maybe I saw a bit of positivity I could actually, but then I don't know. I'm just worried. I'm worried about this club. And as I said, without Harry Kane, when Harry Kane doesn't do magic, we're bang average. Do you agree?
It makes me look back at that Sonny chance that he had when he was...
Son's chance.
He had him and the defender and the goalkeeper, and Raya made a great save. But
what's your thoughts on Heung-min Son? Because for me, I'm now... And do you know what? He's a player that everyone loves, and I get that, by the way. However, doesn't avoid him of criticism, by the way, because
Yeah.
I'm not being funny. His first touch today has been absolutely atrocious.
His first touch all
Do you not
season.
agree?
His first touch all season has been questionable.
No, I agree, but I'm talking about specifically this game because I see a lot of fans, a lot of YouTubers go on about, oh, we don't deserve Heung-min Son, we don't deserve all that. I'm sorry, but we should be critical of him, no? I think what he's done at this football club has been he's been marvellous at this football club. But does that then not mean that we can't be critical and put him on a world-class basis?
No, I think that's fair. To hold him to a world class standard, if myself included are all calling him world class.
Yeah, if you call a player world class, and then he basically can't even do a good first touch anymore. Surely, as a fan base, we should be going, no, that's not good enough.
I thought his first touch in the first half was fine, but really we've had
that
one touch
when he was 1-on-1 with Raya. If you look at back and that touch, all he does is it allows a defender to get back. If he makes Heung-min Son of last season takes a forward touch, presses the ball forward, hits it across, swings it on his right foot, and bends it into the corner, and it's 2-0. And you could argue game over at that point. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But do you see my point? But this time he takes a really heavy touch. Defender gets back in place. He then has to take a pop shot on his left foot, and I just get really, I'm really frustrated because, as I said, I judge him on a world-class basis. So if I judge him on a world-class basis, I can't sit there and not be critical of him. And that, for me, is a key point.
No, I think that's fair.
Risking the club on the slots. Yeah, big up, Daryl.
I think that's fair, what you're saying, Perchy. This whole season has been one cluster fuck for Son personally. Changing formation shouldn't affect your first touch, in my opinion. Changing tactics shouldn't affect your first touch.
Everyone's talk about Heung-min Son is that, he's playing a different role. He's doing this, that, and the other. But you're right. That shouldn't affect his first touch.
Well, see, I'm one of those people that you're mentioning, Perch, because I'll defend Son till the cows come home. But
I will as well. By the way, that's not me. I think I love Heung-min Son. I love him at the football club. But for me, as a fan base, we should be able to sit there and be critical of him when he does something that you go, do you know what? He's not been good enough this season.
Absolutely.
And that for me is, if we're not doing that, then we're not being fair as a fan base. Does that make sense?
Right, because when Harry Kane is not playing well, what do we say? Where you at? Where the fuck was Kane? You know what I mean? And if we're going to hold Sonny to a standard that I hold him to, then the questions could be asked as well. Where was he at? What was he doing?
Yeah, but that's the problem, though. And I sit back and people go, oh, Harry Kane's a loser. I'm not being funny. Harry Kane has systematically dragged this football club to where it is this season. Without him... You
say systematically. I say, systematically in like how a serial killer drags a body out of the car. That's what he's done with. We are the body in the car.
No. 100%.
He's just dragging the cork.
For this game, by the way, I do feel really sorry for the women's team, by the way, because obviously they're playing after this game, and I just hope some people do stick about. I understand why people don't want to stick about, but I do hope people stick about for them. They're obviously managerless as well. They're in the same boat, but I hope some people do stick around for the women's team. Because I hope that they get a bit of a reception as well, because I can understand why people would just be like, "No, do you know what? I'm out of here." And listen, if I was anyone, would you be the one? Who would be the ones walking around doing the lap of honor after this? Screw that.
I heard they did a lap of honor for the 17s and 18s at halftime. Maybe they should have played them at halftime.
Who?
The U17s, U18s. I heard they had a lap of honor.
They went for the wall. Here we go. Ivan Perisic is coming on. This is going to be fun.
Oh, here we go.
Another crap player. I think he's been terrible this season. I think he's been awful.
I think you're about 5 seconds ahead of me.
Oh, I'm on 83.15.
The one thing Perisic can say is he's pretty cut up. He is pretty cut up.
Yeah, but yeah, apart from across from a
I
corner.
wish I hope I look like that when I'm. How old is he?
Yeah, I mean he's very very fit. We had a Europa League transfer window and we're on course to come in 8th. If that ain't Spursy, nothing is. But Daryl, at the start of the season, everyone told me we had an 8 out of 10 window. We won the transfer window.
I want to ask Daryl
I said
Denton
it at the
something.
time.
Daryl Denton used to tune into my show all the time, and I haven't seen Daryl Denton in about 8 months tune into my show. So I just want to know, did I piss you off? You don't like Americans or what?
Jacob is asking the question. He's even doing the eyes as well. Big up, my friends. Are you going to stick around after the game, Jacob? We'll have a bit of chin wag. We're doing around the grounds.
Yeah, I can chat for a little bit. I will be on the football terrace later though, so I will have to leave for that.
If you're going to watch that, watch it after. Do not tune off of this one.
Yeah, definitely watch it after. Watch it back. I think KJ's running the show today.
Ooh. Ben Davies has been replaced by Ivan Perisic. So Perisic at left back is going to be absolutely funny. The irony is we can still go and get a result here, by the way. We still could, but it doesn't feel like it. But
no,
yeah, Philly's
it
just
doesn't
gone,
feel like we're going to get any kind of result.
Philly's just gone. Son's problem is he's a player who's reactionary. If he has time to think about it, he's not good from first touches positioning. But when he has no time, then yeah, I agree. When he's reactionary in the sense of it, and it's massive. But you're right. You're absolutely spot on that. We need a manager that can, a player, that can be like. He needs to be back to what he used to be. Yeah, big up Daryl, mate. Listen, I know.
I'm just teasing. What did he say?
Rest in peace.
Oh, R.I.P. man. Sorry, I was just giving you shit. I was just joking.
Yeah, no, listen, mate. Listen, I lost my uncle recently as well, so yeah, listen, mate. I hope you have the summer without Tottenham for a bit. Take some time, mate.
Yeah,
massive
big up,
big up Daryl, by the way.
Take care of yourself and your family first, of course. Exactly I was totally just teasing, by the way.
Yeah, I know you are. I'm sure
you know how I am, Perchy. You know me.
Yeah, no, it's all a bit of fun, and we're all here for a bit of laugh. But listen, big respects to him. Big respects to him. He's around it.
Nothing's more important than family.
Agreed.
Taking care of yourself,
listen, Take your time. Football will be there before and after. Listen, it's always going to be there, so don't feel like it is a life or anything like that. But Tottenham are about 5 minutes away to go and lose what I believe is the 14th game of the season or 16th, 15th game of the season. That is incredible, by the way.
Real quick. Let's see.
The Levy chant. I've got it paused, but yeah, the Levy chants are loud. Listen, I hope there is. Mark, you can let me know because obviously I have to have the game muted for obvious reasons. So
I hear a lot of boos.
Huh?
Boos. I'm hearing a lot of boos. I just turned it up, but I think they're booing Raya because he was time wasting.
Oh, believe. Oh God. I'm just watching it. I believe we've just conceded another one. Brian and Burma. Oh, dear. It's 3-1.
Oh,
GG's. Johan Wissa.
Skip, what are you doing, Skip? Skip, what are you doing?
Oh, that is so poor, by the way.
Oh, my God.
Honestly, absolute shambles of a second half. Wow.
And it's
At least
all
we
over.
started the season. We've been consistent this season. Consistently shit. Amazing. 3-1 down. Yeah, I would piss off as well. Fair play for everyone. If anyone had it about them in that stadium, and you obviously won't be able to hear me, but walk out of that stadium right now. Every single fan should be walking out of that stadium right now. Honestly, put me on the tannoy, but you should be walking out of that stadium. Honestly. I expect at the final whistle that there's no fucking Spurs fan left in that stadium. Honest to God, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that Wissa guy, he's been on us all game, though. He's been...
And Burmo and Wissa have torn us a new one in the second half, by the way.
But that's what I've been saying. We can make average to above...
Disgraceful.
We make average to above average attackers look world-class. That's just like in Wemo. I'm sorry, he's like their second option behind Tony. and we make him look world class. Was that an
I'll be
assist for
honest,
Mbeumo?
that is disgraceful. We have
2
lost
goals and an
14
assist.
league games all season, by the way. 14. Oh, I'm fuming. I'm so angry. Oh, you're going to get ranting me. I'm going to be ranting. By the way, how ironic is Kane's final goal is going to be a free kick.
It wasn't though. It's technically
Kane,
not.
listen, I'm going to say this now, and I'll be honest. And listen, if anyone wants to clip it and put it anywhere, I don't care. Harry Kane, do yourself a favour and leave. For the benefit of yourself, you do not deserve this. This is absolutely disgusting. This second half is one of the worst second halves I've ever seen. Unbelievable, disgusting. And if Harry Kane's got anything about him, he would walk out of this team because he doesn't deserve this. He's the only player that does not deserve any of this.
Son doesn't
We've
deserve it.
conceded 62 goals, by the way. Do you want to wait? We have not, have we? No, not that's in all competitions. In all competitions. Yeah, Levy out. We want Levy out, so we want Levy out.
We want Levy out. We want
Get out
Levy
of
out. There it is.
Absolutely
Nice sign.
disgusting. Oh,
And they're
I'm
leaving.
raging,
There they
mate.
go.
Yeah.
There they go.
By the way, this season.
Oh,
right,
look, Donna Cullen just gave Levy a little pat on the leg. Oh, how sweet. She just said, it's okay,
by the way,
sweetie.
there is 9 added minutes.
It's okay, sweetie.
Yeah, so
They're not saying, they're talking about the other Levy, not you. They don't want people
Yeah.
wearing Levi's.
Can I just say, yeah, we've conceded 62 league goals this season. Do you want to know a little bit of a fact, Jacob?
Yes, of course.
There's only 5 other teams that have got a worse goal difference. I mean, a worse goals conceded this season. Do you know who they are?
I'm going to say they're all in the bottom 7 positions of the table.
Do you want me to read them out?
Yes, please.
Bournemouth have conceded 69.
Nice.
Who else is there? There's Nottingham Forest with 67. Leeds with 71. Leicester with 67. And Southampton with 66.
And we're at what, 65?
And we're on 62. That is absolutely disgusting. Disgusting.
Oh,
Mate, I'll be honest, I'm
My
not watching it.
God,
yeah, exactly.
what a save.
No, Tony, no problem. That's what I say. Bang on.
bro, what the fuck is going on? Bro, Richarlison twice. David Raya is that
What a
guy.
save, by the way, that is.
2, he had a double save.
Yeah.
1, he hit it off the post, and then about 30 seconds later, he had another one. Jesus Christ. Do something with it, son. Do something with it, son. Shoot that.
Stop being
Oh.
too harsh. They're giving everything these players. No, they're not. Stop. I'm not being harsh at all, mate. I'm being polite, if I'm honest. I'm being polite.
We won't leave you out there. We won't leave you out.
Oh, I am absolutely disgusted. This is unacceptable. When are people going to stop wising up? Genuinely, wise up.
What do you want people to wise up to exactly?
Just stop going to games. Stop giving these people your money. Stop buying absolute crap at this football club. I'm just tired.
No, that's fair.
For me, that's what
But
I
that's the
want.
problem, right? Like, because even if you have season tickets and then you sell them to make your money back, you're still filling the seat with someone that wants to be there, you know?
But for me, listen, it's not about buying and selling tickets. I get what you're saying. I do agree. I've said, stop. People just need to stop going collectively. Yeah, you're gonna have people that will still go. I get it. It's an emotive sport. Everyone loves their club. We love Tottenham Hotspur. But what do you love at the moment of us? Honestly, Jacob, here's a question. What do you love about Tottenham?
I love the logo.
Wow, that's that's a lovely damning indictment, isn't it? The logo.
The logo is very, very beautiful.
Wow. I mean, even then, it's just a cock on a ball, isn't it?
But I mean, we're the only club in the world with cock and ball in our logo. So
yeah, we act like that as well. We are an absolute shambles. Yeah, Mark, you're right. This is a normal for us at the moment. It is its normality.
Here's the thing. I love the club. I hate the owners. So I will always like. Michael and I were having a little discourse last night. He's like, I think I'm going to prioritize my mental health and sleep in because the game kicked off at 5:30 a.m. for us. And I was like, yeah, I'm kind of torn. Like, I just can't not wake up and watch my Spurs. He's like, this hasn't been my Spurs for quite some time. So that's kind of his argument as to why he's not waking up for kickoff, which I respect. But for me personally, I couldn't not wake up. And even though I was half asleep for the first half, that got me energized.
Yeah.
I was pretty excited. And I even texted him, I was like, this game's actually a lot of fun. And then when we went down 2-1, I was like, never mind. Fuck Spurs.
Yeah, this is horrendous, by the way. This is horrendous.
This is bad. Now they're just chilling. They're just saying,
Yeah,
"Do
Philly's
what you
right.
want."
Drink some water. Yeah, you. Drink water. I'll join you. Spurs have
Cheers.
bottled it. Okay. We're hydrated, guys. We're all hydrated.
Hydration Nation.
Do you know what I want to see, though? Do you know what I'm more interested to see right now? What happens what does Harry Kane do at full time?
What does what?
I want to see what Harry Kane does at the end of the game.
Yeah, that's the
I
only
wanna see
reason why I
his
still have it
reaction.
on.
Oh, I can see he's emptying out, by the way, very, very quickly.
So people aren't going to be there to clap on Harry Kane in his final game?
If I would have been gone, by the way. Good on you. I hope so.
I mean, this is an appropriate way to send off our home stadium for the season, right?
As I said, the people I do feel sorry for are the women later. Because obviously they're playing there later at the stadium. There's going to be no one in there. I mean, you'll get a few that stay around, but it will be empty.
Yeah.
And I do genuinely do feel sorry for them because they don't deserve necessarily to have it all shit on them. But what do you expect? This has been absolutely disgusting. The performance has been disgusting. It's not good enough. It's not acceptable. Honestly. I'm just tired, man. Big up Philly again. Philly, I hope he actually hands in a transfer request on pitch. He grabs a microphone and says, look, I can't do this anymore, guys. I love every single one of you, but I can't do this. And I would absolutely applaud him for it. But Daryl, do you know what it is? It's not even about defenders, by the way. You're right. Defensively, we've been crap. But that first half, we could have been 3-0 up at half time. Game would have been done. 3-0 half time, game over. Son missed a couple of sitters.
I do want to say I'm getting a lot of weird messages.
From who?
I'll tell you backstage, but I'm just going to say if you're one of the people complaining, or excuse me, celebrating the fact that you were correct at us being shit. First of all, you're not the only one who said we were shit. And second of all, to celebrate your club losing, to me, that's fucking weird. That's just weird behavior. I don't understand. Like, I'm a weirdo. I like plenty of strange things. But to me, that's not cool. That's fucking not cool at all.
No, I totally get your perspective on that. For me, I would sit back and say, I hate the "I told you so" crowd. If that's what you're trying to imply with that, the "I told you."
Well,
so
to be fair, I did I did do the I told you so when Adama scored the game winner on us, because I did want to take a little pride in that. But like when you make such a overgeneralized statement like we're shit and we're gonna be shit this weekend, and then you're like, yeah, we're shit. I'm fucking right. That's fucking weird.
No,
I
I
was
get
just
it.
like,
I
that's
I
just weird
get
to
it.
me.
The final whistle was gone. Tottenham finished this home campaign with a 3-1 loss against Brentford.
Woo.
A first half which we were the better team, and a second half where we absolutely capitulated. By the way, you just felt as soon as they scored, we weren't going to win the game of football, and it genuinely did feel like that. 1 second, I'm going to have to mute, so I do want to hear the full time.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's still going for me. It had just hit 99 minutes. There it goes. Boo. A lot of boos. Mason and Frank shake hands, very cordial. Frank seems like at least he's not pulling a De Zerbi and trying to fight people. Show me Kane. Do not go to studio. Show me Kane. Oh my God. There's Kane. He looks sad. Kane looks sad.
He looks fuming, actually. He looks livid. The summer depends on Harry Kane's mentality. No, it doesn't. Our summer depends on us actually being like a proper football club. Is like what we need to do. What's this? No one had ball. Maybe a Henderson's not better. Yeah, we're crap. There, Wolves are better. No choke. Yeah, we're poo. Yeah, Max. I think we've got. There's certain people within the community at the moment, Max.
Yeah,
that are very. It's Max. It's the "I told you so" crowd. I told you we're going to be crap.
I told you we were crap. Look, we're crap. I'm right. Woohoo! Like celebrating the fact that you were right about us being crap is weird. Like, celebrate the fact being right that you were like Harry Kane will score, but we'll lose. Like that. That's a good prediction. But being like the sky's fucking the sky and planes fly through the sky, and then you see a plane fly through the sky, and you're like, look, I told you, there's a plane. You know, it's fucking weird.
And the thing is, I can kind of get it. Hear me out. I can kind of get it if taking us to lose loads of games gets changed. I'd take that. I get your perspective, but I'm being devil's advocate for a second. I never want us to lose games of football. However, if we do lose games of football, I'll go, do you know what? If it means that change happens at this football club, so be it. Heck, even hardened Levy outers wouldn't take us getting relegated.
And I'm fine with that. And I'm fine with that, Richie. But to actively celebrate right now the fact that this game
that's
shit,
cool. I'm livid, but I'm fuming.
Exactly. That's how you should feel. You should feel pissed. Now the rest of the week, be like, I told you this would happen, that's fine. But like the day of a game, for me, all that bullshit goes out the window. That's just my opinion. And maybe it's weird of me to think that way, but that's just I just find it that's just weird behavior, man. Like you want to be right so bad that you don't care about what happens.
No, you're right. I'm in that situation. But do you
and
know
it's
what,
no
like,
one in this chat, by the way. So Philly,
no.
I'm not talking about you.
It's
content creators being excited.
I get it. I do get it. But
oh, I think you muted you. Oh,
I actually can't believe, by the way, we've lost 14 games all season, by the way. That's embarrassing.
Oh, I could believe it for sure.
I can see us losing the Leeds as well, by the way. I genuinely can see us losing the Leeds on the last games, and that'll keep them up.
No, for sure. That was out.
Oh, man, we are crap. 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 Oh, man. I'm sitting back just trying to actually digest it. I think we should... Oh, dear.
Like I said, man, we make average players look fucking world class. And Buemo got a 9.5, 2 goals, 1 assist, 3 shots on target, 3 shots off target. He had a day. That man had a day.
Oh, I love this. Do you know what it is? I'm so happy that we've got one game left now, by the way. Like, I genuinely, do you know what it is this season? I'm so happy the season's over. I'm so excited. Last game, I'm going to celebrate last game of the season, regardless of the result. I'm so happy for us just to be over with, done, finito, sayonara. I can't wait for having just a break. Because this football club, honestly, drains me mentally. Drains me. And it was one of the worst second halves. Do you know what? I actually think that was one of the worst second halves of football I've seen us all season. We've had terrible.
That's the thing is,
halves.
I feel like every other game though, it's like that is a contender for worst half of the season. There's been so many matches. I feel like maybe it's just a little bit recency because that one's fresh on your skull. That maybe it feels a little worse. I don't know, but for me, man, I think. Oh, are you on Twitch? I'll go subscribe on Twitch.
I am on Twitch.
You are on Twitch.
I am on
Let me
Twitch.
go find you. The Perchy. Oh, I see you.
Yeah, so,
Boom, just gave you a follow.
Oh my God. If you're on, yeah, I was gonna say if you guys know, I am also on Twitch, so please jump over there as well and do the needful. I want to, if anyone in the chat wants to do a match reaction with me, Spurs fans obviously predominantly. I know we've got a few fans from all across the footballing sphere, but I would love to have some match reactions. I'll make some videos that I'll use the stream as a video for it. Would be great if people could. That would be amazing. But that was, as I said, a second half of football that we will never get back.
Again,
what we
I'm
got
pissed.
next?
I woke
We've
up
got
with
team news coming up, by the way, for the 3:00 games. Well, team news is out, so should we have a little delve into some other games, mate? Because we don't have to talk about.
Adama Traore will be starting. Adama Traore is starting.
I don't know why you love him so much. I think he's horrendous. I think he's one of the worst football players.
Hey, don't ask questions. Just look at this.
I'll question something with you. I love this.
He's a thick piece of man meat, and if you don't like seeing a big man run that fast, I don't know what's wrong with you.
How many goals has he scored in the Premier League in all time? Guess.
10.
It is 10. How many games has he played?
Probably like 200.
193.
I'm close. I was close.
I mean, he basically averages a goal and a half a season.
I don't care.
That's mad.
He's a dog. I don't care. Watching that man is so much fun. It's just fun to watch him.
Do you know what his minutes per goal are?
God, I don't even want to know. Something like Richarlison's.
Yes.
He has as many Premier League goals as Richarlison. I think he might have more this season.
No, Richarlison scored more goals in general.
I'm talking about this season. In
general.
This season,
this season he scored more. I think this season he scored 2 this season.
Yeah, and he also has a Carabao Cup goal, a volley from outside the box, if I may add.
Philly, mate, big up, mate. Let me know if you want to jump on, by the way. We can have a little match. I want the summer to be a major clear out. Prioritize the defense, a cam. Next summer, the midfield is about finding players that fit the manager's style and implement the system due diligence. Yes, please. I would love us to actually act like a proper football club. I'm bored of it, man. I am so bored of us. Oh, we are absolutely atrocious, by the way. I'm just going to send over the link over, by the way. We're going to get someone on. Okay, I just need to send him over the link. So we're going to get my mate Nick on after I did a stream earlier in the week on Thursday with him. And now he wants to come on and gloat, which I said he's more than welcome to and talk. He was at the game. So it'll be nice to have another person's opinion on it. But yeah, that was one of the worst games of football. We might not be able to hear him, and obviously there might be some colourful language because he's at the pub and they might be going a bit mad.
Good. They should.
But we're going to get Ken on.
Yeah.
My boy Ken is coming on. Here he is. Let's hopefully his stream holds up. I'm going to get him on.
How's it going,
Hello, mate.
chaps?
How's it going?
What a win.
Big up.
Eh?
How are you doing, mate?
Oh, brilliant. How are you? How are you feeling?
Mate, you called it. Well, you called 2-1 to be fair. But
Yeah. Did I say 3-0 or did I say 3-1?
no, I think you said 2-1 to me, my friend. You did say we would batter you at the beginning of the stream, but then you said that. But I want to just ask you questions because you were at the game. Enjoy it.
go on.
I mean, I'm assuming you enjoyed it. I bet that way you looked absolutely mad. What? And I can see you just walking down just towards the high road now. I can just see. But I want to ask your thoughts. That first half, Harry Kane's free kick, what a goal! And then second half, you guys battered us second half.
Yeah, well, to be honest, mate, I thought it was an even game first half. I didn't think. I mean, you had a moment of brilliance, which I thought might happen, but
Yeah.
otherwise, it was. I don't think. Well, actually, I'll say it was even. Actually, you definitely had better chances, didn't you? I think we were just lacking in the final third quite a lot.
Yep.
But yeah, I think, if you were, but you were lacking in the final third as well. I think if you were a bit more clinical, you could have been 2-3-0 up.
Yeah, no, Son had a couple of really important chances and he missed them, and it was just catastrophic, mate. Mate, thanks for coming on, by the way. Listen, it's good to have you on.
Yeah, mate. Well, yeah, I'm not going to be long.
I know you're going to go out and
awards at the end.
Oh yeah. The awards ceremony's happening at the moment. If you want to tune in.
Award ceremony. What award?
Left.
Listen, I hope
mate,
everyone had walked out by now, but
mate, how good was Brian? Brian and Boo.
I tell you what, Brian and Burmo tore Ben Davis a new one in that second half. He was so good. Listen, sometimes you just got to hold your hands up. Brian and Burmo, look, and Thomas Frank changed it. I could see the change of the way he set up second half, and it changed it. We didn't know. We had no answer.
Well, we had three rather defensive-minded midfielders first half. We brought on Damsgaard, who presses a lot higher.
Yeah.
Brought him on for Onyeka, who's defensive, and I think when we had that extra man pressing high up, I mean, the amount of times we turned it over in your final third, it was. I mean, even the last goal was a fine example, wasn't it? Like, just robbed it off you and
robbed it, passed it to Wissa.
Right outside your box and bang.
So I've just got people telling me in chats and stuff that there's about 10% left of the stadium field now. Everyone's gone, which is right. To there should be no one in there.
There's only one bad thing about today, and that was Raya playing well. What about that save in the last minute? Eh?
Oh, he looked good, didn't he?
Yeah, sadly he's done it in front of the team. It's probably going to snap him up.
Yeah, he had I thought David Raya was brilliant. Mate, it's been brilliant having you on.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Massive shout out to you.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him. How do I boot him off now? I've got to boot him off. He can't be on the stream. Anyway, mate, thank you so much for coming on.
Go to Europe. See you later.
Have fun. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Mia and Jacob, are you still here? Or
I'm here, yeah.
Oh, I think Jacob's got to shoot. So, mate, Jacob, if you're going, mate, I will let me know and I'll pull you off. But I think you've muted. I will. I'm not sure if he's going. What I'll do, Jacob, if you want to come back on, just chuck us a message, mate, and I'll just pull you out for a second, mate. Oh,
yeah.
Back.
I'll holler at you, but I'm gonna go. I'm getting set up for.
Oh yes, because
football
you've got another stream on, mate. Listen, Jacob, thank you for coming on, my friend. Absolute pleasure.
Hey, always a pleasure to have breakfast with you, Perchy. Even if
See you later, Jacob.
Do it more often.
Big up,
Do it
Mia.
more often.
Yeah, absolutely. Big up, Mia. Harry Kane, what an almost free kick. Nice, very nice.
What?
That's my final thought.
Yeah.
And Heung-min Son, come on, man, you got to finish that. But that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
So, big up, Perchy.
Take
Big
it
up,
easy,
Mia.
mate.
Have a great
Always
rest of the
pleasure.
show.
Big up.
Big up. Mia, welcome to the stream. Welcome.
Dear.
We were talking at half time.
We were.
What half? We look good. We could have been 2 or 3-0 up.
I know.
And then we
And
went
then we
all Spursy on ourselves.
Like we do. We just let it all go. We just allow it, don't we?
For me, there is such a lack of accountability at this football club. For me, I'm shocked there's still about 10% of the stadium still in there, because if it was me, I would have every single player. If I was there and I saw people still sitting around for the lap of honour, why?
Yeah.
There's no honour at this club.
Nope.
We've lost 14 games all season in the league. Sorry, doesn't even count for the other losses.
Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? To be honest, like that's like you say, there is no honour, and that's a major problem. Like to me, honour is a massive thing. Like in my life, I would say I'm quite an honourable person, and the fact that I support a team with absolute zero honour is just not good.
And this is the part for me where obviously me and Jacob touched on it. There was obviously fans that were pleased we lost, you could argue.
Yeah.
You could argue there's fans that are maybe sitting back thinking, oh, I'm trying to work it out. Because for me, I'm so numb to it, if that makes sense. That's the plot.
Yeah.
I don't care. I genuinely don't care.
Have you ever heard
Philly, by the way?
Have you ever heard the Linkin Park song "Numb"? They're the song where I've become so
that's
numb.
What it feels like at Tottenham.
It's just literally that song, isn't it? Being a Tottenham fan, that's what it is.
Like that. It genuinely, it feels like that. It feels I've become so numb, and I don't see us beating Leeds on the last game of the season. Honestly, I genuinely don't see us beating Leeds.
Listen, I just had my friend on the phone who's a Leeds supporter. Like he just come on the phone and was like, "Can you do us a favour next week?" And he's like, "I think you're going to do us a favour." And I'm like, "Shush now, please."
I don't see us beating them. Listen, I'm kind of at that point, and me and Jacob were talking. I don't care anymore. Like it doesn't bother me anymore. Like if I look at, I'm just going to go and pull up the league table and we can talk about that quickly. But we're with one game left. The most points we can get is 60 this season, by the way. So if we win, we get 60 points. Villa have 2 games a game in hand over us, and could finish on 60 points. They could finish on 63. Brighton have 3 games left. They could finish on 67 if they win their last 3. Brentford have 1 game left and can finish on 59. Honestly, we could finish. Do you know what's even worse, by the way? We could finish 10th this season now.
10th?
Because if Fulham win their games in 2 games, they're going to have a better goal difference to us, and they'll be above us. If Brentford win against Man City on the final day of the season, they'll finish above us. If Villa win their game in hand, they don't even have to win. They don't even have to go and win 1 more game than us. They've just got to go and win. Well, they've only got to win 1 more game and they'll be above us by 3 points. And we'll have a better goal difference than us. Worrying.
Yeah.
So if the 3 teams below us, by the way, win our games, we'll finish 10th. 10th.
Mad.
And you know when everyone was... We had a lot of fans. And I want to say this, is that they got all excited because Chelsea were doing terribly. Do you know what's even more crazy, by the way? Chelsea could only be 5 points behind us at the end of the season. And we've been laughing at them all season. All season we've been laughing at Chelsea. They could only be 5 points behind us. Make that make sense.
Yeah, it's just been absolutely awful. Are you on the boat of, because I haven't heard your opinion on this, I don't think. Well, I've listened to you, but are you on the opinion that you want us to get a manager in to sink the ship quicker? Because I've heard that saying where people are saying, I just want the ship to be sunk quicker, so then they'll sell, and that would be an easier way to do it, is to just make sure that we just go basically completely to pot.
No, I'm not really in that boat. I'm kind of a bit flip-floppy on it. I sit back and I think, what will turn the tide at the football club with the fan base? What would it take to turn every single person, Enoch and Levy, out? And I sit back and I think the only really way that will happen is we get relegated. If we're that bad that we get relegated, I think that would be the only way that turns the tide of the football club. I want the new manager to get absolutely fully supported, And when I mean it from the players, from the manager. I want the structure to be right at Tottenham. For me, no manager really. It does. It doesn't. The next manager is important. It's probably the most important appointment we're going to make in a very, very long time. But I worry. I massively worry about us. And I worry about us because look at us again today. Without Harry Kane, we are so bang average that we are very close to. We're no better than Everton, by the way, without Harry Kane.
Yeah.
Don't you do you think?
Yeah, no, I do get that. Obviously, I do feel like that we've had just a really rough season when it comes to contributors of the 2 goals, because obviously when we missed Bentancur was a massive miss for us, and I do get that Harry Kane is our main scorer, as he should be, because he is a striker.
Yep.
But I do think that saying that we're Everton is probably a little bit, I think, of a stretch. When you think if Sonny was more on form, would he have not maybe scored a few more goals this season? If Kulu wasn't injured, maybe he could have contributed to a few more goals. I think
what has Kulu done though this season? Genuinely, what has he done what has he even done? Yes, he's an injury, but we've had other players who've got injured, but they've not been. I think Son has lost something. There's something about him that he's lost.
Yeah. No,
Harry Kane has scored 28 league goals this season. Son scored 10. Yeah, great. He scored 10 goals. But that sums us up, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I do get that. But that's
and
one.
That for me is such a worry.
It
such
is a worry. Like if
Sonny.
Go on, sorry.
There you go. No,
you go. If Sonny, because this is one season where Sonny's had such an off season, where other season he has provided. I don't know what's going on this season, so that is a massive gap between him and Kane, which is it's normally a little bit closer, isn't it, with the goal contribution? Yeah. So yeah, of course it is worrying that we haven't had anyone else contribute apart from Kane. Like I do get that, but I do think that our season's been a really crazy. This season's been a really mad one. I've read. I don't know if you read horrendous. I don't know if you read that thing about what the Athletic said about behind the scenes. Even with Conte, when we was winning, there was still a bit of unrest going on. It was never like a settled sort of situation when we.
I don't think we've been settled for a very long time.
No,
I don't. I think this season has just shown the golfing class from Harry Kane and the rest of the squad, genuinely. And yeah, great. Yeah, Kane's gone and scored. Kane has gone and scored loads of goals this season, but it's amounted to nothing realistically. No, nothing on him, by the way. This isn't criticism of Harry Kane, because what more can a man do? I just worry so much at the moment. Like without Harry Kane, I genuinely think, and I said it in jest before. Oh yeah, we're a relegation team without Harry Kane. I don't think it's that far from the truth. We could be Leicester City if we didn't have Harry Kane. We could be Everton, big football clubs. Let me know if you're in the chat, by the way, if you think the same as well. But I honestly think I don't see that where anyone else gets that the sort of excitement about it. I don't think we've got a very good squad.
Joe, I think we've got some good players, but we definitely need to get rid of a lot of deadwood. There's a lot of deadwood at this club. 100%. Like there's way too much of it. And we've got some of that deadwood coming back as well, potentially. Yep. So if they don't get sold, we're going to have to somehow try and find a way to get them out. So we've got a really bloated deadwood squad. And when Poch first come in, it wasn't dissimilar, to be fair. And I think Phil P said it to me this morning in my chat and said, basically, we're back to square one, back to the beginning of this is what it was like before when Poch come in, where we've got a load of bloated squad.
There's a fair shout.
A bloated squad with players that need to be get rid of, and we need to like get some new players, some fresh blood in, and rejuvenate the squad. So I don't disagree with that. I think at the moment we are at that point where we need to get someone in who's going to get rid of a lot of this deadwood. But we have got some good players. in the squad, to be fair. Like Basuma was talking about half time. Like, I think he's a very good player. Like, I really like Basuma. I think he's got a lot of potential.
Yep, agreed.
So, like, I do think we're going to have Destiny coming in. He's a good player. I think that we've got Porro, and he wasn't, like, he only came on for a bit today, but at least he tried. At least he was trying, you know. So I do think we've got some good players, but like you say, we have got a lot of crap in there as well. Absolutely.
So Kane's just receiving awards with his children and his wife. They're doing the sort of lap of honour. There's Lucas Moura's crying. Don't know why. I mean, he's going, and then you've got. I'm just sort of panning on. I've still got the stream on. Eric Dyer's there with his children as well, and it's a weird one. I think people have gone back into the stadium. It looks like I think people have gone back in, and there are more players there, but it is a bit of a concern for me the way that this is. And I think if it was me, I think I wouldn't have gone back in. I would have been down the high road by about the 80th minute. When the third goal went in, I'd have been down the high road if I was over there.
Yeah, me
I just
too.
think we need to. I think we needed to sort that. There's a big game going. There's going to be two big games going on at the moment, though, Mia. We're going to digress onto some other football. Bournemouth are hosting Man United, and Liverpool are playing. You're going to remind me. It was just on the screen. I can't remember who Liverpool are playing now. I've just had a mind blank, which could come. Yeah.
Aston Villa. It's Villa, Liverpool, isn't it?
They're playing Villa. So Liverpool could go and hightail above Man United if Man United don't beat Bournemouth. Yeah, cheers, Max, for jumping in there. They're playing Villa. Just want to just put up some comments here. If the wages are the problem, especially for clubs in Europe to compete, who is going to pay for the likes of Maguire and Ndombele's all over 200 grand? That's the biggest issue we have at the football club. And Man United are similar as well. That then we miss that no clubs in Europe can compete with Premier League wages. So we have to figure out what we're to do. I think Ndombele shouldn't play for the club again. I've made my points clear on that, and people don't like it. I say it, but it's true. I don't think he should be anywhere near our club again. We have to figure a way, but I'm just so disillusioned with us at the moment, Mia. I think there's something about us that just really doesn't sit well with me at Tottenham. Nothing sits well.
No, I agree. I do agree. I feel like even in the 90s when we watched, I watched that kind of absolute dross that we had, but we did have those it was good times, and it felt different. It did feel a lot different. It really did. It didn't feel like this.
I agree. I think we're now at a stage where, and I put it into it before, we're in this sort of grey area at Tottenham that really you don't know where we are as a club, because we're not an elite football club. We're not a Man City. We're not a Man United. We're not in that big bracket, Liverpool's and all that lot. We're also not a small football club. I think we need to remember that we're not a small football club.
No,
we're not Wolves, Fulham, Brentford sort of football club. So I sit back and I think, and I worry and I go, what are we? What players should we be attracting?
Yeah. Do you know, it's Joe, I always say there's to me, there's that tier, which is like the elite tier, which I think that like a Man United, a Liverpool, and obviously now maybe a City in a bit more. Then like you've got Chelsea, Arsenal's. And then I would say that we're along with probably Villa and Everton, but we've got expectations of having we've got Chelsea and Arsenal expectations, but really we're on Everton and Villa level, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I get your point. I do understand what you're saying. But are we good enough to expect that anymore? Genuinely, are we good enough to start expecting that sort of grandeur now? Because I don't think we do. I think we've gone so far backwards. And I'll touch on what Norman Jacks just put on here because I don't agree with it, and I want to break it down completely. But so he's just got Norman Jacks or Perchie. Let's be real. The only reason we're upset of our season is because of how well Arsenal did. Be honest, no, I don't care. I sit back and I look at. I think it's not how Arsenal are doing, by the way, because Arsenal would still be above us, even if they weren't challenging for the league, because I think we're that poor. But I think it's actually do you know what it is? It's not how well Arsenal are doing. It's about how the shift has happened. The big change at Tottenham happened with the likes of Arsenal. Arsenal have gone that next level. We've gone down a level. That for me is the biggest problem, not about the actual part of it. Big up, Poch gave you them expectations. He did. Poch gave the expectation, but we didn't want to act on our expectation. And that was our problem. We built a great squad, and that's one of the criticisms I have of Pochettino is he didn't get over the line when we needed to. I genuinely thought the cups and stuff that he sort of dismissed the sort of domestic trophies as no more as ego boosting. For me, I want egos at this football club. I want players that sit there and go, I want us to win. I expect us to start winning these trophies. That for me was where the difference was. And listen, this is not me blaming Pochettino when he was at Spurs, but it's not what I'm saying. But for me, it was more about he believed what was being told of him from the board and all that lot, which allowed that to sort of happen, which is frustrating, definitely. But yeah, no, Poch did a great job at Tottenham, but it's also the reason why I don't want him back, by the way. One of the reasons why I didn't want him back, and people wanting him back, I think you misguided him wanting him back, because I think it just wouldn't have worked at all. I think he would have gone by the end of the season, before the end of the season. Virtually. Meanwhile, Arsenal are about to get Declan Rice, Caicedo, Cancelo, Diaby. They are leaving us behind. We are 26. Listen, I don't think Arsenal will sign all of those players. I think they're linked with them. Of course, they're challenging. They were challenging for the title. You could argue they still are. I think it's over, but you mathematically still are. But yeah, so I think Arsenal, yeah, they might be linked with those players. It doesn't mean they're going to go and sign him. If Man City wanted to replace Gundogan with Declan Rice, Man City will get Declan Rice. Vice versa with the likes of Caicedo. Maybe I think the Cancelo will go for a bigger football club. I think there'll be big clubs that want him, and Diaby is probably a good shout. He'll probably go to Arsenal, but yeah, I think we'll see. We'll see. You'll never know. We'll find out. That season of no signings, exactly. Yeah, the season of no signings, mate, was a big problem for us. Yeah, massive issue. Mia. Just kicked off in all the 3:00 games, by the way. Oh, I'll also do that before. What's your predictions for the 3:00 games? Let me have a little look, because I had them all up a second. Let's have a look at the games that are happening right now. Vintage display from Spuds. I didn't know potatoes were playing Max, but big up. Welcome, mate. Big up. Up the potatoes. Love the potatoes. Let's have a quick look. Up the potatoes. So at the moment, games that are happening right now. Bournemouth, Man United. What are you saying? I think that's got Man United written all over.
Yeah.
Man United all day. Fulham Palace has scored draw to me. I think I'll probably end up in a draw. I'm going to say 1-1. Liverpool Villa, I think Liverpool just about. I think Liverpool are on fire at the moment. And then you've got Wolves Everton. And the way Everton are playing, it'll probably be Wolves. But it wouldn't shock me if Everton go and nick a result there.
Yeah.
Nah, mate, I think you've got Bournemouth are on the beach now. They've done it. They've stayed up for the season they needed to. I don't see you doing much worrying there. But I tell you what though, if you do drop points, Liverpool will be knocking on the door massively against you guys, because they could nick European Champions League football for you. We're just going to flick over to the Liverpool game quickly. I got that on. Put that one on. But yeah, so big up. You're going to lose the Leeds. Yeah, mate. I think we're gonna lose the Leeds as well, mate. Perchy, apparently Rice wants to stay in London because of his family. He's settled and he had a child. Yeah, listen, but if Manchester City doubled his wages and he went, trust me, players will automatically want to go.
It's not like when we move. It ain't like they've got to pack up all their stuff. Do you know what I mean? They're going to have people doing everything for them.
Everything will be done for them. They'll literally have moved straight in. So listen, I get your point. I get the point of it, but let's be honest. if Man City, if Arsenal offered him 200 grand a week and Man City offered him 300 grand a week, I know what I'm doing.
And Joe, what else? These people always use this children settling thing, but you don't realise how quick children settle. I moved 2.5 hours away from London to live by the beach, and my kids are absolutely fine. Like, it's fine. You can do it. It's not the
And also,
biggest drama.
and as you mentioned, there's teams of people that sort these players out. Like, I watched some documentaries on it before, and it's mad. Like, they literally have teams of people that will go, do you want to live here, here, or here? Sorted, done. Renting this one for you. Do you want? We can get this, and this to get you up there, and we'll move you all in today. We'll get someone to pick all your crap up and take it in a van. And yeah, these players have got it all covered. They literally they just have to get into a car and they'll be there. So I think you have to remember it on that side of things. But I think if there was a chance for him to go to Man City tomorrow, I think he would be gone. If I'm genuinely honest.
When I moved, I would have loved to have that luxury of not having to pack up the children and everything to go in from London, try and make sure I've got everything sorted where they have even all their furniture we put back together for them. They won't have to worry about
they'll have people
like,
that will decorate. They'll have people that they'll basically be walking into a house ready made. Like, they don't have to do it. They don't. Declan Rice isn't going to be moving to Manchester and go, oh, I've got to go and unpack all my stuff and stuff. Trust me, you'll have people do that for you. But yeah. If we can see 2 goals to Leeds, it'll be the highest ever we've conceded in the Prem. Mate, listen, it wouldn't shock me if we lose to Leeds, by the way. Genuinely, I can see us losing to Leeds. And that's not me being negative. I'm just being realist. I can't see us beating them. Like, our recent form, I mean, we won 1 game in what? How many? And that game we didn't even deserve to win against Brighton.
Joe, what's worse? I can see it being more than 2-0. I can see it being a bit of a beating. I can see.
We could get routed, by the way. Like, the way we are, we could get routed. I'm just so frustrated. Like, everything about us. I hate talking about Tottenham sometimes because I think we're terrible, genuinely terrible.
Joe, I do. I watch other games to enjoy football.
Yeah, so that's why I do this around the grounds. We can talk about other football.
I like watching City play because what a team. When you watch Brighton play, I know they've obviously did do well the other day, but like when you watch Brighton play, like they play really good football. Like, it's all nice to watch nice football, isn't it? Like, enjoy it.
Yep. Yeah, it's what Max is saying. We've won 1 in 8, 3 in 12. That is horrendous. And Bobby, listen, you can't believe all that stuff, mate. He doesn't have I don't have all that crap. I don't believe. I'm one of these. If Declan Rice is going to go anywhere, he's going to go somewhere to go and win trophies. He's good enough to go to Man City. And trust me, it's easy. Players are easy for their agents and all that lot to come out with stuff like, oh, he loves the project. Yeah, I bet he loves Pep's project more, though. If Pep went and knocked on the door and went, can we inquire about your player? Trust me, he'll put the Arsenal phone down and pick the Man City phone up very quickly, because I think the project at Man City is a lot better because they win titles and they win trophies and they're about to go and win it all. So that for me is where people got to remember. It's all well and good saying, yeah, he loves the project. Yeah, great. He loves the project. He only loves it because the only one's on there. Yeah, Max has got a good point. Watch him end up going to Chelsea. Exactly. He's a Chelsea fan. It wouldn't shock me.
And do you know what else, right? People are all bigging up. I understand why they're bigging up Arsenal, but don't forget next season, if Chelsea come back, if Liverpool come back, it's not going to be as easy for Arsenal next season as what it's been this season. It's going to be much harder for them, much, much harder.
Of course. And that's completely understandable. Exactly. That's the thing for me, is at a stage now where we have to be a bit more sensible and realistic on what we're saying with it all, because I get it. You're right. We need to, we definitely need to be a bit more realistic. And there's been a goal, and Man United, I think, have gone 1-0 up. It's Casemiro has scored at the Vitality. Oh my days, I've just flicked over. What a goal, by the way. This is unbelievable. What a goal. Mia, if you have an opportunity to see this goal, he's just bicycle kicked it in the 6-yard box and it's gone top bins. Oh my days, what a goal by Casemiro.
I do love a good bicycle kick.
Oh, I've got to see this. I literally changed over the channel as he scored it. What a goal. And big up Matthew Hayden. Perch, I think he chooses Arsenal because they have done a lot of groundwork, and that doesn't mean anything, mate. No disrespect, Matthew. No disrespect, because if Man City come knocking in the morning, trust me, all that groundwork means nothing. Oh, what a goal. Oh, that's outrageous from Casemiro. Outrageous. Eriksen with the ball in. And then it's flicked on by the defender, and he's just it's a great goal.
They say that like when a big team comes knocking, their knock is different, innit? Their knock is a different kind of knock.
Listen, you're Brazilian, he is. I don't expect Chelsea Liverpool to magically be better than Arsenal next season. Like Chelsea are poorly coached. They are. They are. But Matthew, money talks, my friend. Trust me, money talks. If Manchester City can say to Declan Rice, or if Chelsea or if Liverpool can say, we can offer you this amount, trust me, projects and all this sort of groundwork that you mentioned, it comes to nothing, mate. No disrespect. Listen, I've been there. I've seen players go from Tottenham to better football clubs. It just happens. Let me just see. Big up Max again. Max, and boom. Need a second now to kill the game of, listen, I told you, you're going to batter these. It's game over for them. So the Declan Rice the Declan Rice thing is one of those. I think people need to be a bit more grounded when people are going, oh, he's going to be an Arsenal player and all that lot. It's not done until it's signed and he's holding the shirt. Trust me. I've seen so many people just flick and change all of a sudden. Arsenal will not fork out £100 million price. They'll go for Caicedo. Listen, I think Caicedo would be a better fit for Arsenal. Genuinely. I genuinely think if Arsenal are going to go and get in a centre midfielder, Caicedo's the one. I think he's great. But Declan Rice is a great player as well, by the way. But I think people miss it on it, and they think that the likes of Chelsea won't come knocking. Of course they will. The likes of Man United will. The likes of Man City will. They're losing Gundogan, so they might want to go and get a Declan Rice in to replace him. It's not something that's not shockingly that wouldn't happen. Mia. So let's slide back to Tottenham for a second. If we have to. Because this football club absolutely stresses me out, as you well know.
Yeah.
This football club kills me deep down. Where do we go from here?
Do you know what? I just hope that we get this appointment correct with the DOF and the manager, because otherwise I can't watch another season of this disaster, honestly.
Yep.
It's just, I said it earlier when I just quickly popped on THFC till I die. I just said it's a bit like a really ill animal. Like you just want to put it down. And that's what Tottenham feel like at the moment. We're just that animal that you just like, bless it. You just feel so bad for it. You just need to put it down, put it out of its misery. And that's how we feel as fans. We just want it like the misery gone. Like we really do. I can't have another season. This misery.
I agree. I completely agree with you. I can't do another season this torture, but I'll sit and watch us. But do you know what it is? Is the one thing that's happened this season is I'm not emotionally invested anymore, which is one of the greatest things for me, by the way. I'm not emotionally invested into this football team. I don't care. And I just feel, do you know what? It is what it is at the moment. We're not very good. We are bang average. And politely saying, who cares anymore? That's how I feel at the moment. Who cares?
Yeah, I think I was saying to Safa the other day that I don't even swear at the games anymore. So
neither do I now. I'm way past that.
That's how bad it's got. Like, it's got that serious that my oldest has said to me, "Mum, why aren't you swearing at the games?" He's concerned for me because he knows I only swear. I've only got a swear pass when I'm watching the football, and he's like, "Why aren't you even swearing? Like, why?" I'm like, "I have passed it. I am." That's how bad it's got.
Yeah, Winks got relegated. Watch him go back into our team. Yeah, it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, that. Just...
I want us to have a goal at Tottenham. Listen, if we have to play our kids, by the way, then I'm more than happy next season. If we play the young lads next season and just go, do you know what? We're starting all over again. I'm all for that.
What's your thoughts on Arne Slot then? Do you think he'd be a good fit?
Yeah, I think Arne Slot would be a great fit. I think
he'd be better fit than Nagelsmann now, actually. I've changed my mind.
Maybe. Do you know what? I don't mind a Nagelsmann, a Slot. I'm not really... For me, it's not about the manager necessarily. I think we need a progressive project-style manager. But I just want us to build something. I don't want us to just go, do you know what? Champions League is all we want. If we have to take a few years out of the Europe for a season or two, just to sort of build, I'm more than happy with that. But I don't want us to be sat in this cold moment where we're just, it's the same.
Yeah, I think personally what happened is that when we got the with Champions League with Poch and we did so well, I feel like that meant that we were that close to it that Levy thought, if I get a win now, put manager in, I can win now. And then when he got to doing with Nuno, that was such a big mistake. Making up for his mistake by getting the Conte in. So It's just like a series of completely like wrong decisions on their part. That's just where we went wrong. We didn't carry on what Poch was doing.
Steve, I saw you put in earlier. I thought we slightly moved on to it, but come on. Rice chooses Arsenal over Chelsea. They haven't got Champions League football. Hasn't stopped players in the past, my friend. One example, Paul Pogba. When at Man United, they didn't have Champions League football, and they spent a fat wad on him. Yeah, it didn't work out for Paul Pogba. But the Champions League football narrative needs to stop. It doesn't matter if Arsenal are in the Champions League, Chelsea will outpay them. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong, by the way. But if Chelsea offer twice as much as what Arsenal offer, trust me, Declan Rice will go to Chelsea over Arsenal. That's all I want to say. Listen, that's this narrative that, Champions League football players want it. Trust me, if players want to get paid a fat load of money, I would as well. If someone offered me twice as much money, I'd go to a worse company if they offered me twice as much money. Trust
and also,
me.
It's the team's name as well. Like a Chelsea and like a Man United, they've got to draw a pool anyway because of who they are as a club. So that doesn't matter if they're Champions League or not.
Max has gone, defence is not solid enough for Slot style of play, probably end up with a pragmatic Rodgers. No, I think, do you know what? I'm going to be positive about it. I think Slot will do his job here. Listen, I don't think we have the defenders, but I don't mind that. Listen, hear me out. I don't mind it. If we're going to concede goals and goals and goals, I have no issues. No issues at all. Because I look at it and I look at it further than next season. He has to commit to his style of play, win, lose, or draw. And I mean it in the sense of we might get beaten by teams because we're so aggressive going forward. Okay. We buy players for this system. And that's how we do it. If we have to go to Feyenoord and buy 2 or 3 of their players that he built there, so be it. I don't care about who we sign. I just care about that we're signing players for the manager and no one else. That for me is the key one. I don't mind if we get Pam next season, as long as I can see a change in the style that we're changing to. Yeah, Max is right. Pogba and Ibrahimovic. Yeah, they and Aubameyang as well. They all went to clubs outside of Champions League and stuff. Arsenal signed Aubameyang from Borussia Dortmund, who were in the Champions League, and signed him when they were in the Europa League. So don't tell me the likes of Declan Rice wouldn't go to a Chelsea or a Man United or a Liverpool who are not in the Champions League because they can offer the money. Perch, apparently Chelsea are not in the race to sign him because they want Lavia. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Chelsea won't get that, don't want them. I'm just saying, hypothetically, that if they were in the race and they offered more money than Arsenal, the player will have to make a decision. Do I want to be financially better off or playing a better level of football? You have to balance it up. But yeah, no, I'm not saying it in the sense that that Arsenal won't sign a Declan Rice. But trust me, there are other clubs in the league that can offer more money and they might go there. As I said, I'm not saying it's all hypotheticals, of course. Big up, Max. Slot can't play a high line with Diade. No, listen, I want Arne Slot to do what Ten Hag done. Go in there and say, no, I don't want you or you playing because you don't fit the way I want. That's what he did at Man United, Ten Hag. Slot, if he's got to come in, he's got to do exactly the same and say, I don't want this, and this player. Big up Steve again. The team in the race, Arsenal, Liverpool, Man City, Newcastle. Newcastle can outbid Arsenal. Man City can. Liverpool and Arsenal are very similar in their structures. So, hear me out. Newcastle go and double his wages and he goes there. Wouldn't shock me. Does it shock you, Mia?
No, not at all. Not at all. It wouldn't
Exactly.
shock me. Of course.
Wouldn't shock me whatsoever if Declan Rice ends up at somewhere like a Newcastle or Man City. Listen, if you were going to go to anyone, you'd go to Man City. Definitely. Slot won't be allowed the authority like Ten Hag. Max, that's the problem. And that, for me, is the change we need. The manager reports from the director of football, and the director of football reports from Scott Munn. That's how we have to operate. No other way. Players report to the manager reports to the DOF reports to the sporting director. Big up Ben Kaufman. How was the game? I hope you booed and the scarves are out and all that lot. Purple and gold until Tottenham is sold. Yes, man, no high. Yeah, we need Levy. Definitely. Big up, my friend. Love you, Kaufman. Absolutely lovely, man. Ronaldo interview dealt like a boss, to be fair. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's the thing. We need a manager like that. I thought, and this is where I don't get the criticism of Ten Hag. Yes, I don't think he's made a few mistakes at Man United. But I tell you what, he dealt with a situation like that. I was like, fair play. Yeah, Ben, mate, it was a shambolic second half. I thought first half we could have been 2 or 3-0 up. Easy. We were comfortable first half. And then we just heads down. I said it on the stream. As soon as we went 1-0 down, went to 1-0, I saw us throwing it away. Oh, Villa have missed a penalty, by the way. Ollie Watkins I'm just going to watch it. So Ollie Watkins has just missed a penalty for Villa against Liverpool. Does Alisson save it? So the captain gave it to him. Yeah, that's the thing. Man United is another great example. Won't be may or may not be in the Champions League next season, but they will be able to outbid for Declan Rice. They'll be able to offer more money than Arsenal. Definitely. Yeah, Ollie Watkins. I'm just watching it now. I'm a little bit behind, so I'm just going to watch that now quickly. Oh, wow. That's a shocking miss. He's missed the target. Oh, wow. That's a shocker. The race of Caicedo, Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, Bayern. Again, why would you not go to likes of Bayern Munich? Massive football club. Massive. I thought about leaving when he brought Moura came on. The problem with this club, overly sentimental. Thank you. I've been saying this for too long. He brings Lucas Moura on when we're 2-1 down. Why? I get it. He's leaving. He's done lovely things at us. If we're 3-1 up with 10 minutes to go, fair enough. Be all sentimental and be nice. Losing a game of football. Not good enough. Agreed. Watkins, mate. Yeah, Watkins missing. That's a shocker. Emi Martinez is livid, by the way. That's crazy. Can we all talk about Unai Emery, by the way? Let's talk about Unai Emery.
Okay.
What a job he's done, by the way.
I know. It just shows that if you go in there and you get it right, Perch, it can get. Do you know what I mean? Look at the improvement. Villa were really down and out, weren't they? Really
Villa
down and out.
Yeah. No, but he's one of those. If Villa get Europe next season, which it looks like they might do, it obviously it's all dependent on this game, obviously. I think they're in Europe. I think they're not above us at the moment, are they? If I'm right in saying, if it stays like this, they'll be above us. But if they lose to Liverpool, they will be below us on goal difference. And Villa have. Let me just see, who have they got on the final day? I'm just going to check. Yeah, Villa play Brighton on the final day, by the way, on next week, Sunday. So, regardless of it, at the moment, if it stays like it is, I believe we are 8th if it's because they're drawing at the moment. So it's realistically Spurs versus Villa to get Europa Conference League, maybe even the Europa League, depending on how Brighton do. Because Brighton play Southampton tomorrow, and they've got a few games in hand as well. So we're in the competition with the likes of Brighton and Villa. If Unai Emery gets Villa into a European competition next season, I would put £100 on him winning that tournament.
Yeah, that is his tournament, isn't it? He likes those tournaments.
He's won the Europa League 4 times.
Yeah.
3 with Villa, 3 with Sevilla, 1 with Villarreal.
Yeah.
So for me, Unai Emery deserves more respect. And I thought he got disrespected at Arsenal. He's a quality manager. And I genuinely think, and he did get disrespected at Arsenal because of the way he spoke and all that lot. And I think that was such a travesty is actually the word I'm going to use it. Such a travesty, because I think I'm kind of happy it didn't happen. Maybe I'm slightly different, because I think if Unai Emery if Unai Emery was given the keys properly at Arsenal, yes, it didn't necessarily work out for whatever reason. And all the Arsenal, if you're in the chat still, what are your thoughts? Because I think Unai Emery would have won a European trophy for Arsenal by now. I think he'd have won the Europa League for him by now.
Yeah, I agree.
Because he just seems to do it there. And I tell you what, if I was Villa, I'd be going, do you know what? We can win a European trophy next season. If it's the Conference League or the Europa League, whatever one, there has been a goal. Oh, and Villa have gone and scored. And Villa have gone and scored, by the way. It's 1-0 against Liverpool. Mate, I'm doing good with Mia. And TJ, mate, do you want me to send you the link, mate? I've got it here. I can post it in here for you, mate. TJ, love you to come on, mate. Always love chatting to you. You're always in my chats. Massive, mate. Welcome to come on. We can talk Arsenal. How much I hate talking about them, but yeah, I haven't seen the goal yet. But Villa have gone 1-0 up. My throat is killing me. Talking for 3.5 hours is not great, Mia.
No, I can imagine.
My throat's killing me, but we're going to plod through. We're going to soldier through this. I'm debating if I'm going to do the Forest and Arsenal game. I might not and just finish up after the 3 o'clockers, but around the ground. Oh, what a ball from Douglas. Oh, that's a great goal. Oh, it's an amazing goal. Oh, I love that. He's silencing. Jacob Ramsey's just put his ear up to the cop. That is honestly, what a player, by the way. Was it the cop? Maybe it was his way. Yeah, Max, mate, welcome on any time, mate. Yeah, Alicia's standing. Alicia's still you're at a wedding and you're watching me. I mean, that's the biggest compliment ever. Oh, wifey, big up, wifey, love you. Why does my camera change? Look at the color change. It goes all weird. It goes all grey. Big up, wifey, love you, babe. Love you. Thank you for staying here. Jacob Ramsey's been brilliant. He has. What a player, by the way.
He has.
What a player, Jacob Ramsey.
Great player.
But tell you what, Douglas Luiz here with a delivery of monumental proportions. This shouldn't get disallowed now. Yeah, sure. Philly, if you want to come in, mate, you're more than welcome in as well. The leak's there. Big up, Philly, mate. Mate, you're welcome on as well if that's what you're trying to say. Big up. Yeah, so 1-0 Villa at Anfield. What else is happening around the grounds? Still 1-0 with Man United, 0-0 at Craven Cottage, and 0-0 at Molineux as we carry on. Yeah, so if you want to, just as long as you come on, guys, make sure you're on. I say cam's on. Obviously, I know Mia, so Mia's okay to not have her cam on. But if I haven't, I obviously understand it. So it's just.
I like to do this. I'd like to do this elusive thing, Perch, where you see my face sometimes, and sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Course,
you know,
mate.
Woman of mystery.
Mate, absolutely. It's a pleasure to have you on, mate. Absolute pleasure. Oh, Philly's here. How you doing, mate? I'll chuck you in, mate. How do I change it up? How you doing, mate?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. How you guys doing? Mia, by the way, you look good,
mate,
you know, so you
good.
shouldn't be worried about how people look at you on screen.
I know. It's just it's a really weird thing, isn't it? Like with the way that like people perceive you, and people can be real nasty on the online and like. So I'm quite shy anyway. So
Understandable, but your views are good anyway, so keep going.
thank you.
Yeah, for me, this season, I gave up on the season in September. After we played against Sporting Lisbon, I was just like, we're just going to be doing the same thing. We're going to score a goal and then just sit back and let the other team attack. And it's a question of, are they going to score? Is it going to deflect in? And when they do score, can we react? No, because it's just basically pass the ball to Kane. Kane takes all the responsibility. So for me, the best thing for Tottenham to do would be to sell Kane for me and move on. Because I think it covers too many cracks in the team. Plus, it also, for him, it's not really expiring because he's not actually doing anything at the club. He's not going to win anything here.
No, I agree, mate. I think the Kane situation is one of those. It's a weird one for me. I've always said that. I agree. I just think we are. I think we've got to come to a consensus in the sense that I think if Kane goes, but it has to be on the basis that he doesn't want to sign a new contract. Listen, if he doesn't, I'm not blaming him, by the way. If I don't want to sign a new contract for next season, why would I? Like, why would I want to? Like, we're crap. But
even if he signs a new contract, Perchy, it's irrelevant to me because if he signs a new contract, then it means that he's happy to settle here where no one doesn't want anything.
No. But that's down to him, by the way. That's his. I get it. I get what you're trying to say. But that's down to him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if Kane doesn't want to stick around, we have to sell him. So if he doesn't commit to a new contract, we need to sell him. We need to get a bit of money for him and move a bit forward. Listen, but if Kane goes, even if he goes to the likes of Chelsea or someone like that, don't care. I genuinely don't care because we need to look further than our nose. We need to make some money. I
agree with you. And the best thing to do, right now, is that we're at the beginning of a building process, and to rebuild, like a phoenix, you got to have to smash it down and then grow again. Now, if we sell Kane, right now, he is our most profitable asset. Not being nasty, but you're 30 years old, he's not going to get any better. And if we sell Harry Kane, like using the ENIC principle of sell to buy, and we used it to back the manager and give him the place that he actually needs in the positions that he needs, I think that'd be better for Tottenham all the way around and better for Kane too.
You're right, but Koff makes a great point. If we sell Harry Kane tomorrow, hypothetically, next season, if we don't replace Rightly, we could be in a relegation battle. We could be like, and me and Mia were talking about it earlier. We could be the Leicester, the Evertons next season.
Genuinely, so who knows?
Yeah, go.
No, you said it right. Who knows? It's what if.
Yeah. Joe, the only thing I would say, Perch, is that we've sold big players in the past that we thought that would be disastrous without them, and we've always somehow muddled through in a way. I know we wasn't great at some points, but we've always kind of muddled through.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is though? But you're right. But I think Kane it's a golfing class now. I get you're right. It's a golfing class in the sense that, like, with Kane, I think he is that much better than what we've got.
But
In the sense, when we sold Berbatov and stuff, yeah, we struggled without him and stuff like that. But then we found the next one.
Mhm.
For me, we sell Harry Kane. We're never going to find that level again. Not even half his level.
But
and
Joe
I
Solomon
think
made
it's
a
a
really
concern for me.
Joe Solomon made a really good point, though, is that we're never going to replace Kane because Kane is literally what he does is irreplaceable. So we're never going to find another Kane. We just
Agreed,
have to
yeah.
find another way of playing with a different type, maybe, of player. That's something that we're going to have to. At some point, he is going to kick his last ball for Tottenham, and we're going to have to learn to play a different way. And maybe us not having Kane as the complete concentrating on him. If we get the right players in, then we could play a different way, and we could still score the goals. I know it sounds like. Or it is all hypotheticals, and none of us know. I just think that is a possibility.
Well, I'm not being nasty, Mia. Yeah, look at today's game, right? Like I said in the game, right? No Tony, no problem.
Yeah.
And that's how Tottenham should feel about Harry Kane. No Kane, no problem. You still find a way. Life finds a way. It's a massive quote here in a big film.
Philly, you're right, but I think we are a problem without Harry Kane because at least with Brentford, great example with Tony. It's a great example, but I can see a pattern of play at Brentford that. If Tony doesn't play, yeah, they miss some more clinical players. But I look back and I go, I can't see a style of play at Tottenham. I can't see.
Yeah, but then that's on the owners, then, isn't it? But if that is the case here, then that's on the owners, isn't it?
Exactly, but that's the point, isn't it? If we get the right kind of manager who's saying that we can't play that good style of football and have what Brentford have with Tony, where they can just be like, no, Tony, no problems, isn't it?
Yeah, but they also have to be able to implement their own system here. They have to be able to give them the free roam here to do what they need to do. They can't have the players here reporting to Daniel Levy behind their back. They need to be They need to be head of what's going on. So if the players have a problem, because he makes a decision. He can't be thinking that they're going to go to Daniel Levy and say, well, I don't like your decision, so therefore, and then Daniel Levy chooses them. Because that is how we were under Dele Alli and Jose Mourinho. You undermine the manager straight away as soon as you do that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Listen, people get online and get onto me and call me, I'm a Levy lover, etc. But I always try and be fair in my assessment, but I don't disagree with anything that you've said. So it just shows you in it, like I'm not trying to disagree with you. I just try and bring up some points that try and maybe play devil's advocate and try and think.
Yeah,
of
course.
maybe
It's all about. For me, it's all about balance. Me and you have debated this and stuff. I'm definitely I want change. I think Philly's in the same boat.
Of course.
And I think you do as well. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair judgment. But I think you're right. There are balances and there's a lot of balance towards it. I just wanted to say, guys, there has been a couple of goals whilst we've been chatting about Spurs. I mean, I hate talking about it anyway, but Wolves have gone 1-0 up against Everton and Crystal Palace have gone 1-0 up against Fulham. It's 1-0 across the board. And only Wolves are the only team winning at home. Everyone else is winning away. But I wanted to sort of move it on for a second. Yeah, but Steve, Don Robbie said yesterday, Arsenal a more attractive proposition than Real Madrid. I mean, that guy is off his head.
The guy is
clueless, by the way. Clueless. I mean, that's a monumental one. Brentford don't rely on Tony. They have people like Mbeumo, Damsgaard. Yeah, agreed. That's the thing. I think Johan Wissa was a great example. Not the greatest player. And Kendall was on earlier, my mate Nick. And he said that he's not the greatest player in the world, Johan Wissa, but he gets goals. And the same with Mbeumo, steps up when you need to. Without Kane, this season, who has stepped up without Kane? Genuinely, I don't think anyone has. No one's been good enough for them.
No, they haven't. But we've had previous seasons where that hasn't been the case. Like we have had seasons where Eriksen's chipped in or Dele Alli's chipped in.
But we have better squads back then. I don't think we've got a great squad anymore.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think we replaced well. I think we replaced the players at half what we got rid of. I don't think they're nowhere near the level of what we need to compete. I'll say we got about 6 players in the squad. The rest of them, I'll just get rid of them. Players like Eric Dyer got rid of because the value of 0 is 0, and you're not going to get any money for him. I'm sorry, no club is going to buy that Eric Dyer from you, mate. It's
But
the
this-
levels
this-
of Dele
this-
Alli for me. He has to
this is
go.
right,
They have to
yeah.
terminate his contract. That's how bad it is for him. Romero, I'll give him another year. Let me see what he's like next to a big defender next to him, like an Otamendi. But there's a lot of problems in the squad, and it does need to be changed. But you need to prioritize one position first, because we aren't Man City. We're not going to just do it in one go, and we're not Chelsea. We're not just going to do it in a hurry. But you need to prioritize the defense first and get a cam in there. And then the next summer, then you prioritize the midfield, and the next summer after that, then you prioritize the attack. But you're going to need a big outlay in the defense, because the defense is just shocking. It's been that way for years. And it's just been the club hiding it behind Harry Kane and the club hiding it behind different problems. But we never replaced Jan, and we never replaced Toby either.
Yeah. No, absolutely bang on, mate. That's our biggest problem at this club at the moment. I just wanted to just pick up a comment before I introduce TJ. Welcome, by the way. Before I introduce you in, mate. Max makes a great point. Spurs could go out and buy a James Maddison, a Gnotto, a Bella Kotchap, a Ward-Prowse, a Lavia, all from clubs in relegation battles, and they would improve us. But we won't do that. That's our problem. They're the sort of players we should be looking at. We should be looking at teams in relegation battles and finding the hidden gems in them. But you know, deep down we wouldn't do that. If I doubt we'd sign any of them, maybe Ward-Prowse would probably be the only one I'd look at that signing. But yeah, no, absolutely great point, Max. Spot on. I'm gonna introduce the Arsenal fan who's decided to come and join me. How you doing, mate? TJ, welcome.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you, mate. Welcome. How you doing, mate?
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, my headphones are acting all mad right now, so I'm going through speakers, which I don't normally.
I don't know if it's me or not.
Here, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
yeah, you're good. You're good.
Thanks
mate.
for having me on.
Nah, anytime.
Thanks for
Always
having me
welcome. Always welcome, mate. I'll ask you a question. Let's go. Let's just sort of digress to Arsenal and what's happened this season, because you've done well this season. I think that's fair. The question that was asked earlier on in the stream, and I want to get your take on it. Who's had the better season this season, Man United or Arsenal? Oh, headphones. Can you hear me?
I'm having all sorts of internet issues. Let me drop off and come back in. 1 sec.
Oh, we're gonna wait. Yeah, no, jump out, mate. Yeah, cool. We'll get him. We'll get TJ back on. I think his internet's messing up. But yeah,
Bottling it like Arsenal have.
bottling. Oh, don't. He's not here to start that one up again.
Yeah.
It is
I know.
Perky, you know. It is
But,
bottling. But Perky, do you not see how they were last season? Do you not think Arsenal were the same? Last season, yeah, they got into top 4, right? And at the end of it, yeah, they actually bottled it. And then this season, they get to the point where they're near enough fighting for the league, and then they bottle it again. Do you not see there's a history about that? They might have to change that philosophy a bit. Try and bring in players here who've crossed the line before, and then go again. For me, yeah, the game against Liverpool for them, yeah, was a defining moment. It was their battle of the bridge. They were 2-0 up here, and Liverpool scored in the last
See, I
minute.
didn't
And
think
for
it
me,
was, though.
that
I
was the
thought-
moment that the league swung.
I
No,
thought
so I thought it was the
result-
West Ham. I thought West Ham
I
actually.
thought West Ham and Southampton was important. Oh, we've got a couple more coming on.
Yeah, but I think if
Yeah,
Liverpool
yeah.
had beaten West Ham,
Big up,
yeah,
Ellie. How's it going?
Arsenal beat Liverpool,
Still in the
they would have
stadium,
beat
my friend.
they would have beat West Ham as well.
So,
Let's see if
so
they can win.
hope you're well. Hope you're well. Were you enjoying it? Welcome to the stream and welcome to. You're staying to watch the women's game, I'm assuming.
Yeah, let me just put my earphones on because I can't hear because
Okay.
they've got the loud music loud. Just
Big
bear
up,
with
big
me.
up.
Bear with me.
Okay, I'm gonna move quickly to TJ because I'm gonna ask that question again that I asked you a moment ago. So, who's had the better season this season, regardless of everything that's happening? Man United or Arsenal?
Hold on 1 second. I'm having issues hearing you. There we go.
Give me
Yeah,
Ellie for a second 'cause I
Queen.
can hear
Yeah,
the noise.
yeah. That's beautiful stadium, by the way.
is.
Man United or Arsenal? Man United. You got to say Man United, right? If they get top 4, you have to say Man United.
If Man United get
They-
top 4 and win two domestic trophies,
They won't. They
think
won't
that-
beat
I
Man
think-
City. They won't
Hmm?
beat Man City. They won't beat.
I
Man
don't think
City.
they will eat. I don't think they will. But I mean, I'm on about that. They could go and win
Yeah,
it.
they could.
They're a good enough side to it. I think that could happen. It's
Mm-hmm.
plausible. I just wanted to sort of ask you as well, because I've seen a lot being talked about, and the beautiful word, the bottle. See, I'm on the boat, and Philly made a great point. Did Arsenal genuinely bottle it, or was it actually they're just not good enough compared to Man City?
You could say both are true, right? I don't think they're both mutually exclusive. I think that Man City, they decide to turn it on when they decide to turn it on, and they did. About what are we at? 17 games now, unbeaten. So both can be true in my opinion. We did bottle it, starting with that Liverpool game, starting with Xhaka losing the plot and getting in Trent Alexander-Arnold's face and waking up on Anfield. I will always go back to that. That moment will haunt me as an Arsenal fan for a while, I think, just because that's kind of when we completely lost our composure. So, I would say yes to both. Look, I will defend the team when they deserve defending, and I will mud the team when they deserve mudding. And right now they deserve mudding. The 3-0 Brighton defeat was inexcusable, in my opinion.
Yep.
And all these people are now calling for Arteta's head, and I don't blame them at this point. I don't think he should be let go quite yet. I do want to see Edu out. But it's one of those things where I'm newer to football than a lot of you guys, right?
Yeah.
But in what I see compared to what I see in American sports is you guys are very reactionary. Everybody is very reactionary. So let's see what happens in the off season. And I will call for Arteta's head if we go out in the group stage of the Champions League. That's kind of where I'm setting my bar. But if we do not advance in the Champions League, I'm done with them.
But let's be honest here with the Champions League, because there's a key point here. Because Arsenal are going to be in pot 3.
Yep.
So realistically, it's not unthinkable for Arsenal to get Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
You look at that group and go, shit, that's a tough group. Let's be honest, but let's be frank and honest here. If Arsenal get knocked out in that group, that's not bottling it, in my opinion, because they're 2 better teams than you.
Right, but
hold on. Didn't we get to the final with a group of death? Everyone called our group the group of death. Mm-hmm. We had that group, and we got through it. So Arsenal have got 0 excuses.
I tell you what, that game at Wembley when we beat Real Madrid, one of the most amazing games of football I've witnessed, and I've been to some decent games of football. I actually watched us tear Real Madrid a new one. Absolutely teared it at Wembley. That was magical watching that game of football. But it feels like such a pipe.
I'm going to jump in here, with Arsenal, right? I like the Arsenal fan. Yeah, did you hear Patrick Vieira's talk after the game last week? Because that was brilliant. Use the pain of finishing second to carry yourself on to next season to go and win the league. Use this as motivation to go and do it again. Right, that's what he said, which was empowering and brilliant, by the way. But with Arsenal, to go in the Champions League, and this is my biggest gripe with Tottenham last season, was you need to buy some serious players in your squad. The likes of Vieira that you bought last season, they're not going to cope in the Champions League. I'm sorry, he's not. The likes of and you need to compliment Jesus in that, but you need to be prioritizing your midfield, and your midfield needs to be prioritized.
We need to be augmented all over the field, in my opinion. I mean, the only positions we're really solid on are the wings. The rest of the field, we need reinforcements. To be 100% honest with you, I think we need Caicedo, we need Rice, minimum. Do
you think you'll get both, or do you think you'll get one of them?
No, I don't think we'll get both, because that's how Edu operates. The guy will pay $5 for a free sandwich. Like that's the problem with him. And that's the problem that 50% of the fan base has with the sporting director and the current regime in general. We paid $3 million for Marquinhos to a Brazilian club that was going to give it to him for free. And we did it for good relations.
Yeah, so I didn't get that one. I read all that. That was a weird one.
I didn't get that. So I'm not an expert on how the front office operates. Obviously, none of us are because we don't have the view into that. But it just doesn't make sense to me, to be honest. So I'm not as confident as a lot of other people are going into the summer transfer window.
I can understand where the I can
Go ahead, Percy. Sorry.
I get it. By the way, I just want to jump in here. Max, they've now got a chocolate Labrador called Win at Arsenal. Can you imagine the likes of Real Madrid and Barcelona ever doing that? That is what the PR Arsenal is undefeated. It's even better than our PR, by the way, because we love to peddle PR out at this football club. But
yeah, Go Kart
Arsenal
FC,
is
baby.
undefeated for it.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that every top 6 club has their PR jaunts, right?
That only seems to happen in the UK, by the way. Doesn't happen elsewhere.
No, it doesn't.
I live. You know, I live in Spain. It don't happen here. You don't get PR like that in Spain. It's if you're not winning, you're getting a absolutely battering. As I said, I went to the Barcelona derby last Sunday. I saw Espanyol fans launching chairs at Barcelona players. No, genuinely. The rivalry between Espanyol and Barcelona is so...
Percy, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go for it.
You know you live in Spain, yeah? Right?
Yep.
I have this nut... Right, after watching the game, yeah, against Man City on Wednesday, how is Ancelotti not sacked yet? Because he has to be sacked, man. That was an embarrassing defeat by Real Madrid. He has to be.
They're going to sack him at the end of the season. But yeah, no, they will sack him. But the thing is, I live in Barcelona, and like as I said, I was at the Barcelona derby, and I tell you what, I saw something there, and I said this change in mentality in English football when it comes to football in Europe. Barcelona decided to over-celebrate, in my opinion. Bear in mind, you're at your arch rivals, and the history of Espanyol and Barcelona. A bit of a history lesson. There's such a hatred between the two fan bases because of what Espanyol represents and what Barcelona represents. Barcelona represents very much the independence of Catalonia, whereas Espanyol was given the Real title. So they've got the crown on top of their badge, which means that they're very pro. Their club was steeped in a very pro monarchy sort of thing. So that already there's the hatred on that side of it.
Yeah, that's why Pochettino could never be the manager of Barcelona after being manager of Espanyol.
Very similar, yeah, exactly. If he went and managed Barcelona, he'd get pelters when he turned up at the RCD stadium. Like absolutely get pelters over there. Like they'd be launching bottles and stuff at him. It's mental. But as I said, I went there and I watched it. And I watched basically Barcelona fans doing Ring Around the Roses around the centre circle. And I went, this ain't gonna go well. I was watching it go, this is going to kick off. Ultras were on my right hand side. You can't buy a ticket in that section, by the way. You can't buy a ticket there. There's a section behind the goal you can't buy. This is where the ultras will go. And it's cordoned off sort of thing. They have their own entrance. It's all cordoned off. You can't walk around there. And they've got the flags and stuff. Charged. 200 and charged at the Barcelona players for doing Ring Around the Roses in the centre circle. They went, we ain't having that in our stadium.
Yeah.
And I watched it and I saw the reaction from you British football fans, English football fans, when they shouldn't be doing that. It's not nice. And I went, you don't get that elsewhere.
But that builds some to Conte, doesn't it? When he said the word there, it's excuse after excuse in England. It's always an excuse as to why something hasn't happened, why you have found another way. It's always an excuse.
Yeah. Oh, you can't do that. That's not very nice. Nah. If Arsenal players did that at our stadium, I'd expect the whole stadium to get and charging that. Because I was sitting there going, it's just so disrespectful. Like, you're basically mocking your team in a relegation battle whilst winning the league there. Listen, I'm all for it. I liked it from Barcelona players, but I also respected what the Ultras did.
Percy, your players did do that, though.
What's that, sorry, mate?
Remember when we beat you guys at the Lane earlier in the season, and some guy came after Ramsdale after Saka did like the jump shot in front of your fans. So yeah, there is still that, I think it's disgusting, by the way, but there still is that little titch of aggression in the fan base and in English football. It's just more tempered, and there's a lot more stewards around, I believe.
So, Ellie, I'm gonna come on to you. Yeah, the Castelldormi is very feisty, mate. It is chaos, especially when Espanyol don't win ever. We never win over there at Barcelona, but yeah. Ellie, I'm going to jump in. You're at the women's game. What's it like? Give us a bit of a feedback on. Is a lot of people stayed behind, or?
I'll show you. That's the west stand. So most people on the lower, and that's the east stand. And then I'm in the big stand. There's hardly anybody in the big stand. It's about maybe a couple of hundred. There's about 1,000 over there. It's usually around about 2,000 or 3,000 that watch the women's game.
Yeah.
Roughly. Yeah.
As I said, I kind of felt a little bit bad for the women's team because obviously the club decided to do a bit of a PR stunt. Is we're talking about it in the sense of putting back-to-back games for fans. And I said at the start, I said if we get beaten to Brentford, I feel a bit bad for them because ideally it would be nice to like much more fans. And I said as soon as we get battered by Brentford, everyone's going to peel out. And unfortunately, that's what's happened. But it was understandable. But it's good that it's allowed a different eyes to sort of watch the women's game. Now, listen, big up to them. Like, I hope they go and win. They're still in for a manager as well, so they're in turmoil like we are as well. But
they have to get 1 point to be safe from relegation.
What's that? Sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you very well.
They have to get 1 point to be safe for relegation.
1 point from relegation. I mean, that is Spursy, by the way. What just get beaten already? That is Spursy, isn't it?
Terrible season.
Only Spurs can get beaten in that stadium twice in one day. By the way, that is Spursiest thing in the world. But I wanted to ask a question for everyone, including Ellie as well, who's there. But obviously, yesterday, Beth England, who is a Spurs women's player, went to the stadium in a Chelsea shirt the other day. Went to the final. Went to watch the Women's FA Cup final in a Chelsea shirt. If we're going to talk about this, should we allow that as a fan base?
She supports Chelsea, so I understand. But
if that was Eric Dyer and did that, he'd get pelters from every single person in the stadium. If Eric Dyer walked in with an Arsenal shirt to watch Arsenal in an FA Cup final, he'd get absolute pelters. People would be saying, I never want to see him play again. So we're going to talk about it. Realistically, should that be something that I get it's slightly different because in the women's game it's slightly different. There's not that, I want to say, that sort of direct rivalry and animosity, so to speak. But is it something that we should be talking about and thinking about?
I think so, because it's not. To me, she's a Spurs player. She shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
But I understand she's a Chelsea fan, but going something neutral. So you don't need the fan base, because there's a lot of girls who idolise her at Spurs. She's had the
I was going to say, I'm not sure. Is it just me or Ellie? I think you're quite quiet. I can't hear you very well. So
she's had a fantastic season.
Yeah, no, she has. No. It was more being devil's advocate in the argument, because I was sitting there going, if that was Harry Kane, if that was Eric Dyer, if that was Ben Davis that basically turned up in a rival team's kit and went there, they would be getting pelters. I'm not saying give pelters, by the way, to Beth England. I'm not saying that. I'm not condoning that, but I'm just sort of just thinking about it. If that was in a full stadium and that happened, I think that would be something that people would be very much kicking off about.
I'll tell you what, I'll pull her up about it later.
No, I said I was just more intrigued by. I think we've lost Philly, but big up Philly, by the way. I'm not sure if you're going to come back. Big up Philly, absolute legend and a lovely, lovely bloke. Where should we talk about? Let's talk about the football that's just happened. So Fulham, by the way, we missed it. Mitrovic scored a penalty, by the way. So it's Fulham 1, Crystal Palace 1. As we speak, it's half time around the ground. Those two battling out for 10th and 11th. I mean, at the moment, by the way, Spurs can't, unless Fulham win, Spurs can avoid finishing 10th in the league. I mean, that sums us up, really. I mean, we're hoping that Fulham get beaten by Palace just so we don't finish 10th. Yeah, it's a painful one for us at the moment. I mean, Dave, you've hit it nail on the head. Absolute disgrace about shit. We are always players, other than Kane, are a disgrace. Absolutely, mate. I watched this today, and let's talk about it. And Ellie, you were at the game, so you can give us a bit more of an understanding from a perspective of a fan at the game.
Yeah.
I saw us in the first half, and I went, do you know what? Decent. The one thing that we didn't have was goals. We probably could have been 3-0 up. I think Son missed a couple of real key chances.
Yeah.
And I kind of felt at half-time, I went, unless we come out here in the same energy, they'll beat us here. Frank will change it up and beat us. And what did he do? He basically went to Brian Burma and went, do you know what? Stick on Ben Davis and you'll beat him. What happens? He gets beaten twice and we go 2-1 down. And then Johan Wissa goes and scores a tap-in at the end. So for me, it's a painful one. Because I thought, do you know what? But it sums up our season to a T.
It does.
We've lost 14 league games all season.
Yeah. It's painful. And you know what? I knew as soon as they came out, the first 5 minutes, I knew we were
Oh, I've lost you again. I can't hear you. Can you hear her, TJ?
Now?
Yeah, I can hear.
Can you hear
Oh,
me?
it's probably me. Go carry on. I'll sort my issues out.
First 5 minutes, I thought, right, we haven't got the same intensity, and they upped their intensity, and they scored from a mistake, but they still scored. And then I knew they were going to score again.
Yeah.
They pushed forward and they pressed us high, and we started making mistakes. Skippy made an awful mistake as well.
Yeah.
Right, so yeah, I just thought we didn't come out with any fire in our bellies, and that's what Conte said.
Yeah.
We're playing individually.
No, agreed.
We're not playing as a team. Yeah.
Big up, Philly, by the way. Welcome. Thank you for coming on for a little bit, mate. No, anytime. You're welcome anytime on. Yeah, you enjoy the game, Ellie. Have a lovely time, and I'll peace out.
Take care, Ellie.
Bye, Ellie. Have fun.
Enjoy it. Thanks, Ellie, for coming on. By the way, she's obviously going to watch the Spurs versus Reading women's game, so enjoy that and enjoy it as you please. And big up Philly as well for coming on as well. Where do Spurs go? And it's handy to have you on, TJ. You're a rival fan, so it's handy. We're so big with conceded 62 goals a season. Disgraceful. Let's start with that one. Dan's left us with a great topic. Spurs have let in 62 goals a season. 5 teams in the league have conceded more than us. Can you name them?
Can I name them?
Southampton.
Leicester.
Southampton. Leicester.
Leeds. Oh, jeez. Bournemouth. What's that last one? It's not Everton.
Nope, Everton haven't. Can anyone in the chat get
Nottingham Forest? Nottingham Forest.
No.
Yeah.
That's your 5. All teams in a relegation battle at the moment, still in a relegation battle, minus Bournemouth, who are realistically safe now.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely unacceptable. We're meant to be a big club. Listen, and the big club gets used a lot all the time. You hear it. Spurs are a big club. How? Based on what? What big club concedes 62 goals in the league? By the way, that doesn't count for other games in the season where we've been absolutely horrendous in as well. 62 league goals all season. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? There's a lot of noise going on outside.
Not really. It's
there was like
it's not
a helicopter
distracting.
flying over. Yeah. So for me, the biggest concern we have at the moment. Oh, there, Mir. Making the noise yourself, lovely.
Yeah.
No, and I think that this is the key part for me. Defensively, we're terrible. I think we all agree. I think we can all agree Tottenham are defensively terrible. No, I don't even think that's a debate.
Nope.
why were we playing a defensive system? Genuinely, listen, I get it. I get people's philosophy. Why we are? Why not? Why are we playing that way? Why have we been all season trying to be as rigid and as pragmatic as we can, and concede 62 goals in the league?
Perchy, you guys were in 4th when Conte was let go.
In fairness, we were 4th by proxy. I always say this, people.
Okay.
People use 4th. We were 4th by proxy.
Fair enough. Okay, but I want you to consider this. Look at your goal difference when Conte was there, and then look ever since. Those games against the Newcastle type games, the games that you just saw, the game that you just saw against Brentford, who without Ivan Toney should be impotent on offense. Yep. That is the difference. I think that Conte leaving and Spurs still playing his system essentially is a huge problem.
Agreed.
So
agreed.
So I honestly don't know how you look any further than that. I mean, in the current system, players like Son can't produce offensively. Obviously, your midfield is woeful. Your back line is barely existing. With Conte out, Ryan Mason is a ball lost in tall grass, man. Like, he is so out of his depth.
I feel sorry for him. I'll be honest. I feel sorry for Ryan Mason.
I feel sorry for him too. But a lot of your fan base want him to be the permanent manager.
No, I don't think they do. I think people, it's more said in jest. I don't think people genuinely want him to be our manager. Honestly, I don't think it's true. I think you get people saying it in that sort of, we might as well just have no. I've said about Ryan Mason, I said, I think absolute lovely bloke, really lovely bloke. Not a bad word to say about the guy. Can't be the manager. He needs to earn his stripes elsewhere for me. I think he'll be a good manager, by the way. I genuinely think Ryan Mason will be a good manager, but not at Tottenham right now. It's the wrong place for him to be. Coover's left us a question. I'm not sorry, Coover. Apologies. I love you, mate. You're an absolute legend, by the way. He left a question and I started because we were talking about something else. Question for the panel. Which sport do you think best suited for Spurs Stadium? I think you should have a great mini golf course and stop pretending to be a football team. I think that's fair.
I had a comment. I had a comment if it's okay, Birchie. So you asked why you were a top 6, you're considered a top 6 team. It's your footprint. It's your corporate footprint. If this was coming, if this kind of performance was coming out of, let's say like a Liverpool, I think they would still be considered top 4 because of their history. You guys really don't have one, but you guys are still considered top 6 because of your commercial success. And and what Daniel Levy has done for the stadium, getting NFL players in, or getting NFL events in, getting Beyonce in, getting the F1 track in, building the entertainment center around Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The football honestly doesn't matter, and it's going to continue to not matter because you have that corporate footprint. Which is why you were like, based off of your form, you guys have gotten Champions League, but based off of your historical, and I'm not shitting on you, by the way. I want to be clear.
I know you're not. No, you're being fair.
Yeah, but do you really think, you, based on your history, you deserve to be involved in the Super League conversations, the top 6 conversations? I don't think you do.
I think the top 6, because the last how many years we've finished top 6. So I don't see how you can't really class us as top 6 when we finish consistently in top 6. I think that's really disingenuous.
Yeah, but you guys haven't won anything, Mia. That's the difference.
Okay, I understand that we haven't won anything. Does that mean that Leicester get in there because they've won something above us and before?
No, but that's the point that I'm making, Mia. Is that Leicester doesn't have the commercial footprint
they haven't
that you guys
finished
do.
Consistently like we have. That's the thing. What I'm trying to say is that consistency of of where we finished and elevated from the positions that we used to be in the 90s to what we are now. We wasn't a top 6 team before because we weren't finishing in those positions. To say that we're not worthy of it is a bit disingenuous because we haven't won anything. Because other teams haven't won anything are classed as top 6 teams as well. If you go Newcastle, if they don't win anything and they become a top 6 team and they haven't won anything, it's because of the position they've become now. If they become a top 6 team, it's because they've become that from where they keep finishing consistently.
What's the difference, Mia? What's the difference between Newcastle now and Newcastle 2 years ago?
The money they've got, but they're not a top 6. Yeah, but they're not a top. Yeah, but they're not a top 6 team right now. Is what my point is. They're not classed as a top 6 team.
They will be though. They will be though because of their commercial footprint.
No, because if they finish consistently in the top 6, because otherwise, like I just said, then Leicester, out of just winning something, would be classed as top 6 because they've won something. They won a Premier League more recently than Arsenal. So does that make them a bigger team than Arsenal? No, it doesn't.
Mia, I think you're misinterpreting my point. The point is that you guys are considered top 6 because of your commercial success.
No, we're not. It's because we finished consistently in the top 6.
Okay.
We finished consistently in that position year in, year out for the however many years. Now, when we weren't in that position, we weren't classed as a big 6, top 6 team, right? We got in the Champions League with Harry Redknapp, but we weren't classed a top 6 team then because we didn't do it consistently.
But let's be fair, Mia. There was no such thing back then about a top 6 and a top 4 and all that.
I get that. I get it. But if there was, we wouldn't
very much a marketing thing that's been done by Sky Sports and all that lot. This top 6, it's all marketable. It's great to have top 6. I remember before, back then, it was all about Man United, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea. They were your stalwarts up there. They were your 4 teams. You could argue maybe Spurs started to break into that. Then Man City started getting money and then they broke into it. It's all PR and it's all media and marketing. It's always great whenever they used to do Super Sunday because Chelsea would be playing Arsenal and Liverpool would be playing Man United. Amazing. We've got the 4 best teams in the country. Great. But we had a dip off from the likes of Liverpool. The dips we had then, there was like obviously the dip with like Arsenal to a certain extent. For me, I kind of agree with kind of both people in a weird one. You both are making great points. I don't think we can be classified as any more of a big club. I use the term big club because we don't win anything. Last won a trophy in 2008. How many teams in this country, up and down this country, have won a trophy since then? I do this to every single person. There's quite a lot.
But that's what I said to you earlier, Perch, that I feel like we're in the bracket with more Aston Villa, Everton, and that's where I feel like that on the scale of obviously winning, etc., in the size of the club, that's where I feel like that we are. That's like that. I'm genuine about that. Like I'm not going to be disingenuous, but I think to say that we're just a top 6 club because of the money is disingenuous.
I mean, agree to disagree. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna.
I can't see us being. I think I'm very much a realist when it comes to it. I don't think we're a big club. I think we are commercially a big football club, and I think that's the key point. What TJ said, commercially we're a big club because we make revenues really well. And hear me out. I have no issues with that. We built a stadium to do this. People were so naive to think that we were going to build this stadium and nothing was going to go there. The whole point of us to build this stadium was to ram as much crap in it as possible. And by the way, I've got no problems with that. Put Beyonce on there for the rest of the season. She'll probably do a better job at centre half. Put the F1 in there. Put all the other stuff in there. I have no problems with all that because it makes us money. For me, the operational side of it, when it comes to the footballing side, is where I've had the issue, and I've had the issue for a very long time. We don't have the right people in the right places. Listen, can Spurs bounce back and be a big team? Yes. We've got the infrastructure to be a big team. Of course we do. Of course we can. Because we've got the infrastructure. We've got one of the best infrastructures in the country. That's fact. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. We've got some of the best facilities, the best stadium. We haven't got the best players. And that for me is the problem. Let's put, so I can't remember who it was, but someone said we've basically got a Ford Fiesta's engine in a Ferrari. I'm not going to go very far, are we, with that? And for me, that's the problem. I've got no issues. Make as much money and as much crap as we can. Do all that, because that's the only way as a football club we're going to be sustainable. And I've got no problems with that. I have no problems with Daniel Levy even doing that because he's very good at it. But I don't want him near the football inside. That's why I want change at his club. He needs to be as far away from footballing involvement as possible. Because we will never go anywhere far with him in charge of it. I hope when Scott Munn comes in, he's the man that goes, do you know what? Leave me alone. I'm doing it myself. Brings in a director of football, brings in a manager, and then the players can be dealt with by the manager. And the director of football, the manager goes to the director of football and say, I want to keep him, and him. I want him, and him gone. Then it's the director of football's job to get rid of those players. That's his job. And then the director of football goes to the director of the chief footballing officer, whatever his name is, and goes, the manager wants to get rid of him, and him. Can we do that? And he needs this much money to bring in this, and this. Can we do it? Yes or no? That's how it works in real life. We don't do that. It's, we should get him because he's going to be a bargain. It'll be a good sell. No. Square pegs, round holes. For me, it's got to be seamless. That's why it's so good at the likes of Brentford, Brighton, and you're seeing the cream of the crop there. Why does Man City get it right all the time? Why do Man City get it right all the time? It's not because they spend loads of money. They spend money wisely, and they sell wisely. What do Man City do that we don't do? Is they offload players for big money. They can get rid of players quickly. We don't act like that. We keep a hold of the likes of Eric Dyer, Ndombele, Lo Celso. Trickle down to a load more. Still here. Big clubs buy. If it doesn't work, they sell straight away. Big clubs do that. Do you know what I mean? Everyone says Man City just sports wash. Well, I think that's such a broad and open statement. Look how they operate. They operate like a ruthless football club where they go, do you know what? What did they do with the best fullback in the league? Binned him to Man City, binned him to Bayern Munich on loan. And they're going to get rid of him at the end of the season.
The only thing I would say about Man City purchase, if they get found out for breaking the rules, they've done this so by breaking the rules.
I don't think they will. I don't think they will. I don't think they're getting done at all.
Well,
and I think people are hoping that they do. They won't at all.
The thing is, I'm not saying I'm hoping. I'm just saying if that.
I'm not saying you.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. The likes of Davinson Sanchez, who Rob's just put in the chat, not good enough. Why is he still here? Paid 40 million quid for him. Get rid. We, as I said, we don't act like a proper football club. As I said, proper football club sell high and buy low. Look at what did Brentford do brilliantly? If an offer comes in, it's slightly different because he's now got a ban. But if someone came in and Ivan Toney didn't have his ban and came in the summer and went, we're going to put 60 million quid on the table for Ivan Toney, first thing Brentford do is go, accept. Because what do? They look in the market and buy someone for 10 million quid, and then he becomes a 60 million pound player. Look at the stages back with Brentford. I used to go and watch Brentford play. A mate of mine, he was came on earlier, did a video with him on Thursday. We used to go to Brentford games with him. He's a season ticket holder. They bought in Toney. Who was there before Toney? Does anyone remember?
No,
I don't.
Ollie Watkins.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's
Who
right.
Who was before Ollie Watkins?
God.
Neil Mopay.
Who went
And
to
who was
Brighton?
before Neil Maupay? Scott Hogan. What they do, as soon as they got going, a bigger club, and they sold all those players to teams that would be considered better than them. Scott Hogan went to Villa, didn't really work out. Maupay went to Brighton. Watkins went to Villa. And Tony is the next one now. He's probably going to go to a big team next. We expect that. Maybe not straight away, but it will happen. Big clubs operate like that.
Are you going to put a bet on that, Perch?
What, that Tony goes to a big football club?
Yeah, do you not get the joke?
Oh, you got me there.
Yes.
No, that was good.
Yeah.
There has been a goal, by the way, guys. We're going to just stop you there. There has been a goal at Anfield.
Yes,
And I've just flicked over. Who's gone and scored? Cody Gakpo. 1-1 at Anfield. Cody Gakpo. Now, that's a player, by the way. What a player he is. I think he's really good. Yeah, Ryan said, if we continue this odds, Leaving Co will have us relegated soon. I don't see it, because I think there'll be some things in them. But I tell you what, if Kane's not here and we don't have a solid replacement, it wouldn't shock me. Can you rely on Richarlison to score you 20 goals a season? No. Can you rely on him to get 10 goals a season? Maybe. That's concerning. That's concerning. How many goals has Harry Kane scored this season? Huh?
You need the right manager with the right system to get something out of players like Richarlison and Son. Obviously, you've seen what a full season or almost a full season under Conte did to Son. It destroyed him.
Ooh,
so
1 second. Someone's just at my door. Someone talk for me.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah,
worry,
no,
we
I
can
think
talk.
me and Mia can talk. Yeah, but yeah, I really do think that it comes down to the manager, right? I do think if Spurs really truly want to move forward, they need to let Kane go. Try to hang on to Sonny if you can. But again, like trying to build a team, and Mia, maybe you can answer. Trying to build a team around Richarlison isn't going to be the answer, I don't believe, without the proper manager. What do you think?
No, I don't think so. I think that a lot of people are very sceptical anyway of Richie, and I probably would say that we would need to get someone else in if we do sell Kane. But I do think that selling Kane, everyone's really, really scared of it. And me, I'm like, listen, if he doesn't want to be here, if he doesn't want to sign that contract, I would get rid of him, because that money is important to help us to maybe start over. Maybe that's what we need, a new manager with some new ideas and just completely start over.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of how I see it.
Do you have the tolerance for a rebuild, kind of like what Arsenal did under Arteta?
Personally, me, yes. I'm probably quite a tolerant person, and I understand I'm quite realistic into where we are. And I feel like it's like a bit like what happened with Poch. We needed to get rid of loads of players and give Poch time. And look what happened when we did give Poch that time. And people say it's a bit of a fluke, but we never know. If the right manager comes in with the right players, it could all just fit back together again. But we have to give it time.
Yeah, that's the problem with Levy, though, is I don't think he's patient enough to allow that to happen. So he'll roll the dice on any manager. Like say you guys are like 8th place by in February next season. I think he gets rid of the manager and then rolls the dice on somebody that may be able to get you guys a couple more spots up and get you European football.
Do you know what the issue is as well? It's because where Poch got us was much sooner than what he thought, and it elevated our expectations a bit further than what we maybe he thought they would be. So now we have to maybe lower our expectations back down again, simper down, and actually realise that it isn't going to be easy to be able to do the top, break into that top 4, and it is going to be very, very difficult. So a manager does need to have that bit of patience and time, like he did do with Poch. He gave that patience to Poch. So I hope that he will see it that way. He will learn from his mistakes of trying to get these win now managers, because they just don't work.
Yeah. No,
I'm back, guys.
Now I've got to go because I've got someone at the door.
Okay.
We're playing Swapsies.
I'll jump back in. Yeah, no, I get your point about the win now. Oh, by the way, Liverpool's goal got disallowed. By the way, it's still 1-0. It's still 1-0 Villa. Let's just see. Yeah, and Fulham have gone 2-1 up. By the way, Mitrovic with another goal is second of the day. Yeah, so at the moment, I get everything that's sort of what Mia's been saying. I do get it. I just find us at the moment, and I think Scott, you got a point here. Like, never lower expect. That is what Levy wants, but I think we have to big up Scott as well. Yeah, that's what I mean. So, like, about lowering standards, I think there's not lowering standards, but it's being realistic. I don't see us winning the league next season because I don't think we're good enough. I think that's not lowering expectations. For me, the expectation needs to be that we are believing in what the roadmap is for the new manager. For me, that's what I want to see. What is meant to happen for the next season, and I expect us to be playing a style of football that's better. But I also expect us to be offloading players. We can't be having this all the time where let's just get a win now manager and it's going to work. Not with these players. They're crap. They're bang average, some of these. Really bang average. I just want to... Do you know what it is? I just want to enjoy watching Tottenham. Does that sound mad? Like, you probably kind of get that with Arsenal in a certain extent. Do you just feel like, oh, do you know what? I just want to enjoy watching Tottenham again. I hate honestly, do you know what it is? Arsenal had a period as well, and I used to talk to a lot of Arsenal fans. They just used to go, do you know what? I'm so numb to it now that it's so boring watching us play. Like Arsenal had a long period under the sort of Unai Emery era and all that lot, and even at the end of Wenger era. And it was just like, oh, do you know what? It just felt so torturous happening.
I remember those days, yeah.
And so Terry's just come in and was like, that's right. Levy won't give us time. We'll be at the same situation 12, 8 months. That's the thing. We can't be in that situation in 18 months' time. I get it. I get everyone's skepticism. I get it as well because I'm at the point where I'm like, something has to give now. Something has to give. And yeah, you're right, Matt. I agree. It would be nice, but as TJ said, Levy not have patience to follow through with that. That's the thing. I think this next thing with the next manager now is so important at Tottenham. And not just important about success, because I don't think we're good enough for success at the moment. We're so far behind the curve at the moment. We need to be on top. You know, like the whole be on the wave sort of thing. We need to be on top of that wave. We're way before the wave. The wave's past us. We need to start scrambling to get back on that. And do you know what? I would take 2 years of mediocrity. Genuinely, 2 years of mediocrity. If I knew that on season 3, it was boom. We've offloaded Dyer, Davis, Kane's now gone. Not saying he's the problem, but hear me out. Son's gone. Lo Celso, Ndombele, Harry Winks. You get the picture. All those players have now gone. And now what we're left with young, hungry players that want to progress at this football club. I would listen, as I said, I would take 2 steps backwards to take 5 forward. However, if we take 2 steps backwards, that could be the detriment of the club. I don't know how we operate. And listen, this is all it's all hypothetical, isn't it? Take 2 steps backwards, it might take us 500 to get back to square one again, where we were. It could. Listen, it's happened before. Look at the likes of other football clubs that they've taken so many steps backwards that they've taken so many backwards now that look at the likes of Blackburn. They won the league. They still haven't even got back to the Premier League. They've had horrible owners. They've had terrible recruitment, terrible everything. So it's not as simple. So I get it with people. Just like with the centre back under Jose and Conte, we could all see we needed massive upgrades. Cannot build. Oh man, I can't read quickly. Yeah, no. Listen, but this is the problem. Our business strategy, our strategy in transfer windows was to pay 60 million quid for Richarlison when we needed a centre half. And there's also different caveats with that. We needed a centre half. We were crying for a centre half. So I get it, Scott. Absolutely get it. We need to have a system and an operation. It's all well and good. Listen, Daniel Levy can come out with his crappy statement today, by the way, and I went through it earlier today on the stream, and it's mental that I've been going for 4.5 hours because my head is scrambled. I can't believe it's been 4.5 hours. My head is going mad. But we've got about half an hour or so to go left of the football, and then we'll be done. But yeah, I went through it all, and he's had a bit of responsibility he's actually put in there, which was nice. I mean, not enough. But yeah, as Terry's saying, I think Levy's going to make the same mistake again. Yeah, and this is the thing, Terry. We're as Spurs fans. We've seen it happen enough to understand that's what's going to happen. I get it. Totally get it. Do you know what it is? I just want to be optimistic at my football club again. The last time I was under Pochettino. It was the only time, as a Spurs fan, I could say, I genuinely thought we were going to win the league. Only time. Scott, that's exactly my point. We could take 2 steps backwards and then stay there. Of course, that's what I'm saying. That's what my problem is at the moment. That's
no progress is without risk, gentlemen. That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
But the problem is hear me out. I would rather that, hear me out before anyone clips it. I'd rather us do that. Because no, it's the sort of thing people will go, Perchie wants us to be a mid-table team again. Not what I'm saying. I'd rather us roll the dice and take a bit of a gamble there and go, do you know what? We're going to take a few years out in the operation to look at what Arsenal did, and do you know what? We can compete again at the big time. Instead of going, do you know what? We're going to end up being a 5th, 6th, 7th place team now for the next foreseeable. Do you see do you get my point?
Mm-hmm.
We could take a few steps backwards like Arsenal did, where they end up finishing 5th, 8th, and all that lot. But now look at what Arsenal are doing. They've now built a team and got somewhere with it. So it's all hypotheticals and all that lot. And obviously, it's not as simple as that. Yeah, no, Max, that Ndombele Celso one. But the problem was they were bought by Pochettino, and then we sacked him, 3 or 4 months later. I mean, they didn't fit for us. I don't rate either of them, but have we not already gone backwards? I feel we are fucked until Levy goes. We are. Yeah, we've definitely gone backwards. I mean, the league table doesn't lie. Well, the most we can get is 60 points this season. That's terrible, by the way. I did say Fulham have already scored, and Fulham are 2-1 up, by the way. But yeah, I did say that. Yeah, no, we have gone back. Yeah, Ryan, listen, I've been like that all season. I've got nothing in this season anymore. I don't care. I'll be honest. I feel like this has become a monologue for me. I say it all the time. Don't care. I didn't care if we finished 4th or 14th this season, honestly. Perchie, I actually think Martinelli has a higher ceiling than Saka. Well, that's a curveball, and I'm gonna leave this with TJ because this isn't one for me. Who has the chance to be the better player? Gabriel Martinelli or Bukayo Saka? Go.
I'm saying with Saka. His form has dipped, but so has the entire squads. So it's really kind of hard to judge right now. Do I think Martinelli has I think they both have the potential to be club legends, but the higher ceiling is with Bukayo Saka.
Yep.
Kid is just an absolute stud. He stays in the game even when he's not in the game. He's in the game, if that makes sense. I don't know. He's always a presence, whereas Martinelli it doesn't have that same presence. The teams cover Saka more than they cover Martinelli, which I believe having both of those guys on the wings is dangerous. But there's always the impetus from the opposition to cover Saka. I think Saka, especially on the international stage, has shown that he has the higher ceiling. I mean, and obviously, Martinelli is not going to get into, a prime Brazil squad at this point. He has to compete with the likes of freaking Vinicius Jr. and players like that. But in terms of just higher ceiling, Saka just has the room.
That's fair,
I think. So, but I mean, fair statement though, Steve. Fair statement in terms of
I think. Do you know what? I think both. I genuinely think both are very good players. And there's nothing against either player. I think they're both brilliant. I think this season, I think Martinelli's been better than Saka though.
Lately, yeah, I would say lately.
I think over the course of the season, I think both are good. I think both are going to go well, and they're going to keep on
more consistent. That's the thing. Is Saka's fallen off, and look, I'm never going to say a bad word about Bukayo Saka. All right, he gets played into the ground. Okay,
yeah,
and the current situation at Arsenal is not good. It just isn't. Everybody's deflated. Everybody is just kind of. I'm calling us tea time FC right now because nobody wants to be playing these games. We're kind of going through the motions at the end of the season since we lost the title. So I think the mentality is just bad, and it's being translated onto the pitch right now. Sorry, I'm going off.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, that's fine. Can people just let me know in the chat if it echoes, by the way, because I think my headphones are dying slowly on me, and I can barely hear you.
It sounds good.
It's more because it's coming out the speaker now, and it might pick up by them. If it picks up on the mic, let me know in the chat if it echoes. So if it does echo, guys in the chat, just let me know and I'll change it up a bit again. But it's just my earbuds. I feel like I'm barely hearing anything anymore, and I think they're dying on me. But they're really weird, these ones. They're like the way they work. I think if they're not fully charged, I feel like they just start going quieter and quieter. Terry's gonna also think Kane has a huge share on the next manager. Who do you think will be votes for Slot or Enrique? Terry, I don't think Kane cares. Because I don't think he wants to be here. I'll be honest. I don't think he wants to be here. Why would he want to? He must have looked today and gone, I put in a wonderful free kick today. And you could tell after the game, he was like, I don't know, should I be here or not? I'll be honest, I don't think he cares because I don't think he wants to be here. And nothing on Harry Kane, by the way, because as I said, he's the only one that pulls us over the line halfway or half the time. So that's my thoughts on it. I think Kane will be gone. I think he might want to go here.
And plus, anyway, sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back, Mia. Welcome back.
Yeah, I had to eat quickly because honestly, I was so hungry. I think I was going to kill someone if I didn't eat. That might be why I'm a bit snappy. I get really hangry.
I'm the same way. I'm the same way.
Hangry.
Same way.
Yeah, man, 100%. Yeah, I think that even if Kane did have a say, I still think that's really wrong anyway for any player to have a dictation over who we have as a manager, to be honest with you.
No, I absolutely bang on. I totally agree with that statement completely. Terry's also coming with Slot or De Zerbi makes too much sense. That's why it won't happen. I think Arne Slot will be our manager, guys. I think the director of football will get announced this week, come in, and then the manager will come in next week. It'll be appointed for he'll be able to go on holiday and he'll be done. Because I think the news coming out of both Spurs and Feyenoord, for me, tells me it is going to happen. That's just me. Maybe I'm being optimistic, unnecessarily optimistic, but I have a weird feeling that's what's going to happen. Maybe wrong. I don't know. Another one from Saka always tails off at the end of the season, but he gets overused constantly. Go on, TJ. I'll let you finish that one.
Yeah, that's always been a problem, but that's just because we don't really have anybody that can cover him the way that he needs to be covered. Reece Nelson ain't it. So, that's why he's going to get played into the ground. I don't think he's going to ever complain about it though either, because he wants to be that guy. I just think that especially, ever since we lost the title, you could see that he's lost a step. He's not there mentally. He's holding on to the ball way too long. It really is a culture problem and a mentality problem. But not to spin off. I do agree with you, Max, that he tails off at the end of the season, but I don't necessarily think it's because he's tired. I just think he's trying to take on way too much for the team. You can see that he's trying to make plays by himself, which is why he's holding on to the ball too long and losing it in the final third. Yeah, I just hope we can maybe get some coverage for him and maybe get some more players, especially in the midfield, that can support him. So that's my take on that.
No, that's absolutely bang on, mate.
I've just had something interesting posted in one of the chats I'm in, and it says in the next few weeks and days and weeks, they are going to announce several contracts torn up. The rebuild is ginormous. That's Paul O'Keefe, who isn't necessarily He's got quite a bit of inside info in here. I don't know if he's
I know Paul myself, and when he says stuff, I'd normally relatively believe it because he does have a.
Yeah,
I know the role of what he does. So that if he's saying that contracts are going to get ripped up, that's what I've been wanting for. Heck,
yeah, me
I
too.
want Cole. I want half the fucking squad ripped up. If I'm honest.
Savage, man.
I don't
savage
care.
mode.
I don't care if we have to pay off £100 million just to get these players out of contract. I don't mind. Hey, listen, start going freaking crazy with it if it was me. Personally,
Hey, it's not your money, right?
Exactly. Who cares a shit? I don't put any money in the system anymore. I don't care. But yeah, no, I think that needs to happen, and I think it needs to happen very quickly. 10 nerve-wracking minutes. I've actually got the one at Matt, because you haven't got anything to worry about, mate, because it's still 1-0 Aston Villa. So Unai Emery masterclass, by the way, is on his way to European football. Scott, the thing is, mate, I know you're sort of feeling it won't happen, but I have a funny feeling, mate, we have to. I think it's otherwise, if it doesn't happen, we are in a really, really bad situation, guys.
And also, if Paul O'Keefe says it, I'm like you, Perch. I quite believe what he says. He's not.
No, I know the work that Paul does, and it doesn't. Everyone sort of thinks, oh, because some of the stuff doesn't happen that comes off. It's because he doesn't. He's not one of these. He doesn't work for the club, but he knows he works in that sort of in the same industry. Actually, he works. I know he works for some people at my old local club. He used to go down to. Used to be down there. So he does have understanding of what's going on. So I wouldn't sit there and say that I would be like, oh yeah, he does all this and stuff like that. But listen, if I just want to see it now. For me, it's all about seeing is believing. I think that's where Scott, you're at, mate. It's like, yeah, I agree with that, but it should have happened. But we've seen many times it happens, it doesn't. Yeah, no. Listen, I want to see it. For me, I will back anything if I see it. I'll sit there and I'll support stuff when I see it. I want to see us contracts going. I want to start seeing a change of philosophy at Tottenham and going, I want this ruthless attitude that other football clubs have.
Yep.
No one should be able to sit there and be okay with it. So there's probably only one player that I would be happy with next season, and that could be Harry Kane. And he may not want to be here, by the way. But that's the way I look at it. I look at it very much in the sense of I don't think anyone has earned their right to be at this football club next season. Honestly, I don't think anyone has. Is anyone else thinking that there's anyone at Tottenham, apart from Harry Kane, has earned their right to have a contract for next season? Honestly.
I would probably say I think that he didn't get a good enough opportunity because he did get injured. But I do think before his injury, Bentancur was very good. I'm going to say that. I think he gave. I think
Bentancur has been all right. I think that's a fair shout. I think Basuma is the other one I would like to state, only because I think Basuma has the capabilities to be the main man in centre midfield for us, and we need to just find a system that benefits him at the moment. And work, he should be the one that we go, do you know what, we're going to build our midfield around Bentancur and Basuma. Yeah. And find a way for it. Then we've got someone's jumped in with the problem with the club, the culture is it starts at the top. The manager is not going to change that. Yeah, no, Terry, I think we've kind of alluded all that. I think the culture at the football club has to change, and the systematic on. However, the manager needs to come in and be ruthless. Whoever the manager is has to be ruthless, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't actually mean if we have to change stuff. I don't care if he has to come in there and start going. Do you know what? I want to get rid of Heung-min Son. So be it. If he comes in and says, "Do you know what? Harry Kane's not. I want to start this project after Harry Kane." So be it. I don't care. For me, we have to earn players now at the moment. There's a lot of players that have to earn their spot for next season. A lot of players. Because Scott's like, 100% benefit. Might happen. Yeah, Scott, that's my point. I've always been like that, definitely. It might happen. I want to see it first. Bentancur and Porro, the other two for me showed enough this season. Yeah, Bentancur and Porro, Kane. After that, I'm really struggling after that. Does anyone else apart from those three Poro's a question mark, but then he's coming in. We have to sign him anyway, so he's gonna be in next year anyway. But Tequila, big up, mate. How you doing?
Tequila.
Big up.
Joe, he forgot it's Daniel Coys. That's what it is.
Oh,
It's not just Daniel, it's Daniel Coys.
Daniel.
Coys Daniel. You forgot that, man. You've got to remember.
Max, you're right. You're right on this one, sorry, mate. We miss Modric and Eriksen so badly. We haven't replaced Luka Modric and we haven't replaced Christian Eriksen at all. You're spot on with that one. Conte and Jose were ruthless, but the thing is with them, this is the slight difference. When I say ruthless, I mean Conte didn't drop Eric Dyer. My point, do you know what I mean? Like, in a way, I'm not saying that they weren't ruthless, because I think they sort of saw us as just like, do you know what? I expect better, so it's just, you know what? I'll wait until I've got to go. It was like a stopgap for those two managers. I wasn't a big fan of Jose because of his Chelsea links and all that side of things. I thought we're basically letting the enemy into our football club. However, tell you what, he found a way to get Kane and Son scoring. I didn't enjoy the football, but I tell you what, he found a way to get them in. And Conte, again, another one. I wasn't a massive fan of the style of football. However, I think when he came out with statements like Eric Dyer can be one of the best defenders in the league, I'm sitting there going, what are you seeing that I'm not? Because I think he's terrible. There has been another goal, by the way. There has been a goal at Craven Cottage, and Crystal Palace have equalised 2-2 at Craven Cottage. I've just flipped it over just to watch that one. But yeah, no, I'm not. I think Conte and Jose weren't. I think they are ruthless managers, but do you know what they are? They're here now managers. Give me a team, and I'll win you the league. Didn't give either of them the team. They were never going to sit there and go, oh, we're going to be here for 6 years. It's not how they operate.
Basically, know the saying, here for the good time, not for the long time.
Yeah.
That's
listen, Jose and Conte are managers where you go, do you know what? This is the pomp we're in. We're in the pomp. We just need a bit of stardust to win us the league. When we brought those in, it didn't really work. We had players, it just didn't really work. And nothing on them, by the way. Listen, fair play to them. Like, they've done masses. Look at Jose right now, by the way. He can go and do a European trophy back-to-back and get Roma into the Champions League. Something they haven't done in donkey's years, by the way. So fair play. But do you know what it is? They're suited for clubs outside of England now. Both of them are. Because there's no such thing in Europe now about, we need to be in the top 4. Not a thing in Europe. Look at Roma. They're not. They don't care. It's all about winning trophies. They haven't won trophies in years. Jose comes in. He goes and he could win him 2 trophies back to back. Do you know what I mean? And the thing is, as I said with the whole Jose situation, I think me and Mia were speaking about it earlier. I thought he should have gone a long time ago before he did, but to sack him before a final was bonkers.
Yeah. No,
however much I wanted him to go, by the way, because I couldn't stand him at that point. He was just sulking and miserable, and it was just so boring to watch. However, you don't sack a Jose Mourinho 5 days before a cup final. That's balmy.
Yeah, it is.
Because I still think we would have got lost in that final, by the way, even with Jose, because we at that point were tailing off massively. I mean, we got battered in Zagreb with a team that had a manager in jail. Yeah, you're right, Daryl, mate. We've never been... we basically base our luck on managers overachieving. Spot on. Pochettino overachieved. And other managers you could argue have overachieved. Yeah, no, Terry, you're right. We don't fix the culture at the football club. We sack managers. Exactly. But it's the right managers. I think the biggest problem we did was not backing Pochettino at the time and going, do you know what? Instead of getting rid of you, what we're going to do, we're going to throw the money at you. Yeah, and we didn't. We should have backed when we said about backing Pochettino, we should have done it after we lost the league to Chelsea. That was the moment to go, do you know what? And when I say backing, I don't mean getting 4 or 5 players. I mean getting 2 world-class players in and go, do you know what? That's what we're going to do now. And we didn't do it. and players stagnated and it was a bit boring. Yeah, big up Woy. Up the Woy Hodgson, mate. What a manager. It pains me so much, Xhaka leaving Arsenal. He's been phenomenal for 2 seasons, a great leader, but I guess Declan Rice coming in. Really? I don't get the loving. And this is one for TJ. This is one for TJ. Where's this loving for Xhaka come from? The Xhaka loving, I find absolutely mental. Because if that player, it'll be like having a loving with Ndombele at Spurs. It's very kind of similar, but not. Xhaka's obviously been there longer. But when he did that at the Emirates, for me, he should never have played for Arsenal again. What's your thoughts on it?
I agree. I agree with that whole sentiment. The problem is, Perchy, is that a lot of the fan base gets involved in a narrative around like a redemption arc for Xhaka. People are watching too many soap operas. Okay, they want the character to come back, and they say, "Oh, he's back. He's redeemed himself." Steve, he's wanted to leave for 2 years. He flirted with Roma last summer. We were about to get rid of him, and then he came back and had one of the best seasons he's had in an Arsenal shirt, and we still didn't win anything. So I don't get this. And again here, Steve, and I don't know how long you've been watching, but I said this earlier in the stream. He is the reason that we tied Liverpool away at Anfield. He lost the plot. He led Anfield's crowd back into that game, and we lost it because he couldn't keep his head. So I don't understand where all this Xhaka love is coming from. As far as I'm concerned, he can go to Germany and he can enjoy it, man. He can enjoy
I think he's done well. But for me, it was that moment when he sort of threw the armband down and the shirt and stuff. I was sitting there going, man, if that I don't get where fans are sitting there like loving him up now. They're going, that's insane.
Steven, why are you doubling down on this? I wish we won the league to give Xhaka a proper send-off after all the abuse he got. How about him abusing the fans when we lost against Crystal Palace? He threw the armband off and disrespected the club. What about that?
I think that's fair. And the thing is I understand. I get why fans want to love on players, and I kind of get all that. But for me, I always said this though, and I sit and go, really though, of all the players, he's not as like do you know what? I'd kind of get it if it was Bukayo Saka. Hear me out. I'd kind of get it because you go, he's a kid that's come through the academy, he's a young lad, and he may have made a mistake. Gone, nah, do you know what? Maybe I went too far and came out and apologized, all that, here, that, and that. Xhaka never came through the academy. Xhaka was bought from you're gonna tell me now. Where did you get Xhaka from?
No, jeez. I don't even remember, man. It seems like he's been here forever, but we got him.
I'm actually gonna.
I need to look it up.
This might go into the quiz, by the way, because obviously I'm gonna get you guys on for when I do my charity stream, my 24-hour charity stream.
Hassel, I believe. Hold on. Let me.
Come on. Mir, can you guess? I'll let you guys guess first.
Was it a German team?
I'll let you guess.
Oh no, Joe! What? It's in the top of
Can anyone get? Oh, someone has got it. I think someone has got it. Go on. One cheating.
Black. Yep.
Borussia Mönchengladbach.
Max cheated. I didn't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, Borussia Mönchengladbach. Now, I thought it was Basel, but he came from Basel to Mönchengladbach, didn't he?
Yeah.
Because I know he's Swiss. So I'll be honest. I don't get the loving. I understand it, but I don't get the loving. Yeah, Mönchengladbach, big up. Was what Xhaka did worse than what Ghali did? Yeah, we didn't parade Hossam Ghali, though, did we? We booted him out straight away because he was atrocious. The real Egyptian king. None of this Mo Salah rubbish. Hossam Ghali.
Can I just... The Arsenal lineup against Forest just got released, and they have Granit Xhaka playing left back.
Wow, that's gonna be fun.
Why? Tierney's leaving. He's gone. Tierney's leaving.
Wait, he's not injured then, I'm assuming.
He's on the bench. He's on the bench.
So yeah, I'll do the Arsenal lineup for a bit of fun. Ramsdale, White, Kivior, Magalhaes, Xhaka, Odegaard, Jorginho, Partey, Saka, Jesus, and Trossard. So you playing a DM at left back when you've got left back on the bench.
Left back. He's played left back before, but
yeah, but why would you? You've got an
Liverpool
actual
just
out and out
scored, by
left
the way.
back. That basically, I think you're right. I think that basically says I'm out of here. I think you're
Yeah.
right.
He's done.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Now, Alex, I don't think you cheated, but yeah, like, we're going to wrap up shortly after these games are finished. But anyone that's in the stream and stuff, obviously, some of you know, some of you don't know. Obviously, I had a passing. Has there been a goal?
Yeah, there's been a goal at Anfield. Liverpool just scored.
There has been a goal at Anfield. It has been. And guess who scored? His final game at Anfield, and he's gone and equalised. Young Bobby Firmino. Bobby Firmino. Oh, what a goal as well, by the way. Oh, man, that's mad. Fair play to him. He's been a proper player for them, hasn't he? Bobby Firmino.
Yeah.
What a
And
player.
he's so well loved as well by the fans. They do love
him. Mate, you can see him. Look at the scenes. They were singing his name for like 10 minutes straight, I remember, the other day.
They were
singing his name all until the end of the season. So as I was interrupted by Bobby Firmino's goal, has there been a goal elsewhere? No, Man United have beaten. Oh wait, hang on. Oh no, I was going to say I thought there was another goal, but no. Liverpool, Man United have beaten Bournemouth 1-0. It's 2-2 at Craven Cottage, and Fulham and Wolves are 1-0 up still. It's 2-2. It's still 2-2 at Anfield. 1-1 at Anfield. Sorry. So as I was saying, guys, before as I said, I was really interrupted by the might of Liverpool and their thing, but I think that's all but done now. That means I think that confirms that Liverpool now can't get into the Champions League. Now, if it stays like this, they can't get into the Champions League. Yeah, because there's one game left and the gap's 4 points. So, Max, Champions League football for Man United and Newcastle is confirmed. So the top four is now done. Unless Liverpool go and still win in the depths of it all, which I doubt they will. But there's 10 added minutes, by the way.
10 added minutes. Wow.
There's 10 added minutes, so there could be.
It's because Anfield, they want them to win, man. They always want Liverpool to win.
Scott, I was going to say, Man United have beaten Bournemouth, by the way. So the gap's now, if it stays like this, the gap is 4 points. So they can't win. I've got the table up here in front of me. Because Man United have beaten Bournemouth 1-0. If it stays like this, the gap's now 4 points between them and third and fourth.
It's 3 points, Perch, because it's 69 points for Man U and 60. Oh no, sorry, 66.
65.
Right,
it's saying on mine.
I said 66 on mine.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Because they haven't added. They must not have updated on mine. Sorry,
yeah.
Yeah, so Man United just need a point out of the last two to secure Champions League football now. So apologies, that was my fault. My table didn't update itself.
Naughty.
Yeah, blooming apps. So as I was saying, whilst these games are just finalising and finishing off, obviously a few weeks back, obviously I went back to UK because of I had a passing in my family. My uncle passed, and my uncle passed. Obviously, a big Arsenal fan, massive Arsenal fan. He used to go to Arsenal all the time, and so he passed because of the dreaded C. Horrible C and stuff. So no, it's absolutely fine. But I've decided to use my channel for positivity. The idea is in his memory and stuff like, once I get monetized, that's why I'm begging people, please subscribe. It means the world because it will do me such good for what I want to build for this channel, and not just me, for everyone else as well. I want to do a 24-hour charity stream. Once the channel is monetized, we'll be doing a 24-hour live stream. Charity, hopefully you can do it over the season, over the off season. So hopefully we can get this done in the next couple of next month or so, because I want to do it and then just have a bit of a laugh. TJ, obviously, me, you're all welcome on anytime. handy to have the Americans
There.
on to do that American period when it's about 4 in the morning here.
Tag me in, Perchy. Tag me in. I'll do it.
So the plan is, get a load of people involved and stuff. Have a bit of quizzes, some games, talk football, talk biscuits. We love talking. There's going to be biscuit hours. Definitely, we talk biscuits.
Oh, John, another interesting one we had the down Ben's show is pies. We're talking about different kind of pies and whether a pie is a pie if it hasn't got a top. Really, it was having a good
If
conversation.
a pie hasn't got a top, is it a pie?
Yeah, because you know that you've got banoffee pie, and technically it hasn't actually got a lid. So is it actually a pie?
We're going to save this for a charity stream.
I'm saying.
You must remember this one. Definitely, you've got to remember that. We're definitely massive shout, Max. Listen, mate. Listen, it was horrible. Obviously it was horrible. I had to fly back literally last minute back to the UK, and it wasn't a nice feeling. But listen, if I could do something good in the world, it might balance out the horrible feeling that I had and all that. Like, listen, I'm not sitting here. I'm not begging for sympathy. I'm not doing that. It's not why I'm here. But I spoke to my cousins. About it, and they were like, no, it's a great idea. So I want to try and get them involved. And there's been a goal. But it's not at Anfield, but it results to another Merseyside club. Everton have equalised at Wolves. It's 1-1. Last kick. They had 9 added minutes. Last kick of the game. Dwight McNeil. Oh, is that a penalty? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, he's given a corner, though. Something's happened. It's 1-1 at Yerry Mina scored. So Everton might just try and nearly save themselves here. Pickford's come up. I'm watching it now as we carry on. We're nearly done here. But there's so much added time across it. Whipped in. Oh, it's gone back out for a throw. There's literally 20 seconds left on the clock and it hasn't gone in, by the way. Whips in. Back post. Oh. Keeper's down. Oh, it's tapped in. Oh, that might get disallowed. The keeper's gone down, but I don't think it has. I think it's been given. Yerry Mina's equalised for Everton. And Everton have taken it to the final day, hopefully, to survive. But what that means, what that problem does leave for everyone, guys, just to put a bit of context into the relegation battle, which is the most exciting thing at the moment, is that Leicester and Leeds play tomorrow. Sorry, Leicester play Newcastle on Monday Night Football, and Leeds play West Ham away tomorrow. I could see Leeds beating West Ham, and if that does, that would put Leeds on 34 points. That would put Leeds above both Forest, who play Arsenal later on this afternoon in the late kickoff. TJ's watching. Make sure you go and watch his watch along later. I'm assuming you're doing one.
I am.
So yeah, go and jump onto his after this. And so that's definitely happening in about half an hour. And if Forest lose, that puts them in the mire. It puts Everton now on 32 points with a point, which is a bit mad. It is also, by the way, still going on at Anfield, by the way.
Yep. They're 5 minutes into the added time.
I think it's probably less than that now, but I'm trying to find it. Liverpool Villa. I've got one at 97, so I've got a few minutes, but I think on my phone it's saying 99, so we might be nearly done at Anfield.
Did Klopp get sent off because he's in the stands?
No, he after he made those comments, didn't he, about referees, and they basically gave him a ban.
Okay.
Basically saying, was that a hand? It looks like it's going to finish 1-1, but knowing Liverpool, they'll probably go and win it now. It's the sort of thing they did. They did it against us. Thanks, Lucas Moura. Cheers. We actually made an absolute incredible comeback that day, but then we threw it away. I mean, you can watch my live watch along. Go back and watch my watch along on that one. That was incredible.
All the Spurs streams were class that day. That was unbelievable. was unbelievable to watch.
I reckon it was more class watching the Arsenal ones versus Liverpool.
Oh, it was. You don't.
Oh,
Go back a couple of weeks, and you can just see me having a mental breakdown on camera. It's great.
I can imagine.
Yeah, so it's still 1-1. I think the whistle hasn't gone just yet. It's still going. There's still time for a goal. I mean, with a Villa game, by the way, means that they're now just only 1 point above us in the league, and they have to go and play. Does anyone know? Brighton on the final day, as we play Leeds. So there is a chance, by the way, Europa League could be still back on, by the way, the Europa Conference League, sorry. So we're actually fighting now because Brighton, I'm assuming with 2 games in hand, will get. Brighton now just need 1 win out of 2 of their 2 games in hand, which is Southampton tomorrow. So if they beat Southampton tomorrow, they will all but guarantee, because they've got a massive goal difference over Villa, they will all but guarantee Europa League football on tomorrow against Southampton if they beat them. I mean, they could have their 2 points. Was that 6 points? So they could, if they win their 2 games in hand, they could be right behind them. But I think they've got to play Man City as well in that game, in the games in hand and stuff. Yeah, there's still. It's full time, by the way. It has hit full time. It is 1-1 at Anfield. So that has finished over there at 1-1. So as I said, that leaves with the last game of the season next week. And in the middle of that, there's still teams that have still got to play in between that. I want to say a massive shout out to everyone that's watched. Massive shout out to Mia and TJ. And if you haven't, sub to these guys because they're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
TJ, what have you got coming soon? Let me know.
I'm gonna do a call-in show tomorrow. I'm delaying my match reaction until 24 hours after the Forest game. So 7 p.m. UK tomorrow, I will be doing a call-in show and match reaction. And then our normal American Idiot show on Friday, 9 p.m. UK time. Please sub to me. I am 4 subs off of 250.
Okay, guys. Everyone in the chat, there's 4 of you in here, and there's definitely 4 of you in here that haven't subbed him. Go over. TJ, put your link. Send me your link in the thing, and I'll put it in there.
All
4
right.
of you now. Go and sub to TJ. I want to see this man get 4 more subs before I close off here, guys. So send it over to me in the private chat if you want, and I'll copy it in.
I'm 2 away from 370.
Yeah, same. Send me over yours, Mia. Get everyone. We're gonna.
Yep,
Yeah.
get everybody in there. And then, and come and watch the American Idiot show. We had Lee Gunner on last week. It was absolute jokes. And we had Jess Collins on this week. It was a lot of fun.
If you're in the chat and you haven't, go and sub now to TJ. I think has it gone on? I think it has. Yeah. Go and click that link. Subscribe. Go and click that link and go and subscribe. Mia, send me over yours now quickly in the chat and I'll put yours in. And then go and sub to Mia, who needs 2. There must be 2 of you in here that haven't subbed to these 2 guys, man. These guys deserve it. They've been brilliant. I think actually Ben put. Oh, there you go. Brilliant. Yeah. So I'll put that in now, guys. If you haven't, go and sub to these guys if you haven't, and keep an eye.
I've just
yeah. Links are in the chat now, guys. So go and subscribe to these 2 lovely people and let them. Let's get them.
Thank you, Max.
Go and sub to these guys. Listen, they deserve it. They've helped me out massively. So massive thank you to you guys for jumping on. How are you getting on? Let me know. I want to know. I want to know that you've got your 4 and me, you've got your 2. Come on, guys. Let's do this. We've been going for 5 hours here, by the way.
One away.
We got 2
got
left.
1.
Come on. Well done, Max. Big up, Max. Yeah, guys, come on. There must be a few of you left in here. Guys, let's do it. Do it for these 2. They've been brilliant on here. Mia, have you got your 2?
No, I've got 1. I'm on 69, which I don't mind. I don't mind the 69.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi.
I've got a very dirty sense of humour, TJ.
Big up to you. I know you're everywhere, my friend. Massive shout out to you. Max, thank you so much. Mate, listen, love to have you on at some point. If you ever want to come on, always welcome. Guys, If you haven't, go and sub to these guys. If you haven't subbed to me, by the way, and you're still in here, why not? Come on. Let me check where I am. This is all about...
Tequila's in the mud. That's why he likes to spend his time in Starbucks. That's what his problem is.
Oh, don't start the Starbucks. Honestly, we've got to 5 hours and 3 minutes on this channel, and we haven't spoken about Woods, Starbucks, in the mud, and all that lot.
Envelopes. Brown envelopes.
I give up.
In the woods. I'm a minerals general, by the way. I want to say it. I'm saying it right now.
Me too.
No.
I love minerals.
You're on my channel, my friend. You're no mineral general. I don't know what it even means. I'm still trying to work it out. But yeah, listen, we're going to wrap up. Absolutely lovely having you all guys on, by the way. It's been absolutely great fun. Big up Danny. Big up Tequila. Big up Max. You've been in here from the start. Absolute legend. The Cough Man. This guy, if you haven't subbed to this guy's channel, by the way, why not? What an absolute lovely streams he has. His streams in the day at 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock for the UK, 3 o'clock for me. It's been real. Daryl Denton, you've been in here always. Big up Steve Kelvin, you've been in here along the way. I can't. And everyone else that's been in here. Massive shout out to you all. I'm going to leave you guys to it. Spurs are shit. Arsenal are bottlers. And Man City are going to be champions. Peace out.